Hi dear, what if I told you that you can get more exclusive and more exciting content? You can become a hokage in a hidden village of lonely kunoichi. For that, you just need to go to my boosty. The link will be in the description.
Jiraiya-sensei, for years you have forsaken and gotten me. You weren't there for my son Naruto when he needed you for all those years after you took on the role as his godfather. Therefore you have forsaken and forgotten me. By all rights, Jiraiya-sensei, my son should have been raised by you. Why weren't you there when my son needed you most? Staying on the road and chasing after a traitor for years took precedence over my son's needs? You never even met your godson until after the beginning of the Chunin exams a few months ago. How can you stand there and tell me that going after Orochimaru on the road took years of priority over the son of the man you said was like a son to you? Minato's words played in Jiraiya's mind over and over again as he hurried to where Naruto and his female company were. He had to know how he was able to summon Minato from the belly of the Shinigami, a damn well impossible feat Jiraiya believed. There was so much he had to explain and ask Minato besides his forgiveness, most of which revolved around Uzumaki Naruto. Wait. Jiraiya called out to them, but his voice fell on deaf ears, especially since he was still some distance from them. Is everything alright? Hinata asked. Looking at the girls, Naruto assured. It's nothing to worry about, just a chat with the old pervert about looking after my brother. And you couldn't do that here? Temari asked with a tad bit of annoyance. It was on a more personal matter. Naruto replied. For Jiraiya anyway. Temari decided not to argue about it further but to accept it instead. Let's go home now. Naruto said, only to see the girls nod their heads in unison. A moment later, the seal of the Hokage Senshi appeared and glowed under the four of them. The Toad Sage finally caught up to where the group was. Just as he was about to call out to Naruto, in a burst of light and smoke Naruto and his female company vanished and were teleported back to their home dimension, never to be seen or heard from again. Jiraiya just stood there looking at the spot where Naruto and the girls were. His questions would never be answered, what he had to say to the yondaime would forever be kept in silence. Minato. Jiraiya said in a low undertone. Could you ever forgive me? As if the answer came to him, Jiraiya remembered Minato's final words to him. The past can't be changed, that I know, but the future is not yet set. You're here now and I hope that things for my son, your godson, will improve for the better. I ask you, as your proclaimed prized pupil and son figure, that you don't let me down and fail Naruto. Goodbye, Jiraiya-sensei. Despite all the sins that had happened to Naruto, Jiraiya realized that Minato found it in his heart to forgive him, and he still asked of him to watch over and protect Naruto. Minato gave him a chance to atone for his past mistakes and negligence instead on passing judgment, and verbally cursing him for all the suffering Naruto had to suffer. I won't let you down, nor will I fail Naruto again, Minato. Jiraiya said with a new resolve. I will fulfill my role as his godfather. That depends on whether or not they are up for another meeting at all. Shino replied. I still have to hand it to Naruto. Kiba snickered. Finding and revealing that loincloth was priceless. Kiba-kun. Hinata rebuked with a heavy blush on her face. Though Hinata rather enjoyed the sight of the piece of fabric, however, she felt sorry for how Naruto's actions incurred the wrath of its owner, his counterpart. I found the meeting with our visitors most enlightening, Shino remarked. We saw firsthand what they're capable of, thus demonstrating our own hidden potentials. I believe you brought this out the other day, Hinata. Hinata nodded, remembering meeting with Tsunade after their first encounter with Naruto and his girls before and during their battle with Leviathan. While they were walking together, Kiba crashed into someone who seemed to be in a hurry to get somewhere. Hey, Kiba grumbled. Watch where you're going. The group saw that it was a female civilian no older than 15 years old with long dark brown hair that reached down to her lower back. She was dressed in a scarlet-colored kimono that had decorations of a river and mountains with the rising sun overcasting them. She was also wearing white socks and sandals. I'm sorry. The girl apologized. I didn't mean to bump into you like that. Kiba and his two friends looked at the girl carefully. You're not from around here. Shino realized. No, I'm new here actually. The girl admitted. I moved here recently hoping to start life anew here. Well, cutie. Kiba grinned. Please pardon my rudeness. Since you're new around here, how would you like for me to give you a tour of Konoha? I promise to be the perfect gentleman. By the way, I'm Inuzuka Kiba and this is my partner Akamaru. The two next to me are my friends Shino and Hinata. Welcome to Konoha. Hinata greeted. We're happy that you joined our village. I'm pleased to meet all of you. The girl said. But I'm really in a hurry and I still have a lot of work to do. Thanks for the offer though. As the girl turned to hurry away from the trio. What's your name? Hinata asked politely. The girl turned and smiled. My name is Ryota. And I hope we can become good friends. Ryota departed from them and continued on her way. She's a really pretty foreigner. Kiba smiled. I wonder where she's from. I'm sure we'll find that out in the future. Shino said. After all, she said she hopes to become our friend, yes? Hinata agreed. She seems like a nice girl. Hopefully, we'll see her again soon. Hey you guys. A feminine voice called out to them. Team 8 turned to see Sakura and Ino coming over to them. Sakura-san, Ino-san. Hinata greeted. What are you guys up to? Ino asked. Meeting the new girl in town. Kiba answered. Who is she? Sakura asked curiously. Hey, name is Ryota. Shino said. That's really all we know of her. You mean you didn't get anything else on her? Ino asked, looking for the latest gossip. She was in a rush to get somewhere. Hinata explained. She didn't leave us time to get to know her. At least for now. Well, I hope to see her again. Kiba remarked out loud. Does someone have a crush? Ino teased. What, no? Kiba retorted with a light blush on his face. Don't be embarrassed. Ino encouraged. Was she pretty? How does she look like? You can tell me. Ino pig, that's enough. Sakura said, trying to get Ino off Kiba's back. They already told us that they don't know much about her. Killjoy. Ino muttered. By the way, Sakura asked, has anyone seen Naruto? He never showed up when he was supposed to meet up with Kakashi-sensei and I this morning. I'm sure there's a good explanation for it, Sakura. Hinata said, trying to defend Naruto. Fortunate for him, the mission was cancelled. Sakura replied. Otherwise he would have been in a world of trouble. Naikin wasn't feeling well this morning. A young voice explained. The group looked to see Konohamaru coming over to them. What happened to him? Sakura asked. He fell sick for some reason and had to go back home to recuperate. Konohamaru said. Maybe I should stop by and see how he's doing. Sakura suggested. Don't bother. Konohamaru cut in. I tried and he wouldn't answer the door. He's sleeping as hard as the dead. That's not very funny. Sakura scolded. I'm sure if we let him rest he'll be up and running by tomorrow. Konohamaru suggested. Hopefully well enough to play ninja with me. Play ninja? Ino and Kiba asked simultaneously with confused expressions. What kind of ninja plays ninja? That's exactly what I said when I first heard it. Sakura remarked. Whatever. Konohamaru replied. Anyway, I have to go. See ya. Konohamaru ran off from the group and went on his way to wherever he was going. Now you know why Naruto didn't show up, forehead. Ino remarked. Still up for paying him a visit? Konohamaru said that Naruto-kun won't answer his door. Hinata reminded. Maybe it would be best to let him rest, as Konohamaru suggested. Oh, he'll answer if Sakura comes calling at his door. Kiba teased, which earned him a frown from Hinata and a full-blown glare from Sakura. Do you want some missing teeth? Sakura remarked while cracking her knuckles. Kiba nervously backed away. Sorry, I was only joking. You better be. Sakura warned. You guys can do whatever you want. Ino said, but I have to go. I'll check you guys later. Ino turned and left the four of them as she headed back to her family's flower shop. Shizen. Tsunade called out. Her young assistant entered the office. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Shizen responded. I have a most important task for you and I trust only you to retrieve this for me. Tsunade said as she handed Shizen the medical envelope. What do you want me to do? Shizen asked as she read through the documents. Retrieve code file UK 12674. Tsunade instructed. And Namikaze Minato's medical records. Shizen looked at her sensei curiously. Why do you wish for me to retrieve Yandame's medical records along with this unknown file? They'll be needed for the next council meeting coming up in a week. Tsunade said. Naruto's files will also be needed for this as well. What would you need with Naruto-kun's files? Shizen asked. To do something that should have been done. Tsunade remarked. A long time ago. Later at Naruto's apartment. Naruto tossed and turned a couple of times. His mind was still adapting to the gift his older brother gave him. While in his sleep he was seeing many visions of what the other Naruto left behind for him. None of which were nightmarish, but it left for him momentary discomforts here and there. In Naruto's mind, he saw a vision of his dear brother, sitting at a table that was holding up a very large scroll opened up in front of him. The older Naruto looked to be in deep concentration, while using an ink brush to pen everything he had to record in that large scroll. Next to the older Naruto were several baskets of scrolls that he was reading and recording from into the large scroll. Everything he was writing had to be precise, in order and accurate. Meanwhile, outside Naruto's apartment, someone was knocking on his door. The knocking got louder with Naruto's ears falling deaf to the noise outside his apartment. Naruto, are you in there? Sakura called out as she knocked harder on the door. Sakura. Hinata interjected. Konohamaru told us that Naruto-kun needs his rest and dash. When did Konohamaru become a medic? Sakura replied. If anything, I suspect that he's covering up for Naruto for whatever nonsense he and Naruto were doing. I doubt that. Shino countered. I sensed no form of deception in Konohamaru's tone from earlier. He was being truthful. Let's just wait till tomorrow to see him. Hinata suggested. He's clearly not answering his door. Sakura sighed in defeat. Fine. But come tomorrow, that baka will have some major explaining to do or else. That's nice and all, but can we go now? Kiba replied with Akamaru barking in agreement with his master. The group turned and exited out of the building. While on their way out, Kiba's eyes fell upon a familiar sight. Hey! Kiba recognized. It's that cute girl from earlier. Ryota-san. Hinata said. Hey Ryota. Kiba called out to her. Ryota turned to see Kiba and the others approaching her from the building they were coming out of. It's you three again. Ryota remembered. What are you guys doing here? We were coming to see and check up on our friend Naruto. Sakura explained to the older girl. But we couldn't get a reply from him. So you're Ryota? That's right. Ryota smiled. I moved into this area recently. Why this area of all places? Kiba asked. Rent is cheaper in this area. Ryota lied, causing the others to sweat drop. This area is rather rough though. Sakura said. Are you sure you couldn't find a more suitable location to live in? Don't worry about it. Ryota assured. Considering the last village I used to live in, I'm not concerned about the appearance or people in this area. Besides, you yourself said that your friend Naruto lives in their area, so it can't be all that bad. You make a good point. Hinata admitted. So where do you live at? About a block from here. Ryota answered. I really don't live that far from your friend, I see. Turning to Sakura, Ryota pointed out. By the way, you didn't tell me your name. Oh. Sakura realized. I'm Haruno Sakura. I'm Naruto's genin teammate and Kakashi-sensei is our team leader. Ah, Ryota said. Now I remember where I heard Uzumaki Naruto's name from. You guys are that well-reported Team 7 that went to Nami no Kuni some time back. So you heard of us? Sakura smiled. Nami no Kuni thinks highly of Naruto and his team. Ryota said, considering that they named that huge bridge after Naruto in his honor. This Naruto must be an amazing ninja. Don't hold your breath, Sakura mentally snorted. Naruto-kun has many promises and potential. Hinata agreed. Plus, Ryota saw the blush that crept up on Hinata's face. Ryota was no fool. During her days spying on Naruto, she caught sight of Hinata spying and watching Naruto from time to time, using him as her prime source for her own inspiration and self-motivation. The older girl was well aware of Hinata's feelings for the blonde genin. She was also well aware of Naruto's unrewarding infatuation with Sakura, something Ryota wasn't fond of. You guys don't have to tell me too much so soon. Ryota interjected. I'm just starting to adapt to being here. Oh, you'll love it here. Kiba said. Are you still up for that tour I offered earlier? Before any reply could be said, Kurenai appeared in front of the group. There you guys are. Kurenai said. I was hoping to find you three sooner. What is it, Kurenai-sensei? Shino asked. I know this is on short notice. Kurenai explained. But I scheduled a practice drill session today at Training Ground 15 with Team 9. I expect you three to be there in the next hour. Huh, Kiba said. But I was just about to dash. Kiba. Kurenai interjected. If there's anything I learned the other day is that we have much to improve on, and I won't accept any arguments. Are we clear? Kiba sighed in defeat. Yes, ma'am. Good. Kurenai said. I'll see you in the next hour. Kurenai shunshin from the group, leaving Kiba frowning with disappointment. Looks like I won't be able to give you that tour today. Kiba said. It's alright. Ryota smiled. I'm sure I can get by on my own. I'll see you guys later. Ryota turned and walked off from the group to her next destination. She seems friendly. Sakura said. I just wish she could have chosen a more tasteful location to live in. That in itself tells much about Ryota. Shino remarked. There's more to her than she's telling us. But since she said that she'll be living here, we'll learn more about her in time. We might as well go about our other affairs and leave also. Kiba suggested. The group dispersed and left the scene to their next destinations after Sakura departed from them. Meanwhile, Ryota, trying to keep a low profile for now, decided to travel to the bridge for some time alone. It wasn't long before she arrived at where she wanted to go. Standing in the middle of the bridge, the young former IWA kunoichi started to wonder what the future had in store for her. She started wondering how life for her was going to be like once word of her origins gets out to the public. Her mind soon drifted off to Naruto, the very genin who captured her interest and fondness in spite of the fact that they never actually met face to face. She was wondering how she was going to introduce herself to him and... I can't believe myself, Ryota said to herself. Someone with my background and experience already worried about first impressions. She looked down over the bridge and watched the moving waters flow by. As she stood there, she sensed someone approaching her from her left. May I help you? Ryota asked as she turned and saw the kunoichi dispel her genjutsu, being visible again. The genjutsu mistress suspected from earlier that Ryota was more than she made herself out to be, especially now after she was able to detect her genjutsu. Taking a very good look at her, Kurenai said. I knew I recognized you from somewhere. Have we met before? Ryota asked. Besides in the district where you intersected your genin team not too long ago. No, Kurenai answered. But I read about your profile in the bingo books some time ago, Ryota, high A-class jounin better known as the Wagakure's Shining Stone. The teen kunoichi sighed. She knew that this would eventually happen. Kurenai sensed no threatening aura from Ryota, but she by no means dropped her guard just in case. Your bingo books need to be updated. Ryota corrected. Because I don't go by that title anymore. IWA removed and dismissed me as one of its own. That totally caught Kurenai off guard. Excuse me? I was recently disowned by my home village. Ryota explained. I'd rather not discuss the reasons for it. But I will say that I came to Konoha in hopes to start life anew here. If you don't believe me, you can always ask Tsunade-sama herself. She'll show you my official discharge papers from IWA if that'll serve to erase whatever doubts or suspicions you may have of me. Kurenai saw that the girl was telling the truth, but her curiosity was still present. Why Konoha of all places? Kurenai inquired. Why a village that's not on friendly terms with IWA? I wasn't exactly on friendly terms with my former village either, something I found Konoha and I have in common. Ryota remarked. Tsunade-sama allowed me to join and be registered as one of Konoha's jounins, but I'll be under probation for the next few months. Kurenai let out a small smile. I admit your story sounds honestly hard to believe. I can understand your doubts about me. Ryota said. I would feel the same way if the situation was in reverse. I'm not expecting to win everyone's trust or acceptance. But I'm certain that I'll find something, or someone precious in Konoha worth protecting. There was a brief moment of silence between the two females. The older of the two saw that Ryota was being sincere with her words without a trace of falsity in her tone. I don't think I properly introduced myself. The older Kunoichi said. I'm Yuhi Kurenai, a genjutsu mistress, and you already met my genin team. Smiling at the older woman, Ryota replied. I'm happy to meet you, Kurenai. I'm Ryota, and I hope to make my new mark as the stone leaf of Konoha. At the Hokage Tower. Tsunade was at her desk reviewing some documents when the door to her office opened, revealing Shikamaru entering the office. You wanted to see me? Shikamaru asked as a matter of fact. Tsunade placed the documents down and told the Chunin to close the door. After he did as instructed, he turned to face the female Hokage. Your skills in detective work are rather remarkable, Tsunade said. I see why Sarutobi-sensei placed you on Asuma's team. My father turned in my report, I see. Shikamaru stated. Tsunade explained everything that happened when Shikaku, Inoichi and Chuza entered her office hours earlier today. Shikamaru listened without interrupting until she was done. So in 1 week. Shikamaru spoke. You're going to have a meeting with the council and advisors in establishing Naruto as the true heir of our late yondaime. That's right. Tsunade confirmed. And I would like for you to be there also since you were the Chunin Huan. Master irrefutable evidence solidifying Naruto's rightful heritage and inheritance. Will the council be willing to grant Naruto his inheritance? Shikamaru asked. Tsunade shook her head. Knowing them, they'll give me a hard time, even with DNA proof. Regardless, your father and his original team have swore to support having Naruto established as the last Namake's clan heir. How do you suppose Naruto will react to the revelation of his Namake's heritage? Shikamaru asked. Especially after he learns that it was own father who sealed Kyuubi into him? Hard to say really. Tsunade replied. He's been through a great deal and him finding this out will trigger him to react in who knows what way. When the time comes? Shikamaru asked. Will you appoint someone to break the news to him? That won't be necessary. A voice said from the window. Tsunade and Shikamaru turned to see Jiraiya entering through the opened window. How long were you there? Tsunade asked. Since the conversation between you two started. Jiraiya said. I was going to report that the other Naruto and the girls are gone when I overheard what you both were discussing. So he and the three with him have been sent back. Tsunade said. Any idea of the identity of their summoner? All he told me was that his summoner was dealt with and that the scroll used to summon them into this world was completely burned and destroyed. Jiraiya explained. At least the secret to that jutsu won't fall into the wrong hands. Tsunade commented. But enough about that. We still have to discuss the matter of Naruto's heritage and inheritance. Let me break the news to him. Jiraiya suggested. Tsunade looked at her former teammate with a surprised expression. You're not going to argue and say it's not time to reveal Naruto's heritage? Tsunade asked. Why the sudden change of heart? Let's just say I had an epiphany before arriving here. Jiraiya remarked. As the boy's godfather, I owe it to him. I only hope he'll find it in his heart to forgive me. Both of us really. Tsunade replied. Is there more that you need from me? Shikamaru asked. I would like for you to inform all of the clan leaders and the other officials on the council of the meeting that will take place in 1 week. Tsunade instructed. If they ask for what purpose, tell them that it regards important matters concerning the late yondaime that cannot be ignored and failure to show up for the meeting will not be accepted, by order of the Hokage. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Shikamaru said before turning and leaving the office to carry out his order. As he reached for the door. Shikamaru. Tsunade called out to him. The teen Chunin turned to look at the slug princess. Yes. Shikamaru asked. There's something I need to ask you. Tsunade said. After investigating and discovering Naruto's familial roots, what are your thoughts about all this? I think that this whole conspiracy and village cover-up surrounding Naruto's life was one of the most, if not solely, troublesome things I've ever encountered in my shinobi career thus far. Shikamaru replied. However, it gave me a better insight into Naruto's life, and how he had it far worse than anyone I can think of. Alright, Tsunade remarked. Now, what do you really think? Does it really matter? Shikamaru asked. I'm asking you to be honest and frank with me, Tsunade stated. There was a brief moment of silence among them. A moment later, Shikamaru decided to break the silence and speak. Permission to speak freely, Shikamaru requested. Permission granted, Tsunade said. I lost a great deal of respect for my father, the villagers, and both you and Jiraiya-sama entirely, Shikamaru said bluntly. It will be a while before I can look at you both, my father and the villagers, without feeling some measures of shame and disgust. With that said, Shikamaru turned and left the office, leaving the two Sanins to their own thoughts. Jiraiya had no argument to say in his own defense. After what Minato told him earlier, he felt he deserved the younger generation's disappointment in him. Tsunade knew that once news about the truth concerning Naruto's heritage gets out into the public opening, there was going to be major repercussions on a series of levels. Seeing how Shikamaru felt, she could only wonder how the rest of the other genins and those of the younger generation was going to react when the truth about Naruto's life and familial line was publicly revealed. Ryota got acquainted with Team 8 and Sakura, though she wonders about how she's going to introduce herself to Naruto. How will that turn out? And after the meeting with Shikamaru and Jiraiya, what more is to come? Find out next time. Naruto was still in his deep sleep, never once waking up or leaving his bed. His mind was still processing the gift his big brother endowed him with. It would be hours into the next day when the mental processing would be complete and permanent. Outside the apartment complex, Jiraiya stood on top of one of the roofs looking through the window at the young blonde sleeping peacefully. He was told by Sakura earlier that Naruto hadn't woken up since he returned home and not reporting to meet with her and Kakashi. Jiraiya watched the boy for some time and found it odd that Naruto hadn't moved off his bed once, not even to go to the bathroom. That Gaki's been in bed all day, Jiraiya said to himself. He looks to be sleeping too peacefully to be sick. Jiraiya was tempted to infiltrate Naruto's apartment and check on the boy himself, but decided against it in the end. He decided that he would check on Naruto in the morning after he woke up. Turning around, the Sannin left and returned to his own apartment. Sleep well, Naruto, Jiraiya thought. Your life is going to have some significant changes very soon. Everything was put in order, from new furniture, rugs, dishes, all her clothes, her official Konoha Jounin uniform and gear, and everything needed to make her new place comfortable looking and inviting. The only picture she had was the one featuring herself and her late older sister Chizuru in civilian clothes. Her sister died years ago, protecting her from Deidara after he was revealed to being a traitor and terrorist. The place was decorated with some plants, for bonsai trees and other ornaments to give it that traditional oriental feeling. After settling back into her apartment, Ryota showered and cleaned herself up. When she was done, she put on clean underwear and her sleeping gown. She headed to her bedroom and glanced through her window. Straight in front of her view was Naruto's apartment. From a relative distance, she had a good view of his apartment from her bedroom window. Turning the lights off, Ryota got into bed and covered herself with her bed sheet. The following morning. It was 8 o'clock in the morning and the sun was rising in all its morning glory. Naruto yawned and stretched his arms out, getting the feeling back in them. What the? Naruto asked confusedly. What happened? What day is this? And how did I get back here? After sitting up on his bed, his mind started recalling everything that happened the previous day. In one fast upload, everything came back to him as he started to feel completely different than ever before in his entire life. His mind was completely open to many new things. He possessed new experiences and truths he wholly understood with no confusion. He jumped out of his bed with utter excitement. Wow! Naruto yelled, happened with his fists clenched. This is amazing. I feel incredible. Yes. I can't believe how much I know and totally understand now. Even years of training at the Ninja Academy couldn't begin to compare to this. Niken's gift is so kick-ass. The young ninja was finding that the things he was never taught at the academy and things the teachers refused to properly train him in, concepts of chakra control for those having huge quantities of chakra, the fundamental usages of Kage Bushins, training that Kakashi was negligent on, full knowledge of Bojutsu-en, Naruto learned from En. Sarutobi Hiruzen with the use of a Naginata and other styles of fighting along with many other things were fully activated in Naruto's mind. En. Naruto's gift was this. he copied essential segments his knowledge and experiences as a ninja and merged into his kid brother's mental makeup. In other words, Naruto now had the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of an S-class elite jounin. The only catch was that he didn't have the bodily build, stamina, or chakra control of an S-class elite jounin, something Naruto realized he would have to work very hard to attain with much needed time and dedication. But in his excitement, however, Naruto realized that he couldn't just go and reveal to everyone what he now knows. To do so would raise a lot of questions about how he acquired his newfound knowledge and understanding and compromise his promise to his older brother. For now, he would have to keep it on a down low. The only person who knew his secret was Konohamaru, and he knew the kid would never betray him. I have so much to physically catch up on, Naruto acknowledged. But first, he smelled himself. I need a good shower. Grabbing a towel, Naruto hurried into the bathroom to brush his teeth and shower. It wasn't until another 17 minutes when he came out of the bathroom with his towel wrapped around his waist. Returning back to his room, he pulled out a clean pair of boxers from his drawer and placed it on. Turning to his spare bright orange jumpsuit in the closet, Naruto was about to reach out for it when Naruto's words came back to remind him of something. You're a ninja, not some immature child seeking attention wherever or from whoever he can. So dress and carry yourself as a disciplined shinobi. Turning away from it, Naruto then remembered the scroll his Niken left with him. Going to his other orange jacket on the chair, he retrieved the scroll from it and opened it, finding the kanji for new clothes and utensils written in it. Placing the scroll down on the bed, Naruto formed a hand seal and released the seal. In a burst of smoke, the seal released the new clothes and items that were locked away in it. After the smoke cleared, Naruto's eyes widened in excitement at the new stuff he was given. No way, Naruto said happily. These things look so cool. And they look rather expensive. Sweet. Naruto's eyes soon found a note on top of the sets of clothes. Reaching for the letter, Naruto opened and read it. Hey little bro. If you're reading this, then that means that you're awake and that my mental gift that I've imparted to you has been fully processed. I hope you like that and the other gifts I gave to you. Besides having new civilian clothes, I got for you a new special set of ninja clothes. Unlike the standard types, this special type has a gravity seal designed into it. By focusing chakra into it, your clothes could either be as light as a feather, weigh hundreds of pounds, or several tons. I used to train in them from time to time. I think you will make good use of them too, like I did. Just don't go overboard with them, and use the seal moderately or you'll injure yourself badly. Tell no one about the secret of those clothes unless you're 100% certain you can trust him or her with its secret. Remember, be wise about it. Also, I gave you one of my Naginatas to keep and train with in the use of Bojutsu. Remember, you have the mind for it, now you need to physically develop yourself for it, and along with the other talents and skills I've imparted to you. The road to accomplish this will be long and difficult, count on it. But I'm more than confident that you'll see to this no matter how hard things become, or whatever challenges come your way. This won't make up for all that you suffered throughout your life, but through all that you've endured all those years, I saw that it made you stronger than anyone else in Konoha, and our parents would be proud of the man you're becoming just as I am. Keep in mind too that there are other smart and really pretty girls out there. Just have an open mind about it, and take the time to get to know them and let them get to know you. They'll surprise you, trust me. Though we'll never again meet face to face, never forget that a part of me will always be with you, because a part of you will always be with me as well. Goodbye, my little brother, the girls, and I wish you the best of luck in fulfilling your dreams. With brotherly love. Senju Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto already had tears coming down his face. He wiped them away and composed himself. Looking at the letter again, he saw that there was a seal underneath his brother's name. The kanji on it read, Rub. Complying, Naruto found an additional statement written at the bottom of the letter that the seal hid. Crumble and throw this letter away out the window right away. This letter will self-destruct. The letter started emitting smoke from itself. Oh, Naruto said before he crumbled the letter and ran out to his balcony. He threw the letter into the air a second before it burst into flames and deteriorated into burnt ashes that was scattered and carried off into the wind. Goodbye, Nizan, Naruto said in his heart. He looked into the skies to visualize an image of Naruto smiling down at him. A part of you will indeed live on in me. Returning back inside, Naruto went to try on the new ninja clothes and gear he was given. 15 minutes later. Jiraiya was sprinting from roof to roof heading to Naruto's apartment. He was expecting that he would have to wake the boy up himself if he was still asleep. Reaching his apartment complex, the Sannin leaped down onto his balcony after finding the doors to it opened. "Hey Gaki!" Jiraiya called out as he entered the apartment. "Ero Sennin!" Naruto's voice called from the kitchen. Jiraiya never stopped getting annoyed at being called that. At least he's awake, Jiraiya thought. "Where are you?" Naruto walked into his bedroom to see Jiraiya standing there waiting for him. Jiraiya took a good look and found to his surprise that Naruto wasn't in his usually orange jumpsuit anymore. His new outfit was completely different, and rather appealing for a standard shinobi. A/N visualized Naruto wearing the same clothes and white gloves as Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. Naruto also had bandage wrappings around his ankles and his head protector was tied around his head. Looking at the garments the blonde genin was wearing, Jiraiya saw that they were made with some durable material that wasn't made in Konoha. "I love the new clothes, Naruto," Jiraiya complimented. "They look good on you. But there's no way you could have gotten them on your own. Where did you get them?" "It was time for a change anyway." Naruto shrugged. "Niken gave them to me as a going-away present." "Your big brother has good taste," Jiraiya remarked. "And the materials used in the making of those clothes aren't found in Konoha, which makes them rather expensive. He definitely made you look like a real shinobi." Naruto frowned but gave the toad sage no retort. "So what are you here for?" Naruto asked. "I just came to check up on you," Jiraiya said. "You've been asleep all day yesterday and I was concerned." "Yeah, about that." Naruto scratched the back of his head. "I wasn't feeling all that well yesterday, but I'm feeling a whole lot better now, like a new man." "Is the Naginata that's on your bed another going-away gift from your Niken?" Jiraiya asked. Judging from the craftsmanship on the staff with its large blade, Jiraiya acknowledged that the materials used in the forging of that weapon was of high quality. "Yeah," Naruto said. "He gave it to me to use and practice with. I'm finding it a little hard seeing you using that choice of weapon," Jiraiya admitted. "You never used the Naginata at all, and it won't be not like using one of your kunais or shurikens." "I'll surprise you and everyone else in time," Naruto replied calmly. "Don't underestimate me. I'll surpass all expectations of me, even yours." "Databeo." "Whatever, Gaki," Jiraiya said. "Just try not to hurt yourself with that weapon. If you're interested in using the Naginata, you're best to find someone who's specialized in it. Maybe that Tenten girl could be of some assistance. She's good and talented in the weaponry department." "That's alright," Naruto said. "I'll practice on my own time. Anyway, I have to meet up with Kakashi-sensei and Sakura-chan to see if we have a new mission today. You coming?" "No," Jiraiya said. "There's something else I have to look into." "You mean bathhouses you have to look into, right?" Naruto snorted. "Hey," Jiraiya retorted. "There's nothing wrong in appreciating the sculptural beauty of a woman." "Whatever," Naruto said as he went and got his new black sandals that came with his new outfit. "He and the girls left and were sent back home yesterday while you were sleeping," Jiraiya said. "They won't be coming back ever again. I thought I'd be the one to let you know." Naruto was silent for a minute. After a minute went by. "It's alright," Naruto assured. "Niken and the girls already said their goodbyes to me, so I'm alright really. And it's not like he left without leaving me with some cool gifts on top of that." Heading to the balcony, Naruto placed his new sandals on and stepped out into the balcony with Jiraiya following behind him. Naruto locked the balcony door and turned to the sage. "I'll see you later, Ero Sennin," Naruto said as he jumped from the balcony to the next roof. Jiraiya stood there, and he watched Naruto flip and maneuver himself from roof to roof. "Clearly, Naruto," Jiraiya smiled and said aloud, "your big brother has made a huge impression on your life." Jiraiya then started wondering how he would reveal the news of Naruto's heritage to the boy. He knew he'd have before the coming council meeting to do so before the news hit the fan. "Things are really going to shake up in Konoha when Tsunade makes that public speech," Jiraiya said to himself as he took off from the balcony. At the training ground, "Naruto better show up soon," Sakura stated while waiting alone. "If he cuts out again." Kakashi wasn't there either. As usual, the copycat ninja was always late. The pink-haired kunoichi sighed and continued waiting. It was another 20 minutes later when Naruto appeared on the scene. "Sorry I'm late," Naruto said, as Sakura turned to face him. Well, it's about Dash. She stopped when she saw the new clothes Naruto was wearing. Naruto approached her but reminded himself not to try to show off to her. Naruto, Sakura said, regaining her voice. When did you get those sets of clothes? This was a gift from Niken, Naruto said. I decided to forego my original clothes and settle for these instead. What do you think? Honestly, Sakura said, these look a lot better than your flashy orange jumpsuit. You'll be taken more seriously with that new look. Naruto was about to give Sakura a reply and decided to say nothing as he sat down on the grass in a mediation position. What are you doing? Sakura asked. Kakashi-sensei won't be here for another 2.5 hours, Naruto said. I'm just making use of the time with some chakra and breathing exercises. Sakura raised an eyebrow on hearing the thing coming out of Naruto's mouth, but she figured that he was just trying to impress her and raise his chances of getting a date from her. That theory was shot down after 40 minutes of silence went by with Naruto saying nothing to her. True to his word, he was actually doing chakra and breathing exercises. Okay, Naruto, Sakura started. What's going on? Naruto, after his concentration was broken, asked. What are you talking about? I mean, really? Sakura retorted. Your counterpart was summoned to this world and now you're trying to act like him all of a sudden. I'm not trying to act like Niken, Naruto said. In fact, I can never be him. Still, I can learn from his example and better myself. Well, I can't argue with that, Sakura admitted. Seeing Niken in action was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. Naruto smiled sadly. And it's something we'll never see again. What do you mean? Sakura asked. He and his girls are gone and never coming back, Naruto explained. Ero-sennin told me this morning. Still, I'm happy that we got to meet them. Though the introductions were rather bitterly sour, Sakura remarked. If only I could show him a thing or two. Wasn't it mentioned that you're his kohai back in his world? Naruto asked. It's hard to believe, Sakura said. Me being his junior subordinate. Is the idea of being my subordinate that bad, Sakura kohai? Naruto teased. What was that, Naruto? Sakura growled with her right fist clenched tightly, ready to inflict some bruises on the blonde. Before, Naruto would have been heavily intimidated by Sakura's rage, with fear ever so present in his face and voice. However, Naruto's recently infused influence prevented such behavior from manifesting. I was only joking, Sakura-chan, Naruto said. You don't have to be so touchy and personal about it. Sakura was surprised that Naruto didn't panic and ramble fearfully. He stayed calm and in control of himself. All right, Sakura said. I'll let it go, just this once. Naruto shrugged and gave no comment on that. What did you think of Niken and his girls, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. What do I think of them? Sakura asked. Yeah, Naruto continued. You know about them being lovers? Naruto saw the heated blush that appeared on Sakura's face. When she recalled the graphic erotic tale the three Namikaze girls shared with her, Ino, Tenten and Hinata, Sakura turned and looked away. It was hard for Sakura to look at Naruto straight in the eye with the idea of giving her honest opinion about the idea of Hinata, Ino and Temari offering themselves willingly to him. In truth, she partially would have expected it more from Hinata, but Temari and Ino were another story. I didn't know what to think, to be honest, Naruto, Sakura replied. The Ino, Hinata and Temari we met were completely different from the ones we're used to. In almost every way, Ino and Hinata's counterparts were the complete opposites of them. From what Niken said, Naruto said, you're exactly as you are in his world as you are now. You and Sasuke team haven't changed at all from what he said after meeting you. Sakura didn't know whether to feel complimented or insulted. From what she recalled, Naruto's counterpart looked down on her, and he made no attempt to be discreet about it. To add to it, Naruto's alter ego had the utmost contempt for Sasuke of both worlds, wanting nothing to do with any attempts of returning him back to Konoha and getting him to rejoin as a Konoha shinobi. Well, who cares what Jerk thinks of me? Sakura retorted. He's not even from this dimension, so it's not like it matters anyway. I suppose. Naruto shrugged before a thought came to mind. Would you happen to know why the girls with Niken slept with him? Sakura turned and looked at him suspiciously as she asked. Why are you so curious? Niken wouldn't me tell the reasons for being intimate with them, Naruto explained. So I was wondering if any of those three girls explained their reasons to you and the others. Sakura found the conversation awkward on so many levels. The blush partially returned to her face as she started explaining to Naruto what Hinata, Ino and Temari explained to her and the others during the time Naruto and Naruto him weren't in the house during their explanation. She left out the parts that led to Shikamaru's outburst at her during their explanation. Wow! Naruto marveled. They did that as their way of bonding strongly with him as their promise of a lifetime? I will admit that I found their story hard to believe when I first heard it. Sakura said. I mean for them to go that far. I mean, they must really love and care for him on deep levels to give of themselves in such a way. Would you have done the same for someone you cared for? Naruto asked. Sakura was caught off guard by that question as she recalled the night Sasuke left the village before knocking her unconscious and leaving her on the bench. Well, Sakura stuttered. I'm sorry, Naruto apologized. That's really none of my business. You don't have to tell me anything, Sakura-chan. Thank you, Sakura said gratefully. Still, Naruto said, I'm happy that I now better understand the girl's actions. Thanks for filling in the missing gaps. No problem, Sakura replied. Closing his eyes, Naruto retuned to his meditation form again and resumed his chakra and breathing exercises. The remainder of the time was kept in silence, as Naruto made no attempt to start another conversation. Sakura was bored waiting for their sensei, and Naruto was busy with his own thing. For Sakura, it felt weird not having Naruto pester her about going on a date with her before shooting him down, sometimes physically or complaining about Kakashi's habitual lateness. It was something she grew used to, but Naruto doing none of those things now proved to feel weird. A minute later, Kakashi arrived with his favorite book in hand. Sorry I'm late again, Kakashi said. On my way here, 2 kids approached and asked me to rescue and save their drowning dog. Liar! Sakura yelled. Kakashi shrugged and then took notice of the blonde genin's new attire. Your new clothes are most appealing and adequate, Naruto. Kakashi analyzed with his book still in hand. Definitely something I respect. Thanks, Naruto remarked while still in his meditation position before standing back up. So what's today's mission? A tour guide mission, Kakashi said. Say what? Naruto asked. We have a new kunoichi who recently joined our village, Kakashi explained. Our assignment for today is to give her a complete tour of our village. Why us? Sakura asked. Because Tsunade-sama requested that our team specifically gives this new ninja the tour, Kakashi said. Where's she from? Naruto asked. Why do you ask? Kakashi asked. Well, Naruto said, I would like to know a bit more about this new foreign ninja that joined our village. We can never be too careful. Point taken, Kakashi said as he closed his book and put it away. I might as well tell you both the truth before you hear any distorted information about her from anyone else. She's a jounin from IWA, formerly known as Iwagakure's Shining Stone. Never heard of her. Naruto shrugged. Naruto, don't interrupt, Sakura scolded. She left IWA after being disowned by her village for reasons unknown, Kakashi continued. She came to Konoha seeking a chance for a new life here as a new Konoha ninja. And Tsunade-sama specifically requested a genin team whose jounin sensei happens to be the former pupil of our late yondaime give this ninja the tour, Sakura asked disbelievingly. Not much to say on that part, Kakashi shrugged. But yes. Is she pretty? Naruto asked, causing Sakura to turn and look at him. Excuse me, Kakashi replied. Is she pretty? Naruto repeated. Is she pretty old like Bachan? Sakura raised her hand and swung it at the back of Naruto's head. Naruto, however, ducked forward, allowing her hand to pass over him as Sakura tripped forward but managed to keep from falling. Sakura and Kakashi were surprised by this. In the past, Naruto would always get smacked or beaten up by Sakura for whatever dumb or senseless remark, act, or question he asked. Regardless of what happened, Sakura rebuked. Show some respect. And don't ask such stupid questions like asking about a female's age. When and where was that law written? Naruto asked. If we have a foreign kunoichi joining us, we should have as accurate of information on her like Kakashi-sensei said, right? That is true, Naruto, Kakashi said. No, she's not old at all. In fact, she's only 2 years older than you. She's only 15, Sakura asked. Doesn't she have family or friends back in IWA? She's an orphan, Kakashi stated. No family, no friends. On hearing that, Naruto started to feel some measures of kindred spirit for this foreign kunoichi. Well, Naruto said enthusiastically. Let's go and meet her. If we give her a good impression, we and the rest of Konoha can become her new family and friends. Kakashi shrugged as they turned and hurried on their way to the Hokage Tower. A while later, Kakashi and his genin team arrived at the tower and made their way over to the room where their client was waiting. When they arrived at the door, Kakashi opened it to reveal a teenage kunoichi wearing standard Konoha jounin vest, gear and clothes. Her parts and shirt were dark blue, her long brown hair was tied in a braided ponytail that reached down to her lower back, and she was wearing black leather fingerless gloves. Some of her dark brown hair in front of her head fell over the head protector tied around her head. Also, she was wearing a light beige short-sleeve cloak with gray-colored leaf designs going around the back of the cloak. On the back of the cloak was the kanji for Stone Leaf of Konoha. Hearing the door open, the girl turned to see Kakashi and his team at the door. Sakura, however, was most surprised to see who their client was. Ryota! Sakura exclaimed. None other Sakura, Ryota said. Kakashi and Naruto looked at both females. You two met before? Naruto asked with a confused look. Yesterday, actually, Ryota said. I also am. E.T. your other friends, Hinata, Shino, Kiba and their jounin sensei Kurinai. Looks like you're popular already, Naruto said. So you must be Uzumaki Naruto-kun, Ryota said. Sakura blanked at hearing the honorific Ryota gave to Naruto's name. Naruto-kun. Sakura questioned in her thoughts, she only met him just now and already she's calling him Naruto-kun. You heard of me? Naruto asked. You and your team are famous in Nami no Kuni, Ryota answered. I heard many other stories about you. Now that I see you, I found that I was misinformed about what I heard about you. You're a lot cuter than they described you, Naruto-kun. Sakura was dumbfounded at what she was hearing and seeing. She didn't know whether or not to believe what she was seeing and hearing. Naruto was smiling and blushing while scratching the back of his head. Thanks, Naruto said. I don't know what you heard, but I'm happy it didn't leave you thinking poorly of me. That's nice and all, Sakura interjected. But can we get this mission started today? Naruto was a little surprised at how Sakura abruptly cut in like that, but he figured that maybe Sakura was just trying to keep the group focused on their original objective. So with that in mind, the three of them left the tower with Ryota and gave her the tour around Konoha. They showed her some of the village's libraries, restaurants, bars, neighborhoods, bathhouses, the ninja academy, training grounds and a couple of other places. During the tour, Ryota spent much of her time talking with Naruto while asking him a series of questions which she secretly already knew the answers to. However, she did this so as to make it look like she didn't know much, if anything at all, about either him or Konoha. The blonde was so absorbed in answering all of Ryota's questions and inquiries that he didn't notice the frown that was on a certain pink-haired genin's face. Sakura was annoyed at how Ryota frequently flirted with Naruto while Kakashi paid it no mind. On a few occasions, Sakura brought up different subjects to talk about. Later they stopped by Naruto's favorite ramen stand. Taking a break there, the group ordered some beef and pork ramen. Kakashi, however, decided to eat later. While the others were eating, the male jounin pulled out his book and continued reading where he left off. Turning to see what Kakashi was reading, Ryota asked curiously, "What's that novel?" Naruto, Sakura and Kakashi looked at Ryota questionably. Ika Paradise, Kakashi said. What's it about? Ryota inquired. Now they really looked at Ryota with surprised expressions. You never heard of the Ika Paradise book series? Kakashi asked with a disbelieving tone. Ryota shook her head. All I know is that lots of males love reading that book. I have seen a lot of ninja guys reading that book before, but I never paid it any mind until now. So who's the author? Ero-senin, Naruto answered. Who? Ryota asked confusedly. Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi clarified. You mean the famous Toad Sanin? Ryota said. He writes books? More like smutty materials, Sakura remarked. The female populace really hate that book. I'm sure it can't be all that bad, Ryota said. Especially seeing that your jounin sensei seems to be an avid reader of the famously Sanin's writings. Mind if I take a look at the book? Ryota extended her left hand out to Kakashi, wanting to read into the book's contents. Naruto and Sakura had shocked and stupefied expressions of their faces. They couldn't believe what they were seeing and hearing. No female they knew has ever asked to read Ika Paradise, in public no less. I don't think you want to look into that book, Ryota, Sakura cautioned. You might not like what you'll read from it. Come on, Ryota said. How bad could it be? Let me take a look into it. Looks like I'll have to order a new one after she's done tearing this one apart when she sees Naruto and Sakura's point, thought Kakashi as handed her the book. Taking it, she opened the book and began reading its contents. Naruto and Sakura were waiting for her next reaction. In truth, they were expecting her to toss the book to the ground in disgust. But what happened next was rather unexpected. She kept reading, and was turning to the next pages. After another 9 minutes of reading, a blush filled Ryota's cheeks as a smile appeared on her lips. I take it that you like what you're reading? Kakashi asked with an amused voice. Do I? Ryota said excitedly as she turned to Kakashi. It has a captivating plot and everything, and I only read the introduction with the first couple of pages. You mind if I borrow this book? Naruto and Sakura's eyes were wide as dish plates with their mouths dropped open in sheer shock at what was happening. Before Kakashi could explain that he wasn't done reading that new edition. Hey Kakashi-sensei. Sakura. The group turned to see teammate approaching them. Kiba picked up a familiar scent and found that the new kunoichi was Ryota. Ryota. Kiba greeted before he and his teammates saw and recognized the opened orange book that was in her hands. Hinata's face turned red seeing what Ryota was reading while Shino's had raised eyebrows. You read that stuff? Kiba asked with a surprised expression. Until today, Ryota said. I never knew this great book series existed. I have to say Jiraiya-sama is a really good and talented writer. No way, Naruto thought in disbelief, she actually likes Ero-sennin's writings. I never thought I'd ever meet a female who loves Ero-sennin's books. She's definitely surprising. I never thought I'd ever meet a female that would actually read that stuff with no shame, Sakura thought. She's not afraid to read perverted materials in public, Kiba thought with a wide toothy grin on his face. What a girl. Any other girl wouldn't be seen dead with that book in public. I definitely got to get to know her. So you're a ninja? Shino said, stating the obvious. Yes, Shino. Ryota said. Besides being the new foreigner in Konoha, I'm one of the village's new recruits. A chunin? Shino inquired. A jounin actually. Ryota corrected. Shino nodded in acknowledgement. It's great to have you among our ranks, Ryota-san. Hinata said. Hopefully we will have the chance to work together someday. I'm sure we will, Hinata. Ryota agreed. And in time, I hope that the both of us will become like close sisters to each other. Hinata smiled and nodded. I would like that very much, Ryota-san. Sakura didn't know why, but she saw that Ryota clearly liked and favored Hinata. I can't believe her. Inner Sakura shrieked. She said nothing about hoping that I would become like a close sister to her. And I'm part of the team giving her the damn tour of the village. Such an ingrate this Ryota is. Sharanu. Hopefully I'll get to work with you too, Ryota. Kiba said. Perhaps on a cool mission or something. Maybe. Ryota remarked. So long as you remember that I outrank you. Yes, ma'am. Kiba grinned. Hinata turned and realized that the ninja sitting next to Ryota was none other than Naruto. Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled and greeted as she studied the new clothes Naruto was wearing. Fiddling with her fingers, she said, I like your new clothes. They look really good on you. Thanks. Naruto replied with a smile. You really think my new clothes look good on me? They look a whole lot better than that horrible jumpsuit you used to wear. Kiba remarked. Kiba-kun. Hinata rebuked. It's alright, Hinata. Naruto assured. The jumpsuit thing was getting old anyway, so I decided to change my appearance. I'm happy that you like my new clothes, Hinata. Hinata blushed harder while trying to come up with something to say. Just as she was about to say something more to Naruto. Well, guys, Kakashi cut in. As much as we like to stick around and talk with our fellow comrades, but we still have the rest of the mission to carry out. After paying for the food, the group got up to leave. Thanks for the meal, Jizan. Naruto said. My pleasure, Naruto. Tochi said. What mission do you guys have to fulfill? Hinata asked. We're giving Ryota a tour of Konoha. Naruto said. Way out? Kiba wailed. Naruto was taken aback by Kiba's reaction. It's our mission for today and we were specifically selected by Bachan. Naruto explained. Well, we'll see you guys later. Kakashi and his team departed from Team 8 with Ryota following and walking alongside Naruto with Kakashi's book in her hand and her attentive eyes on what she was reading, That isn't fair. Kiba wept as tears fell down his face, A/N, anime tears. I wanted to give Ryota that tour. It isn't fair. Hinata gave Kiba a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. Sadly, the life of a shinobi has its disappointing times. Shino commented. But keep in mind that Ryota is now a ninja of Konoha. So you'll get to see her again, and as it was said before, we'll possibly get to work with her in the future. That served to lighten Kiba's mood, though he was still a bit sore that he wouldn't be giving Ryota that tour as he had wanted to give her since yesterday. Meanwhile at the tower, Tsunade was busy putting together everything that was going to be needed for the coming council meeting. Shizen had given her code file UK 12674 and the medical files on Minato and Naruto. What she retrieved from code file UK 12674 was the secret file on the late Uzumaki Kushina. It contained everything about her, including her marriage certificate and the authentic signatures of two witnesses, namely Jiraiya and Kakashi, with Hiruzen's signature since he was the one who performed the marriage ceremony. Kushina kept her maiden name at Minato's request for her protection from his enemies, both within and outside of Konoha. Not surprisingly, only a handful knew of Minato's secret marriage. Not even the civilian or shinobi council knew, and Tsunade saw that would most likely lead to more complications. In Kushina's files was also Naruto's birth certificate possessing both hers and Minato's signatures. She lived long enough to sign the certificate before dying of exhaustion from childbirth and heavy anxiety and stress from Kyuubi's attack. Also in Kushina's files was Minato's written will to Naruto. In it were his final words stating clearly that all of his possessions, wealth, and estate would belong to his only son and sole heir as the last surviving Namikaze. The will went on to explain that to protect Naruto's inheritance, Minato sealed away the estate and everything in it. It then went on to state what would be required to reopen the estate. When her eyes read the instructions, a smile formed on her face. This should help silence the council should they try to argue otherwise, Tsunade said. She also added Shikamaru's investigation report that was backed up by 3 clan leaders into the presentation to help in getting Naruto his inheritance. Somewhere in Konoha, Team 7 was concluding the tour around the village. They spent most of the day going around the village, and even taking Ryota to the top of the Hokage monument. Now it was close to the evening hours. Ryota still had her head in Kakashi's orange book until the Jounin requested the book be returned to him. Reluctantly, she complied and gave the book back. I must say that being here is much different than being in IWA, Ryota said. I suppose it's because we're not the sort that crawls back under the rock from which they came, Naruto remarked. Ryota laughed. That's a good one. You're quite the comedian, Naruto-kun. He is, Sakura added. Occasionally, Naruto either has the joke on him, or he ends up as the joke. Sakura-chan, Naruto said, feeling slightly deflated. Thanks for the tip, Sakura. Ryota smiled. Now I know who to turn to for some good laughs to put a smile on my face during my bad days. You wouldn't mind giving me something to laugh and smile about on my bad days, would you, Naruto-kun? Hey, Naruto replied with his smile returned to his face. If I can be useful, then I'll give you all the laughs you want, even if I'm the one being laughed at. Sakura muttered something incoherent under her breath, but it wasn't given attention to. Well guys, this brings the tour to its conclusion, thus a successful mission, Kakashi said. Well done. Thanks for showing me around and introducing me to new people here in this village, Ryota said. You guys made me feel most welcomed here. It was our pleasure, Naruto said. Thanks for having us as your tour guides. They returned to the tower and reported that the mission was completed. In truth, Ryota had been in Konoha as a spy long enough to know the village, though not as thoroughly as the Jounins, ANBU Black Ops, or the Hokage herself. The D-rank tour mission assigned to Team 7 by Tsunade was in fact a ploy in getting Naruto to meet and interact with Ryota. Needless to say, everything went perfectly. After receiving the pay to the day's mission, the team exited the tower. Well team, Kakashi said. We'll report at the same training tomorrow morning. Make sure you're well rested. Bye. Kakashi shunted from them, leaving Naruto and Sakura with Ryota. Damn it, Ryota muttered. I wasn't done reading that book. And just when it was getting good, I got to get me a copy of that book and the rest of that series. How could you stomach reading that garbage? Sakura asked incredulously. Ryota grinned. Don't detest it until you test it. Who knows, Sakura, maybe it might give you some ideas. Sakura wasn't able to fight back the heated blush that burned on her face from hearing what Ryota was implying. This girl's a total perv, Sakura thought. Kakashi-sensei completely corrupted her. In any case, Ryota said, it was fun. But I guess this is where we part ways. I suppose it is, Sakura said. Well, I have to return home anyway. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, Naruto. Just as Sakura was about to head home. Naruto-kun, Ryota said. From what I found out yesterday, we live in the same district right next to each other. Cool, Naruto replied. So we can walk home together then. Shall we? Ryota invited. Accepting her offer, Naruto walked side by side with the older female, leaving Sakura alone to watch them depart together for the same destination. From a distance, she heard Naruto laughing from whatever it was that Ryota told him. Sakura felt a certain feeling manifesting within herself. Shaking and dismissing that feeling out of her system, she turned and started on her way home. All the while, Jiraiya was standing in front of Konoha's memorial stone. On it were engraved the names of all those who died in the line of duty protecting Konoha. Among them was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the late Sandaime Hokage once known as the Professor and God of Ninja. And the one whose name Jiraiya focused on was Namake's Minato, the late Yondaime Hokage once known as the Yellow Flash. Jiraiya was wondering how he was going to go about revealing the truth to Naruto. He knew he had to come up with something and hope for the best. But either way, he knew he'd have to face Naruto's reaction head-on regardless if his reaction would be favorable or outright violent. And he had to do this before the day Tsunade made the public announcement explaining Naruto's true familial legacy to the entire village. I don't know which will be worse, Jiraiya thought out loud. Naruto's reaction, that of the villagers or those from the other elemental nations when they soon learn of Naruto being Minato's son. So Tsunade-sama plans to reveal the truth. A voice spoke from behind Jiraiya. The Sannin turned to find Kakashi standing behind him. The copycat ninja came to the site at Jiraiya's request made to him earlier for his brief audience. In a matter of days, in fact, Jiraiya said. As we speak, Tsunadeheim is gathering everything together to present before the council irrefutable proof of Naruto's birthright and to establish the boy as the last Namake's clan heir. Because we were the ones who witnessed Minato's secret marriage to Kushina, we both have to be present to testify before the council in Naruto's behalf during the meeting. That makes sense considering that we were among the few who were closest to Minato-sensei and his wife, Kakashi replied. Is there more to this? Tsunadeheim also plans to repeal Sarutobi-sensei's law and reveal to the younger generation the truth behind Kyuubi's attack and defeat along with Naruto's heritage. I can only imagine how the younger generation will take the revelation, Kakashi said without a doubt. The reaction from both the council and populace will definitely be ugly. Only because our sins and those of the older generation is going to come back to bite us, Jiraiya said. We're going to reap what we sow. Do you suppose the council will try to deny having Naruto being given what rightfully belongs to him despite having tangible proof and verbal testimony from us presented to them? Kakashi asked. If they do, Jiraiya stated, Tsunadeheim will not be the only angry Sannin they'll have to deal with. Plus, the original Inoshikacho trio and Shikamaru are also backing her up. How did those four come into play in all this? Kakashi asked. Shikamaru was the one who investigated and unmasked evidence linking Naruto to Minato and Kushina, and his being a Jinchuriki, Jiraiya explained. After he wrote his report and gave it to his father through whatever verbal exchange that took place between them, Shikaku got Anoichi and Chusa to support Shikamaru's report, and they planned to support having Naruto established as the rightful Namake's clan heir. And now we're at this point. I'm sure that it was your blunder from a few days ago and mistaken the other Naruto for Minato that triggered that Naragaki to investigate Naruto's life, thus setting off this domino effect. That Nara kid truly is a genius. Kakashi accepted. So this whole thing is my fault, huh? Looking for someone to blame would be the easy and coward's way out, Jiraiya said. We all share the blame in failing Minato and his family. It's time we accept responsibilities for our mistakes and not allow history to repeat itself. Though Kakashi didn't show it, but he couldn't help but wonder what Naruto's reaction toward him was going to be despite whatever explanation was there to give to Naruto for his being silent about knowing his mother and father. Kakashi was sworn to secrecy about Naruto's heritage, but even he doubted that Naruto would take it well. The Jounin didn't try to make excuses for his past mistakes either as he understood Jiraiya's words. Kakashi soon decided to speak his thoughts. I can only wonder what Naruto's reaction will be toward the both of us. You do know that once word of Minato-sensei having a son gets out to the rest of world that dash. There are many possible responses. Yes, I'm very well aware of that, Kakashi. Jiraiya interjected. The Akatsuki won't change their objectives in capturing Naruto. In fact, there may be a chance that they'll try to intensify it. Minato's enemies and possibly those from Tsuchi no Kuni might try to target Naruto. But Naruto will not be left defenseless or without a means to hold on to the inheritance his father left behind for him. I will increase his training through sweat and blood. I'll educate and make him smarter, whatever it takes for him to achieve the rank of elite Jounin and Namikaze clan leader status like his brother. Minato's bloodline and the Namikaze clan will survive and live on through Naruto and his future descendants. Turning to face Kakashi, Jiraiya stated, As Naruto's godfather, I will see to that personally. Ryota has been introduced to Naruto, thus starting their new friendship. Jiraiya, taking his godfather role more serious, seeks to not only preserve Minato and Kushina'S familial line, but make Naruto achieve the rank of elite Jounin and the Namikaze clan leader status in Konoha. Will he succeed in accomplishing this? Will Naruto be willing to forgive Jiraiya, Tsunade and Kakashi once the Toad Sannin reveals the truth to him? Will the others and the rest of the villagers take a liking to Ryota? Find out next time. It was a clear day and everyone was going about their own affairs. Sakura was waiting for Kakashi and Naruto to show up at the designated training ground. Naruto in the meantime was elsewhere in the forest. He started off spending a half-hour meditating, preparing his mind and body for the use of his new clothes features. When he was done, Naruto chose to start off with the first levels of his new training his older brother instructed him about. That training was advanced chakra control. This exercise was to prepare Naruto to have stronger control of his huge quantities of chakra as his older brother. While doing this, Naruto would require his gravity clothes to be on level 1 to start off. With the built-in gravity seal in place, Naruto focused chakra into the seal and started off with level 1, which proved to be more than he expected. His movements were slowed down greatly, and his body felt a lot heavier. Damn, Naruto groaned mentally, how the hell didn't I get used to this? Sakura was still by herself waiting for Naruto and Kakashi to show up. She was still annoyed with yesterday's D-rank mission and Ryota's shameless flirting session with Naruto. Not only that, Ryota openly stated that she wanted to bond with Hinata as her close sister. And throughout the entire tour, the new Kunoichi made no statements saying that she hoped to have such a bond Sakura. Along with that, Ryota was a total pervert who took a strong liking to Ika Paradise. I can't believe we have a flirty female pervert amongst us, Sakura thought, and I had to sit through most of yesterday's mission watching Naruto talking and being led around by that walking tease. Hey Sakura-chan! A voice called out to her. Snapping back to reality, Sakura turned to see Naruto making his way over to her. From the look of things, Naruto looked pretty much worn down. What happened to you? Sakura asked. Early morning exercising. Naruto replied while catching his breath. Kakashi-sensei didn't show up yet, huh? Was it that obvious? Sakura remarked cynically. Naruto fell to the grass on his back. In doing so, the weight created by the gravity seal pressed more on his body. Damn it! Naruto swore. I can't get up! Ignoring him, Sakura took it as one of Naruto's stupid gimmicks. While lying on the ground, Naruto took the time to rest for a few minutes though the seal was still activated. After some time had passed, Naruto attempted to stand back up, which proved to be rather difficult. Sakura turned to see Naruto's actions. Kakashi-sensei will be here at any minute, Sakura said. Pull yourself together already. Sakura-chan, Naruto asked. When the day's over, would you like to go OU dash? The answer is still no. Naruto, Sakura said with an annoyed tone as though she knew what he was about to ask her. Now quit fooling around and get serious. Naruto made no attempts to ask her anything further as he rose and stood back up on his feet. 15 minutes later Kakashi showed up. You wouldn't believe it, Kakashi said with his book in hand. As I almost arrived here, a black cat crossed my path forcing me turn around and to come here by means of another route. Liar! Naruto and Sakura yelled at the Jounin. Kakashi shrugged and instructed that they were going to start off doing some warm-ups and laps. During the warm-up and jogging sessions, Naruto's performance was lagged and below his normal output. When Kakashi asked about it, Naruto explained that he did warm-ups and exercises earlier which resulted in his being slowed down. Later, Kakashi had his two genins do a sparring session with the rule being the use of no ninjutsus. During the spar, it went without say that Sakura's punches and kicks were much harder than her usual punches and kicks, not that they were any softer in the past even before being taken up as Tsunade's apprentice. After the spar, Naruto, while lying in a heap with his face in the dirt, sustained multiple injuries which included a busted lip, a black eye and major bruises all over body and face. What added to Naruto's situation was his new special attire. After the spar ended, Naruto deactivated the seal in his clothes, making his clothes light again. It's amazing how fuzzy brows and time adapted to continuous use of weights, Naruto thought, something I have to do myself with the use of these new fighting clothes. Niken warned me that training with these new clothes would be challenging. But damn it, it makes avoiding Sakura-chan's punches and kicks a lot harder. And she really went all out on me this time. Though Naruto didn't want to risk the possibility of hurting Sakura, his female teammate however didn't share his point of view as she didn't hesitate to brutally hurt him. A rule of the shinobi. A mature version of Naruto's voice said in his mind. Never underestimate an opponent just because she's a female. Not only will such actions prove fruitless, but it'll weaken and leave you completely vulnerable and give the enemy the opportunity to attack, beat, and kill you. Never misjudge your enemy, no matter the gender or age. This was a rule Naruto wrote into his little brother's mind, and it was only now that this truth was gradually started to kick in after Naruto suffered yet another brute Sakura beating. Kakashi shook his head after seeing Naruto's atrocious and sluggish performance. I actually expected better of him today, Kakashi shrugged. Oh well, there's always next time I suppose. The Jounin told Naruto and Sakura that they could take the following 2 days off to recuperate. Sakura cheerfully returned home right after the training session was over while Kakashi was left helping Naruto to the nearest hospital to get checked up on. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto, Kakashi replied. What did I do to make Sakura-chan this angry at me? Naruto asked cluelessly. 2 days later, Sakura decided to spend the day with Ino while Naruto was presently in a secluded training ground by himself. Since yesterday morning after his body fully recovered with no sign of injury or fatigue was present on him, Naruto continued with his training alone. As before, Naruto started off spending the first half hour meditating, preparing his mind and body. When that was done, Naruto began his new exercise. 2 hours later, Ryota, dressed in her red kimono, white socks and sandals, went for a walk through the village. Her hair was released from its braided ponytail and allowed to flow freely down her back. In her purse was her money bag and she had a destination clear in mind. She wasn't able to do so yesterday, but today she was certain to get what she wanted. After some good amount of walking, Ryota came to where she wanted to go, the bookstore. Going in, she walked in and looked around for what she was hoping to find. In the store were customers of various ages, some with friends, parents, or their love interest. Soon her eyes came across a section that was clearly restricted from the younger buyers. Here we are! Ryota smiled as she hurried over into that section of the store with drooling eyes. All the while, the female store clerk was dealing with the coming customers buying the books of their choice. For the next 5 minutes everything was proceeding normally. That was until Ryota stepped up next and dropped down over 21 books on the checkout station, all of them orange. Everyone there was shocked and speechless. In all their years, they never saw a young girl buying Ika Paradise, and all 21 that were in the store. How much for all these? Ryota asked as she pulled out her money bag from her purse. A couple of the kunoichis inside the store, who assumed it was someone's idea of a sick joke, performed a hand sign and said under their breaths, Kai. But nothing happened. Before them was an actual girl buying books written by none other than Jiraiya himself. It was no genjutsu as they had first thought. The guys, both young and old, were looking on with widened eyes, not knowing whether or not to believe what their eyes were seeing. From a distance, 3 of the 17-year-old guys were already snickering and conversing with each other about how unbelievable it was that a hot chick like Ryota was such a shameless pervert. Am I seeing this? One teen guy said. That hot girl over there is actually buying those books. Another teen guy. Have you ever seen her? A third guy asked. Never have. The first one answered. But I'd love to get with her. I wonder what looks like underneath her kimono. I'd bet she has a gorgeous figure to die for. The third guy remarked. Believing her to be easy, They started talking about going over to her, and seeing if any of them had a shot in getting with her. The females, however, looked at Ryota with appalled expressions, the clerk as well. "Young lady," the clerk remarked, "I believe that you're underage to be buying these books." Ryota politely took out her ID and showed it to the clerk. The clerk checked the ID and saw that it was authentic. As a kunoichi, the clerk understood that it made Ryota legally an adult by shinobi laws. Frowning, she gave the ID back. "Is there a problem?" Ryota asked with the same politeness. "No," the clerk said with the same frown on her face. "No problem as at all." She scanned all the books and gave the final price to Ryota. Taking the money out, she paid for all the books in full and taking out a small blank scroll, Ryota sealed 20 of the books in it, leaving one out for her to read. It was the same one Kakashi had that he wouldn't let her finish. She opened the book to continue where she had last left off as she took the scroll and slipped it into her sash that was tied around her waist. The clerk cleared her throat quite audibly. "You seem upset," Ryota said as she looked up from her book to the female clerk. The clerk replied, "Oh no, I'm quite alright. It's just in all my time working here, I never in my life would have thought that I'd live to see a young woman buying this kind of smut. I'm sure it'll give you and your girlfriends something to talk about," Ryota remarked as her way of saying, "Like I give a damn. Aren't you embarrassed of being seen reading that stuff in public?" the clerk asked. "No," Ryota said. "I find these books most enjoyable. You ought to try them sometime. Later." Ryota then walked out of the store, ignoring the intense glares and looks of disgust the females in the store were giving her. The 3 boys from before ran out of the store and to see in which direction Ryota was heading into. "Where she went?" the second guy asked. The guys looked around and one of them found her. "That way," the third pointed out, catching sight of her. "Come on, let's catch up," the first guy suggested before the trio left the bookstore to keep up with Ryota from a distance. As she continued reading, Ryota noticed the looks the populace were giving her. The males couldn't help but look on in shock at what they were seeing with their own eyes. Some were blushing and crackling in disbelief, while others were looking at the young kunoichi like someone they loved to hook up with. The females, however, didn't know whether or not to believe what they were seeing for themselves. As before, a couple of kunoichis who were passing by assumed it being a misleading genjutsu and attempted to dispel it, only to realize that the girl with the orange book was real. Some mothers were pulling their sons away from the girl, looking at her as a bad and perverted influence. A few females, though, looked at Ryota curiously as they wondered what on earth could be so interesting about that book written by the self-proclaimed super pervert that would move a young teen girl to want to read it. Ryota continued reading, blushing and giggling while she continued her walk, ignoring the looks and whispers she was hearing about her. Yes, she was going to make headlines as one of Konoha's biggest gossip. Meanwhile, Ino was at a small bakery shop with Sakura. They were eating a slice of cheesecake with strawberry ice cream while Sakura talked about the term mission both her and her team were assigned to give to Ryota. Ino listened to her longtime friend and rival as Sakura vented her irritation about the mission. The blonde, though, noticed that much of the topic of their discussion revolved around Naruto's attention being drawn towards Ryota, who Sakura described as a shameless perverted tease. What caught Ino by surprise was when Sakura revealed that Ryota became the first known perverted female who was into reading Ika Paradise in the open public. "Looks like Ryota made quite an impression on you, forehead," Ino commented. "Not a very appealing one if you asked me," Sakura retorted. "All she did was talk and flirt with Naruto and asked him a bunch of dumb questions like a perky schoolgirl. I'm amazed she was given the rank of jounin after seeing how she acts." Sakura turned to her friend and saw the look Ino was giving her. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sakura asked. "Sakura," Ino replied. "You got it bad and it's written all over your face." "What do you mean?" Sakura asked suspiciously. "You're jealous," Ino pointed out. "What did you say?" Sakura barked. "Admit it, forehead girl." Ino laughed. "You can't stand the fact that another girl came and stole the attention Naruto always gives you." "That isn't true," Sakura retorted. "There's no way I'm jealous of that perverted little tease. And the fact that you keep insulting her doesn't help to prove your point either," Ino replied. "Someone is stepping up to the plate and gradually stealing the spotlight Naruto always placed over you." "Shut up," Sakura said. "You don't know what you're talking about. I'm not jealous of Ryota and I don't see Naruto that way." "Then why did you go all out and beat the crap out of Naruto during your spar with him 2 days ago?" Ino interrogated. If I didn't know any better, then I would have said that you used the training spar as an excuse to hurt Naruto for giving another girl the kind of attention he always gave you, despite the fact that you brush off his advancements toward you, saying that you have no interest in him. Sakura growled under breath, seeing the truth of Ino's words. Still, she wouldn't admit the truth to either herself or Ino. Say whatever you want, Ino pig, Sakura retorted. It's nothing like you say it is. Right. Ino grinned and mocked. Keep telling yourself that. I'm sure in time you'll convince yourself that's the truth. But like I told you before, don't be surprised when another female steps up seeking Naruto's time and attention, the same you're so used to getting. Well, Sakura replied, at least I won't have to deal with him asking me out for dates anymore. It would be a relief for me. Ino was about to say something further on that line when something caught her eyes. Looks like something is going on outside, Ino said as she saw a 17-year-old boy approach a young 15-year-old reading an orange book. I'm assuming that girl with the book is Ryota. Sakura turned to see what Ino was looking at. That's her all right, Sakura confirmed. The two girls watched and listened from inside at the scene that was playing out from outside the bakery shop. Hey! The first guy from before called out to Ryota as he approached her. Ryota turned to the guy and asked sweetly, May I help you? Actually, the guy grinned. I was hoping to meet you. I couldn't help but admire how a gorgeous girl like you isn't afraid of reading what she likes in public. Thank you, Ryota said. It's not often that I'm complimented for my character. What? The boy said. And why wouldn't you be? Any guy in the right mind would know a gem when they see one. Ryota was no fool as she caught on to what the boy was getting at. But she decided to go along with it, for now that was. I never been referred to as a gem before, Ryota said shyly. Surely I can't look that good. Don't say such things, the continued as he moved closer to her. I know a gem when I see one, and what I'm seeing now is a rare diamond in the rough. A diamond in the rough. Ryota smiled. That's the same nickname Samurai no Senjimoto called Mitsukoheim. I'm a major fan of Ika Ika Paradise. The young man grinned as he stood beside her and slowly put his arm around her as he continued talking. And you're just like Mitsukoheim, you're one of the rarest and most beautiful gems to grace the earth. Back inside the snack shop. Are you serious? Sakura said in disbelief. She wasn't like that before. What kind of game is she playing? SSHHHH. Quiet forehead girl. Ino snickered. I'm trying to see how this is going to play out. This kind of a juice is too good to pass up. Sakura knew that Ino was hoping to see what would be the next latest gossip in Konoha. It's like I said, Sakura said. Ryota is just a shameless pervy tease. Quiet forehead, I'm watching. Back outside. Mitsukoheim was a princess of beauty, grace, and nobility. There's no way I could ever measure up to that, Ryota said before altering the tone of her voice to one expressing longing. Plus, Senjimoto-sama was a handsome and strong man that was desirable to the eyes. I don't think I'll ever find such a man like Senjimoto-sama. Don't underestimate yourself, gorgeous, the teen boy said toothily as his hand moved slowly down her back. Such a man may be closer than you think. Ino was holding her mouth, trying to keep from bursting out in laughter. What she was seeing firsthand was one of the biggest scenes that she would have a field day talking about. Sakura looked on with an appalled expression on her face. She looked at Ryota more like a slut than Kunoichi. The others who were passing by either ignored them or looked down curiously at what was happening. From an alley, two guys were watching the scene play out. Lucky bastard, the third boy said. I can't believe he managed to get that hot chick that easily. You're telling me, the second boy replied. If I had known she was that easy, I'd have gone for it first. The two boys looked on to see what their friend was doing and found that his hand was on top of Ryota's rear, groping it softly. Ryota grinned. You know, I find it charming that you think of me as Mitsukoheim, a diamond in the rough. I only say what I mean, gorgeous, the boy replied, taking it that he was going to go much farther than he actually counted on. Come to think of it, Ryota said, I am a diamond in the rough. And I know of another set of gems that all men value more than anything. You wouldn't mind letting me know what you mean, would you? The boy asked. I'd love to, Ryota said. I'm a gem who desires to be precious to someone someday, and I'm also rough. The boy and those in hearing range took it that Ryota meant that she was kinky. This girl is a freak, the boy smiled wider. And what's this other set of gems you said us guys value more than anything? I thought you'd never ask. Ryota grinned before moving her hands in a peculiar fashion. Moments later, sounds of moving and rising earth was heard and felt as the ground started being manipulated outside the bakery shop. What followed moments later was the sound of a 7-year-old boy screaming in intense pain as all of the males in seeing range cringed as they unconsciously held onto their crotches. The females' mouths were dropped to the floor at the sight. The young man was held in place with earth-made tentacles wrapped around his waist, ankles, and wrists. Between his legs was an arm made out of graveling reaching out from the ground and tightly grabbing and holding his groin, with fingernails from the hand pressed into it. Sakura and Ino looked at the scene with mixed feelings of sheer shock, amazement, and fright. Looking at the helpless boy, Ryota said while holding her book in front of him. Don't ever judge a book by its outward appearance. She may look easy and simple to read on the outside, but on the inside, you'll find that she's not so easy or simple. Trust me, I'm nobody's open book to use or exploit, and be sure to tell that to your 2 friends hiding in the alley waiting for you. Oh shit, the third friend cursed. She knew we were here the entire time. The second friend realized. Saying nothing more, Ryota turned and left the helpless boy in the situation he was still in. The crowd moved out of her way as she continued where she left off in her book, reading like nothing happened. From across the street. No, really. A kunoichi with a fishnet bodysuit, miniskirt, and trench coat laughed. I like her. Yuzuki Yugao was also watching the scene the entire time with her friend in the dango shop across the street. She said, Not surprising, considering your methods, Anko. Who is she? Anko asked with interest. She's that new kunoichi Kurinai and I told you about yesterday, Yugao said. So that's Ryota. Anko realized. That girl really knows how to rough up and put men in their places. I'll be sure to keep tabs on her. Things just might get interesting around here soon. Shouldn't we go free that young man? Yugao suggested. Maybe later, Anko said. Through his humiliating experience just now, a lesson is being learned here by the other would-be players. 5 hours later, back at Naruto's apartment. It was now some time past 3 o'clock. Naruto, after returning home, removed all of his clothes until he was completely nude. Going into the bathroom, he filled the tub with warm water and poured oils and bathing salts into the water to soak in. After the tub was filled, he shut the running water off and steadily moved into the tub. He groaned as he sat and soaked in his tub. His whole body felt like it was throbbing. The blonde worked himself hard and into the ground. The last 2 days Naruto worked himself intensely with no sign of let-up. He remembered not to overdo it, but even with the gravity seal on level 1 the strain was strong. Naruto sunk into the water and closed his eyes, allowing the warmth of the bath and salts lull him into a snooze. Before long he fell asleep as his mind started processing Naruto's gift again. In his dream, his mind was using Naruto's downloaded knowledge to review all of Naruto's weaknesses in his taijutsu and eating habits. His mind started suggesting meals that Naruto should eat, instilling in him the mental note to later go out to buy enough required groceries for a month. 40 minutes later, elsewhere, Ryota was sitting in a park on the bench with her book in hand. Though attentive to what she was reading, she knew she was being looked at by those who were passing by. But she also knew that there were a few in the shadows who were watching her also. Ignoring them, she just continued reading. Hey, one of the village girls asked one of her friends. Isn't she that girl who locked that boy in gravel by that bakery store? The 3 other girls looked Ryota's way. Yeah, that's her all right. The third girl confirmed. The pervert never saw it coming. Yet she reads those perverted books. The second pointed out. Isn't that being hypocritical? The boy was feeling up on her from what I saw. The fourth girl said. That jerk got what he deserved. I heard he had to be carried home by his friends with an ice pack tied to his crotch. Did she make him impotent? The first girl asked. That's anyone's guess, the fourth girl said. The girls continued talking to each other while another pair was hiding in the bushes looking at Ryota. Tell me again, why are we here doing this? Sakura groaned. You told me that this girl is a jounin, right? Ino replied while peeking through the bushes. After seeing what happened a couple hours ago, I want to know if there is more to this perverted girl than she's been letting on. Couldn't you have brought Kiba with you? Sakura said. Knowing him, he would have happily tagged along with you. Quiet forehead, Ino retorted as she looked on at the scene in front of them. Hey, Hinata is making her way over to Ryota. Sakura and Ino looked on as the shy Hyuga heiress approached the jounin. Ryota-san. Hinata greeted. Looking up from her book, Ryota greeted back. Hinata, it's nice to see you again. You're not with your teammates this time, I see. Kiba-kun had to stay home and help his older sister with some newly born pups in their clan. Hinata explained. And Shino-kun is out with his father. That just leaves you alone with me to keep you company, Ryota said. That's great. The female jounin stood up and wrapped her left arm around the young girl's shoulders. Come on, Ryota suggested. Let's check out one of the bathhouses we can hang out at and relax. We can also talk about whatever topic you're interested in. That is if it's not too personal or private to discuss with me. Hinata fiddled a bit with her fingers as the older girl led her to one of the bathhouses, never closing the book in her right hand. We are not going to waste our time following them, Sakura said. Whatever they're going to talk about is their business, and I'd rather keep myself clear from it. You're such a spoil sport, forehead, Ino snorted. And you're such a pig sniffing for gossip, Sakura shot back. I got better things to do with my time than stalking girls. That's just wrong, forehead girl, Ino growled indignantly at Sakura's implication. I'm out of here, Sakura said. I got practice with Tsunade-sama tomorrow anyway. Sakura left her friend and went on her way. Ino looked into the direction Hinata and Ryota headed down into. She thought about following them to the bathhouse, but after hearing what Sakura implied, Ino decided against it and went on her way elsewhere. All the while, the pink-haired genin was walking by herself through the village streets. She thought about heading over to the library to keep her mind occupied on studying. She made her way down toward the district where the library was at when she came across Naruto and several clones behind him carrying groceries from the store. Once again, Naruto was dressed in his new fighting clothes. There were a few signs of dirt stains around his clothes, but that was all. Naruto! Sakura called out to the blonde genin. Naruto turned to his teammate and greeted. Sakura-chan? What are you doing here? I was on my way to the library to study and prepare for Tsunade-sama's lessons tomorrow, Sakura said. Buying groceries for someone? No, Naruto replied. All of these are for me, actually. I'm trying to change up my eating habits a little bit. That was clearly an understatement, considering the amount of nutritious food and produce he bought from the market a while ago. I'm surprised to see and hear that from you, Naruto, Sakura remarked. I must admit that I thought it would take an intervention from a much higher source to get you to eat something other than ramen. If she only knew. Hey, Naruto replied. I'll always have a special place for ramen in my heart, but I realize that I'm going to have to eat better if I'm going to make any real improvements in my workouts. It's good to see you taking your training serious, Sakura said. A healthy diet is one of the key essentials a ninja needs if he or she is to stay in shape. In your case, though, you have a stamina many would die for. I'm sure he has more than that, Sakura, a voice said from behind. The two members of Team 7 turned to see Shikamaru approaching them. Shikamaru, Naruto said as the Nara genius walked over to them. What are you doing here? I came to see how you were doing, Naruto, Shikamaru said. You were pretty down a few days ago when I last saw you. Yeah, I was, but I'm feeling much better now, Shikamaru, Naruto assured. I've been doing some new exercises and practices to improve myself. That's a constructive goal worth fulfilling, Shikamaru remarked. Nice clothes, by the way. Thanks, Naruto said. This is what I wear now, though it took some getting used to. Well, Shikamaru invited. If you're not busy later, how about coming to hang with Chuji and I at the barbecue restaurant? But I spent most of my money on groceries from the store, Naruto said. I'm practically broke. I know this will be troublesome, Shikamaru offered. But I'll cover your tabs so long you don't overdo it. Sweet! Naruto cheered happily. Let me hurry home to put away all of my stuff. I won't be long. Naruto and his clones, with newfound energy, ran as fast as they could back to his apartment with their bags of groceries. Where does he get the energy? Shikamaru asked no one in particular. If I only knew, Sakura replied. At the Hyuga compound. Hayashi was in his private study office reviewing a few scrolls. He was given the notice of the next council meeting that was to take place in a few days. Both shinobi and civilian council members alike were to be present, and failure to show up was not an option. The letter Tsunade sent out made that very clear. The notice Hayashi and the other council members were given didn't go into much details explaining the whole nature of the upcoming meeting. However, it did state that the purpose of the meeting was to discuss Naruto's future in Konoha. Hayashi held no ill will toward Naruto in any way, though he knew of his status as the Jinchuriki. But the Hyuga clan leader was apathetic towards the orphan and gave little to no consideration to Naruto's needs. All that mattered to Hayashi was taking care of issues within his own clan, many of which were personal and familial problems. What happened to Naruto was of no consequence to him, Hayashi believed, though he couldn't help but wonder what could be of so much importance about Naruto's future that it would require the presence of the civilian and shinobi council with his input in matters. While this was on his mind, thoughts about his elder daughter and her association with Naruto came to his attention. Hayashi was also aware of Hinata's affections toward the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He knew how Hinata thought highly of the blonde genin despite what he and others have always said and thought of him. Despite what others said of her, she wouldn't stand for anyone who would put Naruto in a bad light. He didn't need to be told up front that his elder daughter cared for the orphan and clanless Jinchuriki. Thinking about this caused the clan leader to remember his late wife who died after Hanabi's birth. Hayashi's marriage was arranged to a woman within the main house. His wife's death hit Hayashi hard and resulted in his cold and harsh mannerism toward his elder daughter, whose nature, features, and characteristics remained him so much of his late wife. His relationship with his daughter recently started to improve, though not completely like how Hinata would have liked things to be, but it was a start. As Hayashi sat there in his study room, he acknowledged that talks of Hinata having an arranged marriage with a supposed promising male member of the main house prepared for her was never discussed. By tradition, Hinata would be of legal age to marry after she turned 16 years old, and the elders in his clan had pushed the subject of Hinata's potential future husband on him on several occasions. Yet Hayashi kept putting it off, stating that when he was ready, he would bring the topic of Hinata's future arranged marriage into consideration. Though Hayashi didn't approve of Hinata having such a strong love interest in the Jinchuriki of Konoha, at the same time though, he never made any actual attempts to discourage her from pursuing it either. He might not have said it verbally, but after seeing Niji's single-handed defeat to Naruto during the finals of the Chunin exams and how Naruto got Niji to change his views of Hinata and the main house, Hayashi, secretly, had a small spark of interest in the hyperactive blonde genin. At the Hokage Tower, Tsunade was sitting at her desk with an empty bottle of sake on top of her desk. 10 minutes ago, she had to deal with her two advisors who entered her office wanting to know for what purpose was the coming meeting. After hearing her explanation, they came right out and opposed the idea, arguing that Naruto had neither the maturity nor capability of owning up to the role and responsibilities of a clan heir of the Namikaze clan. They also argued that making a proclamation to the villagers of all generations of Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki and him being the son of the late Yondaime would result in utter chaos and bring further trouble both within and outside of Konoha. Tsunade told them that her decision was final and that she already had the support of Jiraiya, Kakashi, Shikamaru, and 3 clan leaders on the council. She also made it crystal clear that Jiraiya planned on looking after Naruto and that if anyone had a problem with Naruto's soon-to-be new status would have to take it up with him personally. After seeing that they couldn't persuade Tsunade into delaying her objectives for a much later time, the 2 elderly advisors dismissed themselves from her office. But all in all, preparations for the upcoming meeting were nearly completed. It was a stressful task putting together everything that was going to be needed, but to the Slug Princess' relief everything was almost completed. What she had to wait for was Jiraiya's report about how things went with Naruto and revealing the truth to him before the council meeting. So far Jiraiya had yet to talk to Naruto. And there was only 3 days left before the upcoming council meeting. 2 hours later, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chuji were leaving the barbecue establishment. After eating to their satisfaction, the 3 boys left the restaurant and started on their walk. "Man, that was refreshing," Naruto said with a large smile. "I owe you one, Shikamaru." "It was on me, so don't worry about it," Shikamaru assured. "It would just be troublesome. They did wonders on that roast duck and beef," Chuji commented as he rubbed his filled belly. "I couldn't get enough of it. Asuma-sensei would have been crying on his way home with an empty wallet were he to treat you today," Shikamaru joked. "Speaking of Asuma-sensei," Chuji asked, "where did he go today?" "Something about talking with Kurinai-sensei about whatever private matter it was he had to discuss with her," Shikamaru shrugged. The 3 boys continued on their way when Ryota and Hinata came into their view in front of them. "Who's the new girl?" Chuji asked while pointing to the older female dressed in the red kimono. "Hey, it's Ryota," Naruto said. "Who's Ryota?" Shikamaru inquired. "She's new here in Konoha," Naruto explained. She's a jounin who's going by the title Stone Leaf of Konoha. And on another note, she has a love for reading Ika Paradise. Both Shikamaru and Chuji looked at Naruto as if he grew 2 extra heads on his shoulders. Say what? Both Chuji and Shikamaru remarked simultaneously. She takes pleasure in reading writings from Ero Sennin, Naruto said. The 2 members of Team 10 looked and saw for themselves a copy of the same orange book Kakashi was often seen with. Are you serious? Chuji replied at the sight. If I wasn't here to see this, Shikamaru admitted, I most likely wouldn't have believed you, Naruto. Ryota and Hinata soon saw the 3 boys in front of them. Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted as she and Ryota approached the boys. Hinata, Naruto said. What are you and Ryota up to? We were just having a girls' day out, Ryota said. We were pretty much getting to know each other. Ryota is, Hinata stuttered, a fun and interesting person to spend time with. Ryota, Shikamaru said, introducing himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Nara Shikamaru, and the one to my left is my teammate Chuji. Pleased to meet you, Chuji said with cheerful smile. The pleasure is all mine, Ryota replied. I'm new here and I'm happy to feel most welcomed here. Though some people aren't very happy to see you reading that book, Ryota-san, Hinata said. You don't have to worry about that, Ryota said. It's not like they could do anything about it anyway. Naruto was about to give a reply when, Hey Gaki, a grown voice called out to Naruto. The group turned to see Jiraiya making his way over to them. Ero Sennin, Naruto said, causing Jiraiya to frown at him. I told you never to call me Dash. Jiraiya stopped when he caught sight of Ryota with a copy of one of his book. With a serious demeanor, the Toad Sage asked Ryota, Young lady, what are you doing with a copy of one of my books? I'm reading it, Jiraiya-sama, Ryota said as she bowed to the older man. It's an honor to meet the Sannin and author of such great writings face to face. My name is Ryota. Still maintaining his serious overtone, Jiraiya continued. You are aware of the content and nature of my publications, yes? Yes, I am, Ryota said. And I find reading your works most enjoyable. In that case, Jiraiya continued, there's only one thing that's very clear at this point. Jiraiya fell to his hands and knees before he cried and laughed happily as he bowed to Ryota multiple times. It's a miracle! I have a female fan who truly appreciates my arts. Let me kiss those beautiful feet you walk on, Ryota. Ero Sennin, Naruto yelled as he smacked Jiraiya on his right shoulder. Knock it off. Back off, Naruto, Jiraiya retorted. For the first time in my life, I have found a female who knows good stuff when she reads it, and I won't let you take that away from me. Would you do me the honor of signing all of my books, Jiraiya-sama? Ryota asked excitedly. All of your books? Naruto asked quizzically. Ryota pulled out the scroll from earlier and released the seal in it, releasing all 20 orange books from it. Jiraiya started drooling and looking at Ryota dreamily. Naruto looked at the older girl with a disbelieving expression, as did Shikamaru, Chuji and Hinata, who was just blushing crimson. I bought all of the available editions of Ika Paradise from the bookstore earlier today. Ryota smiled. I couldn't pass up the chance of getting a hold of all of these books while they were on stock. Ryota, Jiraiya exclaimed while still on his knees. You'll be my ideal. Why couldn't you have been around while I was younger? How cruel a thing fate is. Ero Sennin, Naruto yelled. Stopping looking and talking about Ryota like that, you shameless perv. Ignoring the blonde, Jiraiya pulled out his pen and began signing all of Ryota's books with his compliments. It wasn't long before he done. When he was, Ryota sealed them all back into her scroll and placed the scroll back in her sash around her waist. Jiraiya stood back up on his feet. Thank you so very much, Jiraiya-sama. Ryota bowed again. It was truly an honor. No, Jiraiya grinned toothily. Having such a young beauty as you as an avid reader and fan of my works is truly an honor to me. I'll be sure to give you my feedback, Ryota said. I'll appreciate every word of it, Jiraiya replied. Be as honest as possible when you're done. She nodded before turning back to Hinata. Hey girlfriend, since we still have time before you have to go home, how would you like to stop by my place and hang with me for a little while longer? I can make some tea and other refreshments you may like. Okay, Hinata agreed. I would like that very much, Ryota-san. Don't be so formal, Ryota said. Just call me Ryota. Well, Naruto figured. Since I was heading home anyway, maybe I can walk with you both. That's a great idea, Ryota said. I'll join you three also, Jiraiya said enthusiastically. What? Naruto asked. You heard me, Jiraiya continued. Besides, I've been meaning to see and talk to Naruto about something anyway. And what would that be? Naruto asked suspiciously. When we get back to your apartment, Jiraiya answered. You'll find out. In whatever case, Shikamaru said. Chuji and I will see you guys later then. Waving goodbye, Chuji and Shikamaru turned and departed from the group. As the remaining four turned into the direction where Ryota and Naruto lived, Jiraiya turned to Ryota and asked. Since we're all heading in the same direction, would you mind telling me what you liked about my stories so far? I'd love to, Ryota said as she and Jiraiya walked ahead of Naruto and Hinata before starting their conversation. In general, the content of their conversation was anything but children-oriented. While following from behind, Hinata and Naruto heard sounds of snickering and giggling as Jiraiya had his pen and notepad out, writing down all of Ryota's comments and recommendations. The Toad Sage was not going to pass up the golden opportunity of getting feminine feedback on how he could add more flavors to his stories with perspectives coming from a female's point of view. The sage was practically acting like a giddy schoolboy. Ryota is... Hinata stuttered. Rather unique, don't you think so, Naruto-kun? She is, Naruto agreed. I never thought I would ever meet a girl like her. I can only wonder how she does in a real fight. I'm sure she'll surprise us, Hinata said. What makes you think she hasn't already? Naruto remarked. Point taken, Hinata replied. As the two walked together, Naruto was wondering what he could say to Hinata next. Sure, he had been around her on a number of occasions, and he himself called her a dear and precious friend. Now he was wondering how he could apply his brother's advice in getting to know other girls. Come on, Naruto, Naruto self-scolded, this is Hinata we're talking about. I'm sure there's something we can talk about. Just as an idea of a topic came to Naruto's idea. Na Naruto-kun, Hinata asked shyly. There's something I've been meaning to ask why you. Oh, Naruto replied with his interest sparked. And what would that be? Hinata blushed and gulped nervously. Did you mean what you said few days ago, back at the ramen stand? What do you mean? Naruto asked. Uchiha and why you said that I was... Blush deeper, smart, and pretty. Hinata finally managed to say. And a precious friend to you? Did you really mean that? Naruto now remembered what Hinata was talking about. Every word of it, Naruto replied. That day I was so depressed and down in the dumps, and you came along and brought my spirits back up again. It was just like when I was going to fight Niji during the finals of the Chunin exams. You had just the right words to say to me to get me out of my uncharacteristic depressed state. And like I said before that same day, a person like you I really like. And I feel very lucky having you as a dear friend. Databeo. Hinata smiled and blushed heavily. She truly loved the fact that Naruto acknowledged and appreciated her. You're a good person with a good heart, and I'm very happy to be your friend. Naruto-kun, Hinata said, I just hope one day we can become a lot more than friends. Thanks, Hinata. Naruto grinned brightly. The group continued walking and talking that they didn't see the time pass by. Before they knew it, they arrived at their destination. Time really goes by fast when you're having a great conversation, Jiraiya said. It's a shame we'll have to break off from here. Still, thanks for all of your inputs and comments. I'll be more than sure to apply them in my upcoming stories. It was my pleasure, Jiraiya-sama, Ryota said. I'll look out for your latest books when they become available to buy. You'll have to race Kakashi-sensei to the punch to be first in line, that's for sure, Naruto thought to himself as he snickered at the thought of Kakashi and Ryota pushing each other out of the way like children to get a hold of Jiraiya's latest edition. What's so funny, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked curiously. Oh, nothing, Naruto said. Just some random thought that came to mind, that's all. Come on, Naruto, Jiraiya directed as his tone turned a little more somber. We have very important matters to discuss. Okay, I'm coming, Naruto replied before turning to face Ryota and Hinata. They exchanged their goodbyes before going in their two separate ways. Soon, Jiraiya was back in Naruto's apartment with the blonde genin. Alright, Ero-sennin, Naruto asked. What was so important that you had to talk about with me? Jiraiya knew he had to do this, and now there was no turning back. Take a seat, Naruto, Jiraiya advised as he pointed to the chair by the kitchen table. What I have to explain to you will be a lot more than you can handle standing up. Now Naruto was really curious as he saw the look in Jiraiya's expression. Is something wrong? Naruto asked as he went and sat down at the table. Jiraiya followed and sat in front of him by the table. There was a brief moment of silence as Naruto wondered what the Sannin had to say to him. The older man closed his eyes momentarily as he took a breath and exhaled before opening his eyes again. Naruto! Jiraiya started the discussion as he looked Naruto straight in the eyes. As your godfather, I must tell you the whole truth about your father and the history of the Namake's clan and the Uzumaki family. Naruto's eyes widened and he felt his heart racing and beating fast within his chest. Jiraiya, revealing himself to being Naruto's godfather, finally got down to telling Naruto the complete truth about his mother and father. What will Naruto learn from Jiraiya's explanation and how will Naruto himself take it? Find out next time. Chapter 4, Hurt. Chapter 4, Hurt. 3 hours later, at Naruto's apartment. It was past 9:40 p.m. in the evening. Jiraiya had just got through explaining the entire story behind the Namake's and Uzumaki familial history in a span of 3 hours. Naruto stood there like an emotionless statue trying to process everything the Toad Sage just explained to him in intricate details. The Sannin sat there wondering what was going to happen next as he looked at Naruto's blank facial expression. One would think that the hyperactive blonde genin would have leapt for joy and excitement to learn that he was the only son and sole heir of the legendary Yellow Flash of Konoha and that he would have gone out screaming it to everyone who his father was. Instead, Naruto lowered his head as he just sat there quietly. He then started doing a complete review of his entire life. All his life he had been alone. All his life he had been unloved and unwanted. All his life he struggled and craved for affections and acknowledgement. All his life he was mistreated, bullied and given poor training and educating while at the academy. He was kicked out of the orphanage before turning 6 years old, and was made into a homeless child scrapping for food and garbage. Stores and restaurants ran him out while others overcharged him on purpose for their services to him. The majority shot him harsh glares or pay him no attention as though he was an unwanted animal that should have been put down. Parents pulled their children away from him and yelled at him to stay away from them and their families while telling their children to keep away from him altogether. Many nights alone Naruto spent crying and bawling, not knowing why or what he did to deserve the bitter life he was forced to live through. It was only after the incident with Mizuki and Iruka when Naruto gotten some understanding for the cruelties he was forced to suffer without knowing why before. And now Jiraiya the Sannin and Toad Sage told him something that he always wanted to know about, the entire truth about his father and mother. But then the bombshell kicked in. His own father Namake's Minato, the late Yondaime, burdened him with the curse he never asked for, and as a result he suffered a harsh and lonely life as the village's pariah and scapegoat. Hiruzen, Kakashi and Tsunade also knew all along about his parents and familial roots, and said nothing to him about it. Kakashi, his late father's only surviving student, hardly taught him anything useful besides tree climbing and having him exercise and do occasional spar sessions. Tsunade dismissed him when he came asking about his parents, and Jizan never once brought up the subject while he was still alive. And now in front of Naruto was Jiraiya, his godfather. The man who trained and taught his father. The man his father and mother always respected and admired. The man who created a fictional character Minato named him after. He was also the man who was never there for him for 13 years. The man who neglected and forsaken him just to pursue a traitor for 13 years. The man who never wrote to him or inquired of his well-being while keeping himself occupied with women, peeking in bathhouses and other matters for 13 years. The man who was never there to raise, teach and protect him for 13 years. 13 years. 13 years. That was when the Sannin felt the temperature in the room drop rapidly. A massive bloodlust radiated off Naruto, the like of which Jiraiya hadn't felt in years. Naruto removed his gloves and placed them down on the table. In doing so, the older man saw the claws that grew from his hands. How could you? Naruto asked with an arctic coldness to his voice. His facial whisker markings became more feral and jagged as his fangs grew longer and sharper. He looked up at the Toad Sage with his now reddened cubey eyes and tears streaming down his face. How could you? Naruto cried before being taken over by pure rage. Jiraiya gasped as he felt a large spike of demonic power fill the room's atmosphere. Meanwhile, Hinata and Ryota were enjoying their conversation with the herbal tea Ryota made for the both of them. So far, Hinata was enjoying her time with Ryota as they spent time getting to know each other. We were taught about the bitter history that exists between IWA and Konoha, Hinata said as she sipped her tea. But I still find it surprising that you chose Konoha of all places to start life anew here. What made you choose this village of all places? Should I even share it with you? Ryota asked. I'd be honored if you're willing to share the truth with me, Ryota-san, Hinata replied. It would help to give me a better understanding of you as a person. Smiling, Ryota said, If you must know the truth, Naruto-kun was the reason why. Hinata was caught off guard by Ryota's direct answer. And Naruto-kun. Hinata stuttered with nervousness and confusion in her tone, not knowing what Ryota's intentions were. The jounin simply nodded. How could that be? Hinata managed to ask. That cute blonde made quite an amazing impression on me, Ryota admitted. He's a genin unlike any I've ever met before. In many ways, I found that we could relate to each other. How so? Hinata asked with her curiosity heightened. What about Naruto-kun that made him able to relate to you? It's a long story indeed, and it's a sad one, Ryota said. Things for me in my life wasn't always pleasant either, and there were bitter times I too had to deal with, Hinata replied. Perhaps we can confide in each other, yes? You did say that you wish for us to become as close as the closest of sisters. Yes, I do recall making that statement, Ryota said. In that case, where do I begin? Just as Ryota was about to give Hinata the whole explanation, they suddenly felt a terrible evil hovering around them. They, however, had no idea what the source of it was. All the people nearby in the vicinity of the district felt it as well. Boom! A loud explosion was heard from outside the apartment. What the hell? Ryota yelled as she and Hinata got up and ran for the window. In horror, they saw where the explosion came from. It came from Naruto-kun's apartment. Hinata yelled in worry and fright for Naruto. Fire, smoke and debris were coming from the large hole through the wall that was once Naruto's kitchen. Let's not waste time here then, Ryota said as she grabbed Hinata's hand and hurried with her out of the apartment after putting their sandals on. Getting outside, the girls hurried to Naruto's apartment and found other villagers hurrying to where the explosion occurred to see if anyone was hurt. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was pulling himself together, getting out from the rumble he was laying under. The Sannin looked roughed up, but other than that he was still breathing and in one piece. Jiraiya-sama! Hinata called out in worry as she and Ryota run over to where the Sannin was. Before they could reach him, Stay back! Jiraiya warned as he thrust his right arm out, gesturing for them and the other villagers not to come any closer. Don't get any closer! Jiraiya looked up and into the burning hole he was blasted from a moment ago, the spot that was previously Naruto's kitchen. In the midst of the hole appeared Naruto in his feral appearance. Red chakra started pouring out of his seal as he got on both his hands and feet. He growled as his body was soon enveloped in a red chakra cloak in the form of a one-tailed fox. Tears were still streaming down his face. Hinata and Ryota looked at what Jiraiya was staring at. Shock, confusion, and horror struck Hinata's face, while Ryota, being all too familiar with Naruto's one-tailed Kyuubi form, had a collected but worried expression. The villagers who were seeing this now had expressions of fear on their faces, believing that Kyuubi no Kitsune was awakening to take its revenge on them and finish the job it started 13 years ago. What happened to Naruto-kun? Hinata asked worriedly. I'll explain later, Jiraiya answered before he turned to Naruto and saw something that sent him on an even higher alert. He saw that Naruto grew a second tail to his Kyuubi form as his lips blackened with a more beastly appearance showing on his face. This is not good, Jiraiya remarked as Naruto yelled and lashed out in a dash toward the Sannin. Jiraiya jumped out of the way, narrowly evading Naruto's attack. Naruto's clawed hand plunged and smashed a large ground-shaking crater into the ground. The people in the surround area were thrown off their feet and down to the ground from the tremor and shock wave. Hinata and Ryota were likewise thrown off their feet and were now getting back up off the ground. Naruto looked up at the Sannin with a beastly snarl. Hinata took a good look at Naruto, who was surrounded by the demonic red aura. She was close enough to see the transformation. Arrow Sennin! Naruto growled with an inhuman tone that filled Hinata's heart with dread. She was afraid that something possessed and took over Naruto. She activated her Byakugan to investigate the phenomenon and gasped in absolute shock and fright at seeing a powerful foreign creature existing inside of his navel and pouring its chakra into Naruto's chakra coils. Naruto-kun, Hinata said worriedly. Before she could do anything further, Naruto dashed across the 20 yards separating him from Jiraiya in the blink of an eye. Jiraiya evaded Naruto's clawed hands and jumped out of the way as a large amount of chakra burst forth from Naruto's right arm in the form of a claw and rushed at him. The claw-shaped chakra plunged into a fruit and vegetable cart, smashing it and the produce apart instantly. People screamed and the entire crowd panicked, terrified they were about to be killed by the possessed Naruto. Pushing and shoving, they made their escape from the scene as fast as they could. Naruto let them go. He was busy trying to get a hold of Jiraiya. Seeing the danger, the Sannin took to flight and took to leaping from roof to roof as Kyuubi Naruto went in pursuit of him on his hands and feet in his feral form, running and jumping from roof to roof. Jiraiya had to get Naruto away from the villagers and outside of the village. The people were in a state of panic while others were hurrying to report that Naruto went berserk and was after to kill Jiraiya. Some were even beginning to shout cries for Naruto's death before Kyuubi could be completely freed. "Kyuubi?" Hinata asked with fear and realization. "The Bijou Kyuubi. That's what's inside and took over Naruto-kun. But how could that dash?" "Come on!" Ryota exclaimed, snapped Hinata out of her trance. "We have to go after them. We have to stop and rescue Naruto-kun before he does something he will regret later." Nodding, Hinata followed the Jounin in the direction Naruto and Jiraiya went into. Meanwhile, Tsunade was in her office finishing up the rest of her tedious paperwork and documenting everything that was going to be presented at the coming council meeting. Shizen was in the office with her helping her finish up the rest of her work. All that the slug Sannin needed now was Jiraiya's report concerning Naruto's reaction to hearing the whole truth and how things were going to play out from there. Just as she was about to indulge herself in some sake while Shizen had her back to her, a large group of Chunins and Jounins came bursting into her office. "Tsunade-sama!" One of the Jounins called out with urgency. Seeing the expression on the ninjas' faces was more than enough to tell her that something bad was up. Shizen turned to face the group of startled ninjas. "What's the problem?" Tsunade inquired. "It's Naruto," one of the ninja explained. "He's gone out of control. He went completely berserk and is releasing a massive amount of Kyuubi's chakra. He's on the rampage chasing after Jiraiya-sama through the village with the intent to kill him." The slug princess crossed her hands together and placed them under her chin as she contemplated on the situation. Shizen asked anxiously, "What could have triggered this outburst from Naruto-kun?" "We don't know yet," a Chunin replied. "No one was able to get a full account on how this happened. Still, we must act fast to contain Kyuubi's vessel before he could do any serious harm to anyone," another Jounin suggested. "You will do no such thing against Naruto," Tsunade stated firmly. "But Tsunade-sama Jiraiya is a competent ninja and he will handle the situation with Naruto in his own way," Tsunade instructed. "Your jobs will be to ensure that no is caught between Jiraiya and Naruto and that no one does anything to make matters worse. The villagers are already panicking and fearing the Kyuubi's return," a Chunin said. "Some are calling for Naruto to be dealt with severely as soon as possible," a third Jounin added. "And others are already demanding his execution." Tsunade rubbed the bridge of her nose trying to keep herself calm. She had a very strong suspicion of what it was that triggered Naruto's actions against her former teammate. "Enforce and maintain crowd control," Tsunade instructed. "I don't want the villagers adding to the mass panic and chaos that's already spreading around the village. Make certain that everyone keeps clear and stays out of Naruto and Jiraiya's way. We don't need unnecessary casualties because of foolish provocation. I will deal with explaining to the villagers and the younger generation ninjas about Naruto's condition. I don't want the populace spreading false stories and lies about Naruto in any way, and anyone doing so will be punished severely." "Dismissed." The ninjas quickly bowed and disappeared to carry out their instructions. Tsunade sat back in her chair feeling drained and tired. "Tsunade-sama?" Shizen asked as she faced her mentor with a look of concern. "Sarutobi-sensei's law concerning the secret of Naruto being the Jinchuriki is going to be officially repealed as of tonight. I know that many of the genins and youths are going to have a lot of questions that they're going to want answers to. I have to make certain that their parents don't give them a distorted version of the truth about Naruto and Kyuubi." Shizen gave a small nod in agreement. Like Tsunade, Shizen didn't want more hardships and problems in Naruto's life. "Jiraiya, I hope you can calm Naruto's anger soon," Tsunade thought to herself. Deep down she knew Naruto's anger would be directed at her next, though hopefully not in the manner that Naruto was directing it at her former teammate. Turning to Shizen, Tsunade ordered, "Summon Tenzo." All the while, people were running and screaming through the village under the night skies as the Kyuubi-possessed Naruto went on the rampage chasing after the Toad Sage. Naruto destroyed whatever obstacle was in his path, but so far Naruto never actually went and attacked anyone else. His primary target was the Toad Sage himself. Hinata and Ryota were still in pursuit of Jiraiya and Naruto while taking note of the other ninjas doing everything they could to keep the crowd under control and out of the way as Jiraiya headed for outside of Konoha's wall with Naruto following close by. While hurrying after the two ninjas, "Hinata!" a masculine voice called out to her. Hinata and Ryota turned to see Kiba, Shikamaru and the rest of the other genins quickly making their way over to them. "We heard that Naruto gone mad and is chasing after Jiraiya-sama," Kiba said. "Naruto-kun didn't go mad," Hinata explained. "He got possessed by Kyuubi no Yoko." With the exception of Ryota and Shikamaru, the genins had looks of utter disbelief and confusion. "What are you talking about?" Sakura inquired. "Kyuubi was defeated and killed by Yondaime years ago." "I know what I saw," Hinata said. "And that red chakra surrounding Naruto-kun's body was in the form of a two-tailed fox." Niji recalled the incident that happened when he battled Naruto during the finals of the Chunin exams. "That red chakra that Naruto was emitting during the Chunin exams," Niji said aloud. "And that monstrous face I saw from within that chakra. It all makes sense now." "What do you mean?" Lee asked. "There was another presence existing inside that red chakra Naruto released when we battled each during the finals of the Chunin exams," Niji explained. "The face I saw formed from that chakra resembled that of a monstrous fox. On the way here," Shino mentioned, "I heard people referring to Naruto as the demon that should have been finished off years ago after it was defeated by Yondaime. I didn't know what to make of that, but it's very clear that there's an untold story behind Naruto's history that we don't know about." "Sounds like a conspiracy and a cover-up," Ino stated. "It is," Shikamaru confirmed. "A very big one at that, too." "What conspiracy and cover-up about Naruto could there be?" Sakura asked. "A whole lot," Shikamaru replied. "All of which we were left ignorant about for all of Naruto's life until I recently discovered the real story behind Naruto's life." "What did you find?" Tenten asked. "A lot more than I was originally counting on," Shikamaru said as he turned to the direction Naruto and Jiraiya left in. "I'll explain what I can on the way before any of you are given a troublesome warped version of the truth about Naruto." The others nodded and together continued their pursuit of Naruto and Jiraiya. Elsewhere, an ANBU Black Op ninja was in pursuit of Jiraiya and Naruto, following behind at a safe distance. This ANBU Black Op was unique among the ninjas of Konoha and his name was Tenzo. All the while, Jiraiya had reached the walls of the village with Naruto closing in fast. "Ero Sennin!" Naruto's beastly voice was heard much closer, much to Jiraiya's discomfort. "That Gaki is really aiming to kill me," Jiraiya remarked as the jump from the wall and down from the ground where the chase continued. Naruto followed in hot pursuit, running on his hands and feet like a hungry wild animal out for his prey. The sage kept the pace in leading Naruto away from the village and deep into the forest. It was a while later when Jiraiya came into a wide opening in the forest and halted to face his possessed godson. Naruto kept running into his direction with a bloodthirsty look on his face. His pace increased when he saw Jiraiya standing where he was. Jiraiya prepared for Naruto when the said blonde suddenly disappeared from his frontal view and reappeared behind him with his clawed hand out ready to tear the flesh of his back open. Naruto struck Jiraiya from behind and sent the sage skidding brutally off the ground and into several trees, knocking them down on contact. The blonde hurried to Jiraiya only to find that the Jiraiya he struck was replaced with a broken wooden log. He looked around for the Sannin bent on releasing his rage on him. "Naruto!" The blonde turned to see Jiraiya standing some distance behind him. "You have every right to hate and be angry at me," Jiraiya pleaded. "But you have to calm down. Kyuubi will only use your rage to fuel its influence on you. Please, give me a chance to try to make up for my past sins." Reasoning was the last thing on Naruto's mind at this point as he roared and scratched his razor-sharp claws into the ground and rushed at the Sannin. Meanwhile, Hinata, Ryota, Shikamaru and the rest of the genins followed into the directions Naruto and Jiraiya travel. Tracking them wasn't hard at all, seeing the amount of mayhem and carnage the enraged Kyuubi-possessed Naruto left in his wake. By this point, Shikamaru had explained everything he discovered in his secret investigation of Naruto. What he left out was his knowledge on Naruto's familial link to Minato, though he did explain who Naruto's mother was and the circumstances behind her death. Hinata was especially emotional upon hearing Shikamaru's explanation about Naruto being a Jinchuriki of Kyuubi no Kitsune. Lee, Sakura, Ino, and Tenten shed some tears for Naruto also. They found that everything that happened to Naruto all his life now started to make sense after hearing the explanation. Ryota's understanding of Naruto's life deepened as she felt deep feelings of sympathy for the genin. The group was completely sentimental for Naruto. They, like everyone else their age and younger, were told that Kyuubi was killed by Yondaime 13 years ago. But after hearing Shikamaru's explanation about how Bijus couldn't be killed by mortal humans, the group realized how the history behind Yondaime's encounter with Kyuubi was mixed with half-truths and lies, with Naruto being on the receiving end of years of abuse from the village. Needless to say, the group lost a lot of respect for the village, and their trust in their own people was now in question. Kiba felt bad for being among those who frequently made fun of Naruto, and how the instructors would yell at him for no particular reason. He even saw how some of them had blamed Naruto for something they knew he had nothing to do with. The only teacher that showed true concern for Naruto was Iruka, and the others knew that also. Neji felt that what Naruto had gone through all his life was far worse than anything he could imagine. Sure, he had a hard life also, but nothing near what Naruto had to endure, Neji acknowledged. Tenten and Lee weren't all that close with Naruto, but they didn't believe that he deserved the life he was forced to live through, all because of the burden Yondaime forced on him as newborn baby. Sakura started feeling guilty about how she and the others used to treat Naruto while and after their days at the Ninja Academy. Even her own mother didn't approve of her associating with Naruto for a time, though her mother later had a spirit of indifference toward her teammate. She knew that Naruto was always the most unpopular person in Konoha, but she never knew just how painful his life truly was and how their own people mistreated him. Shino, though not as emotional as the rest, found that there were a number of factors he was going to address to his clan personally when the whole ordeal was over. After hearing the truth behind Naruto's life, he saw a great deal of fraudulence in the village and how his clan had a part in it. Moments later, they felt a huge spike of chakra flare up into the skies. Looking forward, they saw a giant burst of red chakra rise to the night skies and take on the facial form of the menacing Kyuubi. "This is the power of a Jinchuriki?" Ino asked with a startled tone. The power Naruto had locked inside of himself this whole time? Not by choice, Ino, Shikamaru stated. And that very dark power was what ruined his life. Naruto-kun, Hinata said worriedly as she rushed to where Naruto was. She wanted nothing more than to help the one person who was very dear to her heart. Hinata, Ryota called out as she hurriedly followed after her, with the others hurrying also. Wait up for us, Tenten yelled out as the group continued on their trek. Moments later, there were loud sounds of explosions followed by tremors and shock waves. It was clear to the GR that a fierce battle was taking place some distance ahead of them. Byakugan, Hinata and Neji said simultaneously. Both Hyuga scanned into the distance and found Naruto engaging Jiraiya in what looked like a grisly battle between man and a possessed beast. Naruto-kun and Jiraiya-sama are in a vicious battle with each other, Hinata said. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. It's mostly Kyuubi's influence that's driving Naruto to do what he's doing, Neji figured. Somehow I doubt that the complete case, Shikamaru replied. Why do you say that? Sakura asked. The other day Jiraiya mentioned that he was going to talk to Naruto about something very important, Shikamaru explained. Whatever it was he said must have really pissed Naruto off. That's right, Ryota recalled. I remember Jiraiya-sama saying that he was going to Naruto to his place to talk to him about something that he to be said to him in private. I guess the reaction to what he told him about a lot more than Jiraiya-sama was counting on. What can we do to help Naruto and Jiraiya-sama? Chuji asked. You can help by not getting caught in the crossfire, a voice replied. The group turned to see Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma and Guy arriving on the scene with several other jounins tagging along with them. This situation is far more dangerous than anything any of you ever encountered, Asuma said. It would be best if you all stand down and allow us to handle this. Naruto is our friend and comrade, Kiba said, and we won't desert him no matter the danger. It's not a matter of abandoning him, Kiba, Kurenai said, but right now Naruto is unstable and he has to be restrained because he's the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi no Yoko, right? Hinata interjected with a mix of bitterness and remorse in her tone. The other jounins flinched slightly, Kurenai especially upon hearing Hinata's tone with them. Kakashi already saw from the looks of the group's faces that the younger ninjas weren't happy with them. He and the other older ninjas knew that there was no point in hiding the truth anymore. Yes, Guy said. Naruto-san is indeed the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. So all these years we were told lies about Kyuubi's defeat and so-called demise while Naruto-kun was used as a scapegoat for the villagers to mistreat, Lee retorted. I can't believe how indescribably unyouthful the people of Konoha are. They all manifested false flames. Guy cringed on hearing his student's strong words of anger and disgust. Ebisu replied, Please understand that many lost close friends and family members on the night of Kyuubi's attack, and Sandaime-sama did everything he could to dash. Excuses, Kiba interjected. There's nothing that can justify what Naruto was made to go through all his life by our own people. There was a brief moment of silence amongst both groups. That silence was broken when another explosion and shock wave ripped through the surrounding area. In the state of mind Naruto is in, Kakashi made clear, there's a chance that he won't recognize any of us. He may very well see us as a threat and attack us as well, though we mean the very best for him. Jinchuriki or not, Shuji countered. We want to help our friend, because Naruto would have done the exact same thing for us. I agree, Shino added calmly. We understand the risk and we're willing to take it if it means helping one of our own. The Jounins saw that nothing they say would change the group's mind as they were fixed on helping Naruto, even at the risk of their own lives. Very well then, Kakashi consented. You all may come with us, but all of you are to do exactly as we instruct you if the situation gets out of hand. Well, let's not waste time standing around here then, Ryota remarked as she and the rest turned and made their way into the direction Naruto and Jiraiya were. Unknown to them was that behind them was the same ANBU Black Op that was sent to track Naruto and Jiraiya. Meanwhile, the surrounding forest region laid waste with many trees knocked off their foundations and destroyed. The ground had craters and crevices all over, and in the center of the chaotic scenery stood two figures. Jiraiya was standing on top of one of the shattered boulders while Naruto was down on the ground facing the sage. So far Jiraiya sustained no injuries, though there were a couple of close calls. Naruto growled and grinded his sharpened claws into the rock underneath him. I got to find a way to immobilize him and shut off Kyuubi's flow of chakra into his coils, Jiraiya contemplated. As Two Tails, Naruto gave Jiraiya some problems, but nothing beyond what he as a veteran ninja couldn't handle yet. Naruto, Jiraiya pleaded. If you can hear me from within yourself, please understand that I'm very sorry and I only want to make amends and correct for my past mistakes. I know I can never undo what happened years ago, but I want to be there for you now like how your father wanted me to be. It was his final wish. Jiraiya's words seemed to have fallen on deaf ears, as all he received from the blonde was a grisly snarl. The two stood there staring into each other's eyes. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with regret, shame and want for redemption, while Naruto's held sadness, contempt, rage and bloodlust. Naruto, Jiraiya said, I know I have a very long way to go to earn your forgiveness. Even if you spend the rest of your life hating me, I still want to be there for you until my final breaths. Jiraiya slowly made his way over to Naruto, though he kept his guard up. Naruto growled beastly at the Sannin, but he didn't move from where he was. Give me a chance to fulfill my role as your godfather, Jiraiya requested. The way I should have a long time ago. The Sannin was able to take several more steps towards the boy before he picked up several spikes of chakra approaching them. He turned to see Kakashi and the group with him arriving on the scene. No, Jiraiya warned. Get back! Naruto turned to the arriving group before his eyes fell on Kakashi. Recalling Jiraiya's words from earlier about Kakashi, more anger poured out from the blonde genin. As a result, something happened that made Jiraiya even more nervous as the situation just gotten more complicated. A third tail, Jiraiya said when he saw that Naruto now possessed 3 red chakra tails, with his appearance becoming more feral. Without a doubt, this was going to be a long night. Naruto is hurt and enraged, with 3 tails manifesting from his emotions and Kyuubi's influence. Will Jiraiya and the group be able to calm Naruto's anger, or will Naruto vent all of his pent-up emotions of pain on everyone? Will the genins ever look at Naruto and Konoha the same way again? And how will Tsunade deal with the villagers concerning Naruto, and what is it about Tenzo that made Tsunade send him out after Naruto and Jiraiya? Find out next time. Naruto 10th anniversary, and what a coincidence. This chapter was uploaded on October 10th th. Chapter 5. A Keeper's Return. Chapter 5. A Keeper's Return. Naruto's Mindscape. I'm so lost! Naruto wailed and cried on his knees in front of Kyuubi's cage. I don't know what to do anymore. Kyuubi stood there as he watched the young teen vent out his emotions. Jizan, Erosenin, Kakashi-sensei, Tsunade no Bachan. Naruto cried. They all knew and told me nothing. They left me to believe I had no blood relatives that loved me. No one wanted me. What should I do? Hurt them, came Kyuubi's straightforward reply. Naruto, still teary-eyed and on his knees, looked up at the giant fox facing him. Hurt them all, Kyuubi said. Make them see and feel your grief. Let them see what it really means to suffer. Naruto's eyes grew dark and cold as more of Kyuubi's chakra and influence poured out and enveloped Naruto, especially after seeing Kakashi making the appearance. That's right, kid. Kyuubi smiled sinisterly. In the real world, Jiraiya looked on with worry as he watched the third tail grow and take its place among the other two tails. Naruto only grew more beastly looking with little humanity showing in his features and expression. This is going to get worse before it gets better, Jiraiya thought as he saw Naruto turn his attention away from him and over to the group of genins and jounins. The genins had looks of horror and disbelief at seeing the monstrosity Naruto was turning into. Kakashi and the jounins with him saw the danger that was present before them, and wondered how they were going to handle the situation. He looks like a possessed animal, Ino remarked with fear in her voice. Naruto-kun! Hinata desperately called out to him. It's us. Your friends. We're here to help you. Her words had no effect on Naruto. Right now it's not Naruto you're speaking to anymore, Ebisu said. Kyuubi is the one in control now. There must be something that can be done to reach Naruto, Sakura replied. He can't be totally long gone, right? Naruto snarled venomously as he approached the group. Before the jounins could do anything, Naruto charged at them with lightning speed. Seconds before reaching them, Naruto suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Where did he go? Tenen asked as she and the others scanned the region. Neji and Hinata used their Byakugan to scan the region but found no traces of the possessed genin. Ryota's eyes then widened in realization. Jump! Ryota yelled to the group as the giant red claw burst forth from the ground right underneath them. The group narrowly evaded being crushed by the red chakra claw as everyone scattered away each other. Naruto emerged from out of the ground and turned his eyes on Kakashi. Growling, he rushed at the jounin with his clawed hands out ready to tear the flesh off Kakashi's body. He slashed at Kakashi only to find that the jounin had used Kawarimi no Jutsu and used logs as substitute utes in his place. Like a bloodhound, Naruto went searching for Kakashi. Finding him in the trees, the blonde roared loudly and took to pursuing Kakashi. Before Naruto had the chance to jump off the ground, tentacles formed from gravel and rocks grew from the ground and wrapped around his legs, arms, waist and neck. He struggled to break free as he felt himself being pulled hard into the ground. Don't just stand there, Ryota said as she strained and focused as much of her earth affinity as she could to hold Naruto down. Immobilize and knock Naruto out while I can still hold him down. I can't keep this up for much longer. Guy, Asuma and a few other jounin rushed into the direction Naruto was. Wait! Jiraiya hurried over and warned. Don't dash. Naruto broke free from his confinements, and shot a strong wave of chakra from his mouth over to the jounins. Guy, Ebisu and the rest with them were hit and thrown backwards off their feet and sent flying into trees and rocks. Ryota appeared from behind Naruto, and quickly did a set of hand signs. Gravel from the ground started engulfing Naruto's form as Ryota continued focusing her affinity on her earth-type bounding jutsu. Kurenai, Sakura, Lee and the rest hurried to where Ryota and Naruto were. Naruto-kun, Ryota said. If you can hear my voice, please understand that we dash. She was abruptly cut off when a powerful burst of red chakra surrounded by a white energy dome exploded from Naruto's body. Ryota was pulled into the white energetic orb for a couple of seconds before the dome exploded violently with a bright flash of white light, momentarily bathing the vicinity in light and blinding everyone as it destroyed sections of the surrounding landscape. The force of the explosion thrust and propelled Ryota off the ground and straight into the group with a very strong velocity. Kurenai was the first to get her sight back after the light died out, only to see Ryota fly past her with Ryota's elbow unintentionally striking her face. Kurenai was knocked off her feet and sent spiraling into the trunk of a nearby tree. She hit her head on the tree trunk, instantly knocking her unconscious from the blow, though Ryota was still flying backwards. "Kurenai-sensei!" Hinata called out worriedly as she hurried over to her, though she was just as worried about Ryota. Several seconds later, Ryota skidded and bounced off the ground twice, making a crater in it each time she struck the ground before coming to the complete and hard crash into the rocky bottom of a large lake. Moments later, Ryota floated to the surface of the lake, feeling the pain and spasm of the attack traveling all over her body, and the fact that the water was freezing cold didn't help either. She guided herself to the shore of the lake and lied on her belly on the wet dirt and mud, briefly trying to recuperate and catch her breath. Pure chakra, Ryota thought as a trickle of blood seeped down from both ends of her mouth. Naruto-kun punched me this hard using pure chakra. Ryota! Kiba cried out worriedly as he, Lee and Tenten were about to head over to rescue her when Naruto appeared in their midst. "Kaiten!" Neji said, acting swiftly as he executed one of the Hyuga's prized jutsus on Naruto. The force hit Naruto dead on but did nothing close to harming him as he stood there and absorbed the attack. "What?" was the only reply Neji could speak before Naruto appeared and delivered a vicious punch into Neji's guts. The Hyuga coughed blood from his mouth as he doubled over from the pain that tore through his body. He then grabbed Neji by the neck and lifted him up off the ground with his grip on his throat tightening. Neji struggled to breathe as his supply of oxygen was cut off from him while choking on his blood in his throat. "Neji!" Tenten cried out as she pulled out her scroll and released her weapons from it. Grabbing her swords, she rushed at Naruto in the hopes of somehow getting Naruto to release Neji. Naruto turned and threw Neji hard into Tenten, knocking both genins into the ground in an unconscious heap. Lee came in and unleashed a fury of punches and kicks at Naruto. As fast as those assaults came, Naruto evaded and blocked every last one of them, much to Lee's shock and yet amazement. Growing tired of dealing with the taijutsu ace genin, Naruto managed to catch Lee's swing kick before launching him into the air and into several tree branches. Lee got stuck hanging upside down by his left leg on one of the tree branches as the impact knocked him out. Kakashi soon appeared with the remaining genins. "Regroup," Kakashi ordered. "We have to dash." When Kakashi's voice fell on Naruto's ears, Naruto hurriedly turned to see the jounin he previously targeted. Not waiting for a chance to be given to the older male, Naruto ran as fast as he could head on to Kakashi. Naruto thrust his right arm forward as a large extension of chakra came forth from his arm and over to the jounin. Kakashi quickly flipped and jumped out of the way as the chakra claw chased after him. While he was distracted, Ino was about to attempt her Shintenshin no Jutsu when, "I wouldn't advise you resorting to that jutsu, Ino," Shikamaru cautioned. "Naruto is no longer in control of his body, and it won't be him who you'll meet in his mind." Ino gulped upon seeing Shikamaru's point. Naruto retracted the chakra arm back to him, and then suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. "Where did he go?" Sakura asked. Kakashi kept his guard up and he scanned for Naruto. He then picked up a sudden spike of chakra. He turned to see Naruto in back of him, and before Kakashi knew it, Naruto started spinning in a red and blue blur, creating a mighty expanding wind vortex. Just before it could catch the Cyclops ninja while creating a growing crater in the ground and demolishing all of the rocks, trees and other plant life in the region, Kakashi found himself being pulled away from the attack. He, Kurenai and all of the other genins and jounins in the surrounding area were being pulled back with gravel tentacles that swiftly rescued them from Naruto's lethal attack that increased in size, destroying everything in its path. Ryota managed to pull everyone toward her and away from the deadly wind-manipulated vortex. The spinning death dome eventually died down, revealing the catastrophic damage it did to the region that was caught in its wake, leaving a massive portion of the land laid waste. "Ryota," Kiba said, turning to the female jounin. "Are you alright?" "Thanks for dash." Kiba didn't finish his statement when he took a good look at Ryota's appearance. She was now barefooted and her kimono was heavily damaged, with the left half of the top piece of the kimono totally torn off, exposing her left arm, much of her bra and nicely sized breasts, and a little more than half of her stomach. The remaining right half was worn seemingly like a loincloth, with her sash tied around her waist helping to keep what remained of the kimono wrapped around her. The bottom half of her kimono was destroyed up to above her kneecaps, with a slit formed at the left side of the kimono going right up to her waist, thus exposing more of her left leg. She was completely soaked and wet, covered in some dirt and mud, with her drenched hair flowing down her back with a couple of strands of hair over her face. Her exposed body revealed some of the scars she sustained from previous missions. A few of them looked like they were fatal if they weren't quickly treated. Despite that, she had a gorgeous shape with nicely toned muscles that made her out as a well-seasoned kunoichi. Kiba, as well as Chuji, momentarily forgot themselves with blood trickling down their noses before they were smacked back to reality by Ino. "Quit gawking at Ryota like that," Ino berated the two boys. "Never mind that," Ryota remarked, getting the group back to focus on the real problem at hand. "What we have to worry about now is finding a way to get close to Naruto-kun and neutralize Kyuubi. That jutsu he used was the Shippu Uzumaki no jutsu," Hinata said. "I don't know how Naruto-kun was able to execute that jutsu." Likewise, Kakashi was at a loss in trying to figure out how Naruto was able to perform such a level when manipulating jutsu, especially with Kyuubi in control. "With the amount of power and wind manipulation he used," Asuma pointed out. "If we were hit by that attack, we'd have been done for." "Kyuubi is really trying to kill us," Sakura remarked. "More like he's influencing Naruto to try to kill Kakashi-senpai and Jiraiya-sama," a voice from behind replied. "Your deaths, however, would have been collateral damage." Everyone turned to see an Anbu appearing at the scene with Jiraiya next to him. "Why would you say that?" Sakura asked. Asuma went over to check on Kurenai, who was still unconscious and being looked after by Hinata. "I've been watching the battle for some time," Tenzo explained. "From the look of things, Naruto isn't interested in going after anyone else except Jiraiya-sama and Kakashi-senpai. What I'd like to know is what triggered this to happen." Dai cut in. "Jiraiya-sama," Ryota said as she looked over at the Toad Sage. "Naruto-kun was with you when Hinata and I parted ways from you both. What happened between you both that led him to be taken over by Kyuubi?" "I told him the truth, and from there things turned ugly," Jiraiya confessed. "What truth?" Hinata asked curiously, as if speaking for everyone. Before Jiraiya could elaborate. "He's coming," Sakura warned. The group looked and saw that Naruto was charging at them at top speed on both hands and feet. Ryota ran through another set of hand signs and clasped her hands together. A circular piece of the ground broke off from under her. Focusing her affinity, she charged forward at a fast speed on the ground, with the circular piece of ground being used as a surfboard. Reaching the possessed blonde, Ryota used the gravel surfboard in the attempt crash and pushed Naruto back away from the group. Naruto, however, dodged the attack and slashed at the gravel surfboard, breaking off a third of it off Ryota's feet. Losing her balance as airsolt the attack, she flew off the board but managed to regain her balance as she somersaulted and landed down on her feet. Naruto growled and ran over to her. Clenching her fist, she punched and smashed it into the ground. The earth tore itself to pieces as the path of destruction went after Naruto. Naruto, for his part, jumped out of the way of the growing fissure, and while in the air dived right into her direction. Ryota saw the attack coming and jumped as Naruto smashed to pieces the spot she was previously standing at. She continued to jump back, getting some distance to see Naruto running at her. Picking up a large slab of gravel, she threw it at Naruto, who effortlessly evaded the attack. However, when his shadow was overcast by the slab's shadow, that was when Naruto gradually lost his traction until he was no longer able to move. Shikamaru, quickly using the shadow of the slab as an extension, bounded his shadow with Naruto's, using every ounce of his strength to hold him down. "Shino?" Shikamaru asked as he struggled to hold Naruto in place. "Can your Kikai bugs swarm and eat up some of Naruto's chakra?" "I'll try," Shino said before extending his arms and giving the signal to his bugs to fly out and attack and consume Naruto's chakra. The bugs flew off to do as commanded. As they approached the possessed genin, however, they couldn't get closer to Naruto before feeling the heat and ill effects of his tainted chakra when a reddened outer aura washed over them. The Kikai bugs started shaking violently while looking ready to collapse dead to the ground. Like a powerful repellent, the bugs were kept away at a distance, and were unable to do any harm to Naruto. "It's like a noxious gas," Shino said. "They can't get close enough to him before feeling the strong negativity of his chakra. Kyuubi's chakra is too potent and lethal for my bugs to consume." Shino called the bugs back to him after seeing that his bugs would be of no use in stopping Naruto. Shikamaru was losing his grip on Naruto fast. Chuji moved in and "Nikuden Seisha, meatball tank!" Chuji yelled as he used one of his familial jutsus and turned into a large spinning attack. He charged at Naruto with the aim to use force and momentum to knock him out. Naruto, though, suddenly broke free from Shikamaru's hold. "Damn it!" Shikamaru cursed in frustration as Naruto thrust his enlarged chakra claw at Chuji, grabbing and stopping him dead in his tracks. The intensity of Kyuubi's chakra forced Chuji back to normal only to be held in a death grip. And Naruto! Chuji choked while being squeezed nearly to death. Chuji! Shikamaru and Ino screamed as they, Kiba and Akamaru rushed in to help their teammate. Naruto threw Chuji into their direction with a fierce force, not giving Shikamaru and Ino time to evade being struck by their friend that was thrown into them. Kiba though sidestepped the attack with Akamaru and Jijin Bunshin, Beast Human Clone. Kika yelled out using a modified version of a Henge Jutsu, which allowed a user to transform their animal companion into a perfect copy of themselves. Shikyaku no Jutsu, for legs technique. Kiba said being both he and Akamaru gained some increase of strength and speed, as well as lengthening their nails into claws. Getsuga, double piercing fawn. Kiba yelled out as he and Akamaru started spinning together at a ferocious speed, using a force strong enough to drill through stone. Naruto yelled and released a blast of chakra from out of his body. The strength of the blast was immense, so much so that it forced Kiba's Getsuga to cancel out while propelling him backwards with Akamaru before skidding and bouncing painting off the ground several times before coming to a brutal halt as a result of the tree they crashing right into. Akamaru reverted back to his normal form, though from Dog's face it was evident that it was in a world of pain. Sakura, wanting to pitch in and help in any way she could, charged forward. Though her training with Tsunade was far from finished, she was ready to put what she learned so far into use. Clenching her fists, Sakura attempted to sock Naruto hard in the face and into the ground. Turning his red cat-slit eyes to her, Naruto evaded her assault as her right fist passed in front of him without so much as touching him. She threw more of her chakra-enhanced punches and kicks at Naruto until he grabbed her left fist and pulled her toward him. While holding her in his grip, Naruto delivered a vicious kick into Sakura's ribcage, causing the girl to scream loudly from the attack as he still held onto her fist. He then twisted her arm until a snap was heard and brutally batted Sakura away from him with one of his tails. The girl was sent flying across the right side of the field, hitting and rolling on the hard ground before lying on the dirt face down. The pink-haired ninja withered from the immense pain going through her body while finding herself defenseless and unable to move. "I'd better step in and find a way to stop Naruto and fast," Jiraiya said. "Those young fools have no idea what they're truly up against, and if this keeps up he might do a lot worse to them." After seeing Sakura lying motionless on the ground, Naruto roared and grinded his sharpened nails into the floor. Just before he could do anything else, Jiraiya came leaping in and delivered a mighty punch to Naruto's face, sending the possessed genin spiraling through several trees and into a boulder. Two of the trees that he crashed through fell down on top of him, temporarily leaving Naruto immobilized. Jiraiya hurriedly went to check on Sakura with Kakashi and Asuma doing likewise with Ino, Shikamaru, Kiba and Shuji. From what the Sannin saw, Sakura suffered several bruises and scrapes around her face and body with parts of her clothes having blood stains and tears from the impact. But her injuries didn't end there. She also sustained a mild head injury, a fractured right leg, a broken left arm, broken ribs and a few more internal injuries as a result of the kick and direct blows she took from being struck by one of Naruto's mighty tails. If this situation isn't rectified soon and is allowed to escalate, Jiraiya contemplated, I may have no choice but to resort to using Sage Mode. But damn, I really hate how I look in that form, though, seeing that it would scare away all of the ladies. Jiraiya-sama, Tenzo called out as he, followed by Guy and Kakashi, hurried over to him. Hinata and Ryota followed also. "Listen," Jiraiya instructed. "I want all of you to stay out of this fight from here on out. I'll deal with Naruto myself." "Jiraiya-sama," Tenzo replied. "I was specially instructed by Tsunade-sama to dash. This is a personal matter between me and my godson," Jiraiya stated, putting emphasis on the word godson, surprising Hinata, Ryota, Tenzo and Guy. "And like you said before, anyone else getting in the way despite their best intentions will end up as collateral damage." Tenzo wanted to argue against the notion of Jiraiya going in to take on Naruto by himself. There was a particular reason why Tsunade chose Tenzo to deal with Naruto should things get out of control. Meanwhile, Naruto pushed off the trees from off him and stood up to locate his surprise attacker. Sensing Naruto's vibrations through the earth, Ryota warned, "He's coming back." Naruto punched his right fist into the ground and used his other arm to extend and shoot out his chakra claw. Jiraiya and company jumped out of the way before the claw plunged into the spot they were previously standing at. Kakashi flipped to the air and prepared to land on the ground when another red claw erupted from the ground and straight at him. "He anticipated my thoughts," Kakashi realized with his widened eye, and steered me right into the direction of his attack. The Jounin didn't have time to react or use Kawarimi when the giant claw grabbed and held him in place. Seeing that his target was in his grip, Naruto pulled Kakashi over to him as the chakra arm tore through earth leading back to Naruto. "Kakashi-sensei!" Hinata cried as she and Ryota hurried to Kakashi. Ryota rushed through a set of hand seals and prepared to execute one of her jutsus when same claw from before appeared from above her and grabbed her back her left leg. Naruto tossed Ryota into the air away from him. She would have had a painful landing on a pile of rocks had Guy not acted quickly and successfully catch her after jumping into the air after her. Kakashi for his part was still in Naruto's vice-like grip when he finally reached the genin. Naruto, squeezing Kakashi tighter as the Jounin groaned excruciatingly, thrust his arm holding Kakashi forward and slammed him into a tree nearby. Still holding him, Naruto pulled Kakashi back and slammed him into the same tree again, this time twice as hard. "Naruto-kun!" Hinata pleaded desperately. "Please! I know you're in there somewhere. Don't let Kyuubi consume you. I know you're stronger than this." Looking over at Hinata, Naruto dropped the battered Kakashi to the ground. The masked Jounin was barely conscious from the assault as pain ripped through his body. He also had several broken bones and other internal injuries as a result of the attack. Hinata! Kakashi tried to warn despite the pain. "Get away! Naruto, he will!" Jiraiya hurried to the spot Hinata, Kakashi and Naruto were with Tenzo following right behind him. Naruto's red Kyuubi eyes stared at the Hyuga heiress as she stood there looking back at him. Despite her present fear, she swallowed it in hopes that she would be able to reach her dear friend and get his mind back. "Naruto-kun!" Hinata I don't want to fight you. The very thought hurts me greatly. Please come back to us and let us help you. I don't care that you're a Jinchuriki. I see you as who you are, Uzumaki Naruto. You're my dear friend and I really care about you." A snarl came forth from Naruto's mouth. "Come back to us," Hinata pleaded, and a bit lowlier. "Come back to me." A savage growl escaped Naruto's mouth. He charged at the Hyuga heiress in a blur with bloodlust ever present in his eyes with his claws out ready to slash and gut her open. "Hinata!" Jiraiya cried out as Tenzo rushed as fast as he could, preparing to execute a jutsu that had been thought to be long lost to the death of Shodaime Hokage. Hinata knew she had no real chance fighting Naruto in the three-tailed possessed condition he was in. Despite her dread and fear of the Kyuubi, she was willing to risk death if it meant rescuing and saving Naruto whom she held dear in her heart. Mere seconds before reaching the young girl so he could viciously maul her, Naruto suddenly stopped and froze in place with his outreached claws only being a few millimeters away from her face. Jiraiya, Tenzo and Kakashi saw that Naruto mysterious stopped dead in his tracks and stood there like a stiff statue. "What happened?" Kakashi asked. "He just froze," Jiraiya stated with a clueless expression. "What do you suppose caused this?" Tenzo asked as he too was at a wonder, seeing that he didn't get to use the intended jutsu he was going to use to restrain Naruto and neutralize the Kyuubi. Hinata still stood where she was staring into Naruto's eyes. "Naruto-kun," Hinata said softly, as though she was hoping that Naruto had somehow heard her voice. Kyuubi's three-tailed chakra cloak was still enveloped around Naruto's body, but something was happening inside of Naruto. Naruto's mindscape. "What is this?" Kyuubi growled angrily as he found that his influence was being inverted by an unknown source. Naruto, though in a trance, was being pulled back by an arm that suddenly materialized and grabbed him from behind, pulling him from out of Kyuubi's chakra grip through the bars. "Get the hell back in your cage, you damnable fox!" An older-sounding teenage voice ordered while pulling Naruto back away from the cage bars. "You will not have your way with Naruto anymore! Who the hell are you?" Kyuubi roared after hearing the more mature version of Naruto's voice breaking his hold on Naruto. Naruto was finally pulled from out of Kyuubi's hold, though still in a trance. "Naruto!" the voice called out. "Naruto!" Naruto gradually stirred and regained his self-awareness. He opened his eyes, and when his vision came through, his eyes widened in shock at seeing the person holding him in his arms on his knees. Niken? Naruto asked in surprise. "But how did you dash?" "No, Naruto." "Then," Naruto doppelganger replied. "Not your Niken, only the part of him that fused and became part of you." "What do you mean?" "All I am is a mental embodiment representing of all of your Niken's knowledge, wisdom and experiences. And, Naruto explained, I'm being projected by your willpower or subconscious. Kyuubi sneered monstrously at seeing how the Naruto doppelganger dressed and resembled Yondaime so closely. Though you're not the Yondaime, Kyuubi said mockingly, you carry his same stench. Just like this boy who just recently learned from his ever-loving godfather that his own father was the very man who locked me away in here. Turning to Naruto, Kyuubi asked contemptuously, how does it feel knowing that your own father was the most contributing factor in your life being ruined? The great fox chuckled sinisterly seeing Naruto's dejection. Kyuubi, and Naruto asked, since monkeys have opposable thumbs and you don't, does that make you less evolved? What did you say? Kyuubi growled. What I'm saying is that since monkeys have opposable thumbs and whereas you don't, that must mean that monkeys are more evolved than you are. And, Naruto mocked. Kyuubi roared in rage and slammed against the cage as his claws reached out and attempted to tear Naruto apart. The doppelganger stood there unaffected with the massive claws being mere centimeters from his face. And, Naruto replied, get back in your goddamn cage! And, Naruto didn't wait for Kyuubi's reply as he left cage area with Naruto. Once out of sight, Naruto turned to Naruto. That was quite a problem you got yourself into. And, Naruto remarked, have you anything to say for yourself? Naruto was silent for a brief moment before speaking again. They knew, Naruto said. They knew, all of them. They knew about my family and said not a damn thing about it. And how does that now make you feel towards them? Angry, Naruto answered. I spent my entire life not knowing anything about my family or my heritage. Jizan, while he was still alive, knew who my parents were, and yet he gave me nothing that belonged to them. Kakashi was taught by my father and became a legend, yet he played favorites and barely taught me anything useful besides tree climbing. Tsunade no Bachan knew my parents since they were kids, and yet not only did she say nothing about it but lied about not having any documentation stating who my parents and family were. Ero Sennin, my godfather, was never there for me. And my father, Yondaime, the one man I have always looked up to, turned out to be the very man who put that monster inside me and hoped for the best that everyone saw me as the hero. Well, we all know how that turned out. And Naruto stood there as Naruto vented his hurt and anger until the boy eventually fell to his knees and hands with tears coming down his face. And Naruto knelt down on one knee and helped Naruto to calm down. Yes. And Naruto said truthfully, a lot of wrong they did you, that they did regardless of whatever good intentions they may claim they have done in your behalf. You have every right to be angry at them. However, you lost control and allowed yourself to be completely consumed by your rage and hurt. In doing so, you've allowed Kyuubi to use and manipulate you in hurting those who do care for you. To make his point clear, Naruto showed Naruto all of the memories of what he did after Kyuubi took control of his mind and body. Naruto only wished to cry more after seeing all of the damage he did and the friends that he attacked and nearly killed. He saw everything, from the time he wrecked his apartment seeking to tear Jiraiya apart to when he nearly killed Hinata and would have done so had it not been for Naruto, who managed to appear and intervene to stop Kyuubi from going further. Kyuubi knew how Hinata's death would have affected you. And Naruto said, what better way to break you than to have you unknowingly kill someone very close to you, especially someone whom you yourself said was a kind of person you like. Naruto felt horrible and sick at heart. They must all think I'm a monster now. Naruto cried fearfully. After this, none of them nor the villagers will want to be anywhere near me. They'll demand that I be ousted from the village. I have nothing and no one left. It's all my fault. Nonsense. And Naruto said with a tone that expressed compassion with a level of determination. Don't allow yourself to be swallowed by guilt and self-pity now. Naruto looked up at Naruto, who had a firm expression on his face but his eyes showed levels of compassion. What happened tonight after Jiraiya spoke with you was an event that overwhelmed you. And Naruto said, no one could have predicted this, not even you. Naruto was silent with nothing to say for himself. Naruto. And Naruto continued, though a lot of bad things happened here tonight, understand that some good happened tonight also. Good! Naruto shouted back at Naruto as if he contradicted himself. What good could have possibly resulted from all this? Patiently, Naruto clarified. It took a great deal of courage for Jiraiya to come clean and tell you the truth while begging for your forgiveness, even while you were in your two-tailed state. The genins risked their lives to help you. Hell, even Sakura placed herself on the front line trying to help where she could. Hinata as well, and unlike what happened to the rest, Kyuubi especially tried to use you to kill her. The very thought of killing someone who became precious to him like Hinata nauseated Naruto to the point that he felt like vomiting. Don't you see? And, Naruto continued, your friends, despite the dangers, came to help and rescue you. They wouldn't have done so if they all believed you to be the monster you believe yourself to be. Kyuubi knew how hurt you were after learning the truth from Jiraiya. And in the unstable emotional state you were in, it was easy for him to have his way with you, seeking to try to get you into destroying whatever bonds you've made with the people who only sought to be there for you now. You still have people who care about you, like a family, even though they're not related to you by blood. Yes, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi and others have wronged you. However, as Jiraiya explained earlier, they're trying to right the wrongs they made. I know getting over all of this will take time, but you have to give them a chance, especially if you want your peace of mind and the ability to move on with your life. Will Hinata, Sakura-chan and the others forgive me after everything I've done to them? Naruto asked with a hint of doubt. Try talking with them. And, Naruto suggested. They may surprise you. And the villagers? Naruto asked. I will admit that what happened tonight may reopen old wounds from what Kyuubi have done a little more than 13 years ago. And, Naruto replied. But don't think for a minute that our godfather and Tsunade will let them or anyone else have their way with you in trying to label you as a monster that should have been killed years ago. Also, your Niken didn't go through the trouble of infusing his gift into you just so you could be brought to nothing so soon in the end. Don't let Kyuubi, self-guilt, or tonight's unfortunate event be your undoing. Rather, take everything that happened here tonight as a learning experience that you can use to make you stronger so you don't make a repeat of history out of it. It's hard, I know. It's easier to hold grudges, especially toward those you consider as your family. But holding on to such grudges will only fester into hate, which will make you miserable, lonely, and unhappy. And ultimately, you'd have driven everyone away from you, everyone who you could have loved, bonded, and formed unbreakable ties with. I tell you this truth. It takes real strength to forgive and not hold on to grudges, especially toward those who've wronged you greatly, and sincerely seek your pardon. If you truly desire to be freed from this pain, then you must forgive them. Please, for your sake and peace of mind, forgive Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi and Jizan. You must forgive our father for forcing this burden on us, and most importantly, you must first forgive yourself. If you do this, I'm sure all of your friends will forgive you for all that happened here tonight. In that way, the healing of the wounds made can be manifested and repair whatever bonds might have been damaged or put into question. Everything that Naruto was telling Naruto having positive results as he felt Naruto's spirit rising up from the disposition it was in. Niken! Naruto cried happily as he leaped and embraced Naruto tightly. Naruto hugged Naruto back. Remember, Naruto. Naruto said with a bright smile. You're not alone in this world. Like your Niken once told you, a part of him will always be with you in spirit. He is your keeper after all, a brother's keeper. Now Naruto, it's time to go back. But remember, you'll always have me with you. Naruto atomized and fused into Naruto before flash of light appeared out of Naruto and consumed the entire area. Back in the real world, Hinata, Jiraiya, Tenzo and Kakashi saw that Naruto was gradually changing back to normal until the appearance of Kyuubi's influence and chakra was completely gone. Naruto fell to his hands and knees in exhaustion. Hinata immediately knelt down and held on to him. Naruto-kun, Hinata asked worriedly. Are you alright? Naruto was breathing hard while his body ached painfully from the experience of going 3 tails for the first time in his life. Jiraiya knelt down beside Naruto and Hinata. Neither Jiraiya nor Tenzo detected any signs of Kyuubi's influence, and found that Naruto somehow neutralized Kyuubi's power over him. Jiraiya was about to say something to Naruto when Godfather, Hinata, Kakashi-sensei, everyone, Naruto said lowly with an apologetic tone as a few tears ran down his face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Jiraiya felt deeply touched that Naruto referred to him by a title he felt he didn't deserve. It took every fiber in Jiraiya's being to hold back his own tears since he didn't feel that it was the right time to show such emotions. You have no need to apologize, Naruto, Jiraiya replied. If anyone is to apologize and be blamed for what happened here tonight and accept responsibility for it, it's me. I caused this mess and you being in the situation you were in. It was entirely my fault, not yours. Therefore, I have to set matters right and correct my past mistakes that you and others had to pay for. Naruto said something under his breath that Hinata managed to catch a few bits of, though the rest was incoherent. The blonde then passed out in Hinata's arms from fatigue. He'll be fine, Hinata, Jiraiya assured. He's just physically and emotionally drained from the experience. He said something in a very low undertone, but I wasn't able to make sense of it, Hinata stated. Do you know what he said? Jiraiya inquired. Something about his Niken saving him, Hinata replied. I don't know what he meant. Tenzo was completely confused by Hinata's words and this Niken she spoke of. He then took it that Naruto must have suffered from some form of delusional disorientation as a side effect of the unstable Three Tails experience, much like how Gaara at one point screamed for "Mother" during the finals of the Chunin exams months ago after being wounded from Sasuke's Chidori. Jiraiya, however, took it from a whole other perspective as he thought about Hinata's words. Could it be that the other Naruto anticipated something like this possibly happening and prepared some form of failsafe in the event things got out of hand? Jiraiya contemplated as he watched Hinata hold on to Naruto protectively. It only would seem to make some sense considering how he made sure that the truth about Naruto's heritage was revealed along with his secret as the Jinchuriki later being exposed. The other Jounins, followed by the rest of the Genins and Shikamaru, soon made the appearance. The Genins were helping and giving support to each other due to their injuries. Shino's kick-eye bugs suffered from the ill after-effects of the chakra poisoning they got from Kyuubi's chakra. This as a result weakened and made Shino himself sick after his bugs returned to his body. Heavy sweat was already forming around his head and face. Kurinai regained consciousness several minutes ago, though she too was in some pain of her own. Sakura and Kakashi, by coincidence being on the same team as Naruto, suffered the most serious injuries and were in need of immediate medical attention. The medic ninjas among the Jounins started treating Kakashi and Sakura's conditions, though the rest of their injuries needed further tending to at the hospital. Shino was in need of chakra cleansing, which was only administrable in the hospital. However, the medic ninjas did what they could to calm Shino's condition. The others were also having their wounds treated. Hinata and Tenzo were the only ones who weren't harmed in any way by the possessed Naruto, despite the close call Hinata had when he nearly struck her. While this was taking place, they all saw that Naruto was no longer under Kyuubi's control. So it's over? Tenten asked. Kyuubi was dealt with. Somehow, Tenzo explained. Naruto managed to fight back and regain control of his mind and body before losing consciousness. That's Naruto-kun for you. Lee smiled. Not even the darkness of Kyuubi was able to overshadow and hold down his bright flames for long. Be that as it may, Ebisu remarked. But not to sound pessimistic, I strongly doubt that the rest of villagers will be as understanding. We'll deal with that problem when we cross that bridge, Jiraiya made clear. What a troublesome night this was, Shikamaru remarked. It's one I'm sure none of us will forget about anytime soon. It wasn't after another 20 minutes when the medic stated that the group was good enough to move and return back to the village. Kakashi, Shino and Sakura though had to be carried back on stretchers to be brought to the hospital in order to have the rest of their needed treatments taken care of. Hinata was still holding on to Naruto's sleeping form when Jiraiya moved closer and said, I'll take him. Hinata released her hold on Naruto and Jiraiya let carry Naruto into his arms with Naruto's head resting on Jiraiya's right shoulder. Like a protective grandfather who found his lost grandchild, the Toad Sage carried and held on to Naruto. Let's go back, Jiraiya said. He led the group back to the village. Ryota was still in her soaked and wet, dirted up, ragged and barefooted condition, but she just walked it off without a care in the world. This led Kiba and several other male ninjas to stare and gawk at her, much to the annoyance of the female ninjas among their number. The female ninjas got a look at Ryota's exposed body and found that she was a ninja-possessed, a figure that despite being through some hard missions, it didn't hamper her shape, and the fact that she had nice-sized racks didn't help either. All the more why the most of the males were staring at her. Some of the girls felt a bit envious. Man, Kiba thought lecherously while fighting back a giggle, I'd sure love to tap that ass. Kurinai shot Kiba a look of disapproval which caught his sight before turning his gaze away from his Jounin sensei. However, he still stole a few glances at Ryota's direction. Sure you can't be interested in some spare clothes? Kurinai asked the older teen Jounin. You can use my jacket, Kiba offered as he prepared to remove his jacket from off him. I'm fine, Ryota assured. There's no need to worry about me, Kurinai argued. Your clothes are ruined and you have more than half of the male populace staring at you. The male gender of the group in general, Jiraiya and Kiba especially, opted to look like they didn't know what Kurenai was talking about as they avoided her gaze at them. Guy felt indignant by the accusation. So they're staring at me? Ryota shrugged off. Big deal. Big deal. Ebisu interjected indignantly. We males here were falsely accused of stealing glances at you and all you have to say for yourself is big deal. Kurenai didn't exactly buy into Ebisu's defense, though part of her gave him the benefit of the doubt. After tonight, Ryota retorted. Do you honestly think that something like ruined kimonos with half of my body exposed is going to worry me? Ryota looked into Jiraiya's direction and took a glance at the blonde being carried in his arms. Hinata was following and walking close alongside Jiraiya, ever keeping her eyes on Naruto. I'm more worried about Naruto-kun than the current condition of my clothes, Ryota said. His well-being is my prime concern. Kurenai found an underlying meaning behind Ryota's words but decided not to delve further into it. Kiba felt a small bit of jealousy, but after thinking about everything that happened, he figured that Ryota's concerns for Naruto were understandable. As the group returned to Konoha, they knew they were going to have to deal with the villagers and the aftermath of Naruto's earlier outburst as the Three Tails. While that was going on, the Genins had many thoughts on their minds concerning the older generation ninjas and villagers. They wondered how much the older people knew about Naruto and his circumstances, along with the lies and misinformation they were taught at the academy about Kyuubi and Yondaime, which the Genins until now never knew heavily involved Naruto's life. For what it was worth, the Genins began questioning much of what they were taught and the integrity of the village they had sworn to protect. Naruto was returned back to normal thanks to the intervention and aid of Naruto and is being brought back to Konoha. How will the Genins, now knowing and seeing the truth for themselves, react toward the villagers, their own families and senseis? In fact, how will the rest of the younger generation ninjas and commoners react once they learn the truth about Naruto during the aftermath? And what will become of Naruto because of his Three Tails outburst? Find out next time. A/N. What do you, the readers, believe the younger generation ninjas and commoners should react and feel after all this? And what do you all think should become of Hinata and Sakura's character developments in the story, and that of the others as a result? I'd honestly like to know in your reviews, please. Thank you. Chapter 6, Revelations. Chapter 6, Revelations. A/N. To Starkin, thanks for the inspirations from the Team 8 fanfic. Sorry for adding this late, an oversight on my part. The rest of the trip back was made in silence as everyone meditated on the night's events. For the older generation, it brought back some unwanted memories of Kyuubi's assault on Konoha a little more than 13 years ago. For the younger generation, however, it raised many questions and doubts about the grown-ups and everything they were taught to believe since their days at the academy. So many lies, ill treatments and cover-ups surrounded Naruto's life, the Genins thought, and sad to say their own families in one way or other contributed to it. In fact, it turned out that their own senseis knew the truth about Naruto's history, if not most of it. The more the Genins thought about it, a bit more of their faith and confidence in the people of Konoha diminished. Ryota was no stranger to the truth about Naruto's life. She saw firsthand from the shadows what life for Naruto had to be like. If anything, the Jinchurikis of IWA didn't have to deal with as much hardships and trials as Naruto, considering the fact that they were regarded as Iwa's ultimate line of defense and offense. The Earth user turned her attention to Hinata, who looked ever so worried for Naruto. She could only wonder what was going through Hinata's mind at that moment as Jiraiya continued carrying the unconscious Naruto in his arms very protectively. Shikamaru, like Ino, Chuji and Tenten, came out with the least amount of injuries, which unfortunately couldn't be said of the other Genins except Hinata, who to everyone else's amazement came out without so much of a scratch on her person. Kakashi, Shino and Sakura were being carried back to the village on stretchers. One would have guessed that the possessed Naruto was venting some pent-up rage against Kakashi and Sakura for reasons unstated, considering how those two were the only ones of the entire group that took the most vicious of beatings from the possessed Naruto. Sakura was infamous for her reputation of beating Naruto up whenever her temper got out of control. But what befell her tonight was something she would never forget for a very long time. Shino was still feeling the ill effects of the chakra poisoning from Kyuubi chakra. It amazed the Shikamaru how Naruto wasn't badly affected by Kyuubi's tainted chakra. Despite everything that happened though, Shikamaru was still set on helping Naruto. 42 minutes later. ANBU ninjas and jounins were standing at the main entrance of the gate awaiting their fellow ninjas' return. Enko and Yuzuki, who was in her ANBU gear and uniform, were among the ninjas and medic team ready on standby. Many of the villagers, young and old, were standing by the gate as well. Among them were Tuchi, his daughter Ayam, Konohamaru, his two friends Udan and Moegi and Irika. They were very worried about Naruto and hoped nothing bad happened to him. That of course weren't feelings shared by the other villagers about him. Most were expecting Naruto to be brought back either dead in a body bag or in chains with ninjas heavily guarding him and ready to strike him down if he went berserk again. What they saw, however, shocked them entirely. As the group came into their sight, they saw that Jiraiya, taking the lead of the group, was carrying the sleeping Naruto in his arms with the Kushina'S walking side by side with him. This sparked feelings of outrage. Many were already shouting and voicing their indignation at the sight. The jounins and chunins there kept the crowd back, preventing them from doing anything foolish. As Jiraiya entered through the gates with the others following from behind, he and as well as the others saw the looks the villagers were giving them, particularly the looks they were giving to Naruto. When the genin saw this, it only confirmed beyond any room for doubt everything that Shikamaru had explained to them earlier in details. Jiraiya-sama. Irika called out as he ran over to the Toad Sage. How's Naruto? Is he alright? Tuchi, Ayam, Konohamaru and his friends followed Irika from behind. He's alright, Jiraiya assured. But why do you express concern for that creature? One of the villagers shouted with much loathing. The younger ninjas were able to sense the amount of hate that came from that statement. It was clear to them that there were those in Konoha that didn't consider Naruto as one of their own. You ought to be more concerned about the damages he's done around the village and for the ninjas he attacked and wounded. A female villager yelled. Not that beast. Just as the other villagers were about to voice their opinions. Silence all of you. Hinata yelled with unwavering indignation, surprising and shocking everyone, Niji and Kurenai especially. You pack of sheepskin-covered wolves and hypocrites don't have any right to judge Naruto-kun. Hinata's outburst left many stupefied and speechless. The shy Kushina'S was known by many for her tentativeness and meek spirit. Niji looked at Hinata in awe, never seeing such a strong, courageous spirit from his cousin before. Hinata-sama. Niji muttered. Why do you defend him? Another village protested. He has always been a loyal ninja and defender of the village. Hinata interjected with tears now falling down her face. And I won't allow any of you to say otherwise about him. You people say that you honor Yondaime, but every day for years with the way you treated Naruto-kun shows how all of you have disgraced and spat on Yondaime's sacrifice, and his dying wish for Naruto-kun to have been seen as the hero he always has been. The younger villagers of the genin's age group didn't know what Hinata was talking about as it raised questions concerning her words. Kurenai saw that something inside Hinata sparked, and whatever it was, the genjutsu mistress was happy it was there. Tsunade and Shizen soon arrived on the scene with more ANBU ninjas following behind them. What happened tonight with Naruto's outbreak was entirely my fault, Jiraiya stated firmly to everyone. It was my actions entirely that triggered Naruto to become possessed by that creature that rampaged through this village tonight. Naruto is completely innocent. So don't any one of you in any way pass blame or seek to do harm the boy. Whatever damage was done will be taken care of. I take fully responsibility for all the damages that have occurred tonight. None of you have any reason to fear Naruto. As Hinata said, he's still the same loyal ninja and defender of the village. Many found it hard to believe that Jiraiya was openly taking the fall for everything that happened. Some thought he was just trying to cover up for Naruto as a scapegoat. Everyone return to your homes now, Tsunade ordered the villagers authoritatively. There is no threat of any immediate danger. Jiraiya has explained to you how and why this unfortunate event occurred. Therefore, I don't want any more trouble from any of you. Right now I need all of you to cooperate in returning to your homes so I can better assess the situation and . But that monster is still a threat that can . The villager wasn't allowed to finish when an Abinu appeared with a katana pressed against the skin of his throat. One more word out of line from you or anyone else will result in your immediate arrest and jail sentence, Tsunade stated with an iron tone. I will not tolerate any one of you villagers forcing my hands in this matter concerning one of my ninjas. Like I said, the situation will be assessed and I would very much appreciate your cooperation in returning to your homes now. Refusal to obey at this point will result in your immediate punishment. Many of the citizens were still bitter, but they knew better than to test the Hokage's patience, especially with many ninjas and ANBU Black Ops on standby all around them ready to carry out her orders. The villagers eventually obeyed and started leaving the scene with their families, but not without giving Naruto one last dirty look of contempt, which didn't go unnoticed by the genins. Konohamaru and his friends had many questions about what happened with Naruto, and they were very worried about him. "Thank you, Tsunade-heim," Jiraiya said. "I was afraid that things were going to get ugly here upon our return. After tonight's events," Tsunade said, "the last thing we need now is a riot from the villagers. We heard things about some demon running wild in Konoha," Konohamaru said, "and they kept referring to Naruto Niken. Was he possessed by something?" Moegi asked. "Actually he was," Jiraiya said. "Thankfully the monster that took over Naruto was dealt with." "So you unintentionally caused him to become possessed by this unnamed demon?" Udan asked. "Sadly that's the case," Jiraiya admitted. "But like I said, the situation was taken care of." Tsunade went over to Jiraiya and asked while looking at Naruto. "How is he?" "Exhausted, but other than that he's okay," Jiraiya explained. "We all took a beating, but Kakashi and Sakura took the worst of Naruto's attack, and Shino is in need of immediately chakra cleansing due to being poisoned by Kyuubi's chakra." Tsunade nodded in understanding. Looking at the genins, Tsunade said, "All of you took a dangerous risk confronting Naruto in the state he was in. But I'm happy that all of you are back and safe. I'll need a full report about what happened as soon as possible." She then ordered the group to head to the hospital for further medical treatments. Turning to Konohamaru and his friends, Tsunade told them to return to their homes and that they could see Naruto later. Reluctantly they obeyed as Tsuchi and Ayam volunteered to escort them home with Irika following close by. At the hospital, Kakashi and Sakura were in the intensive care unit, while Shino was having his chakra coils treated. Besides suffering from bone fractures and breakages, Sakura also suffered a few organ injuries. Fortunately, the medical staff was able to treat them. It would be 2 weeks before Sakura and Kakashi were back on their feet again and fit for duty, as they both had casts and bandages around several parts of their bodies. Jiraiya stayed with Naruto the entire time, not seeking to leave anything to chance considering the state of mind and panic the villagers were still in. Ryota was given a new set of clothes after her remaining injuries were taken care of. 5 hours later. It was some time past 3 a.m. in the morning. While in the recovery room Naruto and Kakashi were recuperating in, Tsunade questioned Jiraiya and all of the jounins and genins about the events that played out. Shino was allowed to sit in and contribute to the explanations being given, though he was brought into the room in a wheelchair. Jiraiya didn't go into details explaining how what he told Naruto triggered his three-tailed episode, and Tsunade didn't press on the matter since Jiraiya openly admitted to being responsible for it anyway. As the ninjas explained their stories, Jiraiya, for his part, was in deep thought about the whole situation. It doesn't add up, Jiraiya thought to himself. Kyuubi was infamously known for his monstrous bloodlust and thirst for destruction toward everything and everyone around it. If anything, I would have assumed that Naruto would have become more dangerously unstable and vicious with the additional tails he acquired. But somehow he was able to keep his focus on me and hold his ground against a team of jounins and genins while making sure not to attack the villagers. He knew exactly when, where and how to hit us while avoiding most of our attacks. Jiraiya wasn't the only one bothered by the strategic mannerism Naruto in his three-tailed state fought everyone, added to the fact that Naruto was able to effectively execute one of Naruto's lethal wind-manipulated jutsus. Ebisu and the other jounins who weren't aware of the existence of Naruto were left in the dark about the Shippu Uzumaki no Jutsu, as the genins made sure not to reveal that jutsu's name though its power was described. Tsunade though was surprised that Hinata sustained no harm from Naruto. Hinata explained that she managed to reach Naruto's heart without fighting him, and that she got him to fight against Kyuubi's influence before returning back to normal. "You're telling us that you managed to get Naruto to fight Kyuubi's influence, and regain control of himself without actually fighting him?" Ebisu asked incredulously. Many in the room like Ebisu found Hinata's explanation very hard to swallow. "What part of Hinata's explanation is hard to believe?" Jiraiya inquired. "That fact that she actually did what she said she did, or the fact that she succeeded in doing something that all of us here in this room failed to do?" "Hinata speaks the truth," Kakashi said. "Jiraiya-sama, the ANBU and I were right there when it happened. Naruto would have done far more damage to me had it not been for her intervention. Naruto, while possessed by Kyuubi, couldn't bring himself to harm Hinata. He began resisting Kyuubi's power over him the second Hinata came within less than an inch of being seriously harmed. The group took a moment to process what they heard from Kakashi's mouth, confirming Hinata's explanation with Jiraiya, Tenzo, and Kakashi himself as eyewitnesses. The fact that Naruto couldn't bring himself to harm Hinata in any way, whereas he didn't hesitate to hurt them, made them realize that Hinata was a lot closer to Naruto than even Sakura was, and she was his teammate and proclaimed love interest. They also saw that Naruto was very close to the Hyuga heiress on subconscious levels that even he most likely wasn't even aware of. It's strange, Tsunade thought. From what Hinata said, I would have figured that Sakura would have been able to reach Naruto and get him to resist Kyuubi's influence were she to be in the same position Hinata was in. The Gaki always had a huge crush on my apprentice from what I've seen, and yet she was the one he battered and put in ICU. And to add more to the amazement, Hinata succeeded in accomplishing something that even Jiraiya failed to do, and without resorting to jutsus or seals of any sort for that matter either, just her affections. What special feminine charms did you possess and use to tame the savage beast Hinata? Ryota teased and smiled toothily while wrapping her arm around Hinata's shoulders. Perhaps you can show and give me some good pointers. I'm always ready and willing to learn, teacher. Hinata blushed hotly, though Kurenai clearly wasn't amused with Ryota's antics. Ryota, Kurenai rebuked. That's enough. This isn't the time for jokes. Why not? Ryota shot back. After all this, we could use a little humor to lighten the mood around here. Unfortunately, Ebisu commented. Not everyone shares your sentiments. That's putting it lightly, Tenten remarked. I'll say, Kiba added. We should be happy that Naruto didn't do far worse to us at the time, Niji replied. I can't say for sure if Sakura would be too quick to agree with you, Niji, Shino replied. The bug user had always been aware of Hinata's feelings for Naruto. At the same time, Shino was also aware of Naruto's huge crush on Sakura, but the event that transpired between Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata led him to question what he thought he knew and understood about them. From what Shikamaru said, Hinata asked. When Yondaime sealed Kyuubi into Naruto-kun when he was a newborn baby, his last wish before his death was for Naruto-kun to be seen as the hero who had to carry the burden of holding Kyuubi. Yet, that wish wasn't honored by our own people. No, it wasn't, Tsunade admitted. And Sarutobi-sensei knew that was going to happen also. What? Hinata asked. Then why did he allow that? From the looks of Shikamaru and all of the genins' faces, they wanted an explanation. Tsunade sighed, and for a moment her eyes showed the group a glance of a heavily drained soul. If only the Hokages were as powerful as everyone seems to believe us to be, Tsunade said. It would be nice to be able to do and decide on anything I and Sarutobi-sensei wanted. Hinata frowned deeply. Sandaime was the Hokage. His word was law. Our word is, Tsunade replied. But to a certain degree. In truth, the Hokage actually guides the villagers and the ninjas. It is up to them to follow our leadership. Both shinobis and civilians must work together if anything is to be accomplished. A few in the council had petitioned Sarutobi-sensei to have Naruto swiftly executed while he was still a newborn baby, or failing that, to exile him from the village. One among them even suggested having Naruto trained and turned into the village's ultimate weapon. Sarutobi-sensei refused to do any of those things. He made it very clear that Naruto was the Yondaime's legacy, and that he wished the boy to be seen as a hero, because he is the Kyuubi's jailer. They agreed with him, and when they returned home, they told those in their clan and household to shun Naruto. The older ninjas saw the hardened looks of disdain and disgust Shikamaru and the genins were giving them. It went without say that the younger ninjas lost much of their faith and confidence in the older generation. At the same time, though, the genins felt saddened, dishonored, and shamed that their own families and people mistreated Naruto so badly. They did nothing to openly defy Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya added. The villagers, though stricken by their grief, didn't dare try to kill the boy unless they themselves were looking to be immediately executed, and the same rule applied to the ninjas. The populace obey with their mouths and disobey with their hearts. The Hokage can tell someone to treat the boy appropriately. However, unless one of Sarutobi-sensei's loyal ninjas or Sarutobi-sensei himself was standing over the villagers, the people wouldn't do something they felt has been forced on them to do. Even Tsunade could only go so far and carry out her authority. So in other words, Niji spoke up. You essentially have insidious civil disobedience where Naruto is concerned. That is one way to put it, Tsunade replied. The villagers and even some ninjas look at Naruto and see a reminder of their worst fears and loss of family members and comrades. and sadly tonight's unfortunate event only served to bring back those painful memories. Hinata turned and looked at Naruto, who was resting peacefully on the recovery bed. She, like everyone else in the room, knew that Naruto was going to have an even harder time gaining the acceptance he always wanted from the people of Konoha. All I hear are excuses, Hinata remarked. It saddens me greatly that Naruto-kun suffered so much for us in a village that scorned him and betrayed Yondaime. Kurenai wanted to say something to Hinata, but she couldn't think of the right words to say to soothe the hurt the Hyuga heiress was feeling for the outcasts she was so fond of. Plus, Kurenai sensed that Hinata was angry at her also. We have been told many times at the academy how Yondaime killed the Kyuubi and died doing so, Chuji said. How many more lies were we taught that has Naruto on the receiving end of a great deal of the village's scorn and mistreatment? It was always said that Yondaime was a strong believer of justice, Ino said, and then asked, so why did Yondaime choose Naruto as the vessel to have Kyuubi sealed in? Was it because he was the only child who had the bad timing of being born on the night Kyuubi attacked? Shikamaru already knew the answer, but he knew that it wasn't his place to speak out. At that point, Jiraiya found no reason to hide the truth anymore, especially since it was going to be revealed soon regardless. Because, Jiraiya said, Namake's Minato, the late Yondaime Hokage, was confident that his sole son and surviving heir could hold the Kyuubi. That bombshell shocked everyone but Kakashi and Tsunade. Ebisu looked like he was about to have heart attack. Kurenai gasped and had her hand on her mouth. Ino was just gaping like a fish out of water. Naruto-kun is, Hinata stuttered in amazement, the sole surviving heir and legacy of the Namake's clan and Uzumaki family, Jiraiya said. He's Minato and Kushina'S son. Like you said, Ino, Yondaime was a strong believer of justice, and as such, he couldn't and wouldn't ask anyone to do anything that he himself wouldn't have been willing to do with his own child. He was confident that Naruto would someday find and make use of Kyuubi's power in the protection of Konoha. But the price Yondaime paid for Konoha's survival was indescribably severe. That same night he lost his wife in death from medical complications after childbirth, and on top of that he was going to force upon his own newborn son the burden of jailing the Kyuubi by resorting to an ancient S-class Kinjutsu Ugi that would seal the Kyuubi into Naruto. What Kinjutsu Ugi was this? Shino asked. Everyone in the room waited for the answer. A most dark-natured Kinjutsu that even I and many others would have dreaded to use, Jiraiya replied. This Kinjutsu Ugi is known as Shiki Fujin, a jutsu that summons the Shinigami itself. Everyone in the room gasped in absolute shock. Naruto's father was able to summon that dark entity to this plane of reality. Ebisu asked in astonishment. Yes, Jiraiya said. But only a true seal master like him, me and someone on Sarutobi-sensei's level can understand and perform that Kinjutsu due to its intricate complexity. Was a few drops of blood used for that kind of summoning like the toad and snail summoning contracts? Asuma inquired. No, Jiraiya said gravely. Something far greater was given as a trade-off for making a pact with death. What was the trade-off? Kurenai asked. In exchange for its one-time service, Jiraiya replied. The Shinigami devours both your soul and that of the sealed. In such a death like that, you don't get to rest in peace, instead your soul suffers forever inside the Shinigami. The souls of the sealer and the sealed are entwined in hate and are forever locked in combat within the belly of the Shinigami with no rest or escape. Looks of disbelieving horror and fright were shown on everyone's faces except for Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. What an extremely unyouthful jutsu, Lee remarked. I can't believe Naruto-kun's father courageously condemned himself to such horrific fate to stop Kyuubi. Couldn't Yondaime have used another kind of Fuin jutsu? Chuji asked. If there was another Fuin jutsu just as powerful to seal Kyuubi away without claiming his life in exchange, he would have used it, Jiraiya replied. However, Minato managed to prevent sealing Kyuubi with him inside the Shinigami. Because Naruto had undeveloped chakra coils and a freshly cut umbilical cord after his birth, his father had the Shinigami seal Kyuubi into Naruto's stomach through the umbilical cord before it closed and healed up. As Naruto grew, his chakra coils as it grew with him would have gradually absorbed and adapted to Kyuubi's chakra. If Kyuubi were sealed into someone else whose chakra coils were already developed, they would have died instantly, and because their chakra coils wouldn't have been able to handle Kyuubi's chakra, the sealing would have been a failure and Kyuubi would have been released to continue its havoc. Minato sacrificed everything, his life, his son, and he lost his wife in the process, also all for the preservation of Konoha. You're all here because of the selflessness of Minato and Naruto. Us, Kiba replied. What about you? I was away tracking Orochimaru when the Kyuubi incident took place. Jiraiya said. It wasn't until a few months ago when I returned to Konoha. The younger and older ninjas in the room didn't know what to think. Everything they thought they knew about Naruto was inverted and turned inside out. There was a moment of silence that blanketed the room as the information processed in their minds. Ryota was utterly stupefied by the truths she was hearing. But when she and the others took closer looks at Naruto and compared it to Minato's looks, it was a wonder how they were so blind to not have seen the eye-popping resemblances. The villagers will have a hard time accepting this, Guy said, speaking up for time after a long period of silence. They may even believe it to be lies to get them into accepting Naruto again, especially after what happened tonight. I managed to unearth irrefutable evidence and documents to prove beyond any doubt that Naruto is indeed Yandame's son, Tsunade said. Minato left behind a will leaving everything he and Kushina had to Naruto, and one of the major proofs is that everything belonging to Yandame was sealed away and only Naruto opened it. I already have Jiraiya, Kakashi, 3 clan leaders and a Chunin ready to provide testimony stating without a doubt that Naruto is Minato's son and that everything that belonged to Yandame is now Naruto's. The Genin's heads were spinning, and spinning fast they were. If Naruto was the son of such a great and powerful man, Tenten asked, why was this never made known to us in the first place? For many reasons, Jiraiya explained. First off, Minato made many enemies during the Third Great Shinobi War, especially out of those in Tsuchi no Kuni and Iwagakure. A few unconsciously looked at Ryota, who looked back at them just the same. Just because my former village hated the man doesn't mean I do also, Ryota retorted. Besides, I never knew the man, not in person anyway. I have no ill will towards Naruto-kun in any way, and Tsunade-sama can vouch for that. Tsunade nodded. It's true. I cross-examined her myself. That was all they needed to hear. Minato single-handedly crippled and severely weakened the forces of IWA during the war, and that was what greatly helped end that war and made him a legend. Jiraiya continued. And it was also what made Minato one of the most hated and feared men to live throughout the elemental nations. Despite being the Hokage and the renowned Yellow Flash, Minato also had enemies within Konoha as well. Many would have sought revenge against him by targeting Naruto and Kushina if they knew he was married and that his wife pregnant for him. For Kushina's protection, Sarutobi-sensei married them in secret, and by Minato's request Uzumaki Kushina kept her maiden name, which was later handed down to Naruto. Only Kakashi, Tsunadeheim, Sarutobi-sensei and I knew about Minato's secret and private life. This was a lot more than what everyone was hearing. Shizen herself didn't even know about what she was hearing along with the others. You said that you are Naruto-kun's godfather, Ryota recalled. How is that so? Jiraiya explained. My first book was called The Gutsy Ninja, and it was written some time before I started writing the Ika Ika Paradise series. Neither the general public nor major publishers accepted the book. Minato and Kushina, on the other hand, loved the story about how the main character never gave up despite impossible odds and how hard and crucial things got for him. Minato wanted his son to turn out and become just like that main protagonist. Both he and Kushina asked my permission to name their unborn son after the main character and protagonist I created, whose name was Naruto. Once again, another bombshell was dropped on the group. Shikamaru was allowing everything to sink in like everyone else was. He saw that there was so much that he wasn't aware of about Naruto in spite of the intense investigation he made on him to discover the truth. Also, Jiraiya went on, there's another reason why Naruto being a Jinchuriki was kept secret from you younger ninjas. As you already know from Shikamaru, Sarutobi-sensei was hoping that by keeping it secret from the younger generation Naruto would have a chance of a normal childhood with the chance to make friends. But sad to say, the older generation sought to hinder that and chose to make Naruto's life difficult, even at the academy. Some of the teachers at the academy made sure to sabotage his training and paint Naruto in a very ugly way, besides being a prankster who was unknowingly to you younger generation ninjas always starving for attention and affections from wherever and whomever he could get it from. Only a handful acknowledged him, while the majority shunned him. Yet, in spite of all the trials and tribulations Naruto was forced to live through, he never allowed it to destroy him or crush his spirits. He overcame those obstacles, and he always believed that through his actions for Konoha he would be able to one day gain the acceptance of everyone in Konoha, moving the populace to gradually have feelings of regrets for regrets. Ryota cut in sharply. Those idiots ought to get on their hands and knees and beg for his forgiveness. It's a miracle that he hasn't lost his mind and started killing everyone he comes across. That is true, Tsunade said. But from what I've seen of Naruto, he possesses an uncanny ability of bringing out the best in many he comes across, regardless of whatever bad past they had. He was determined to change his future and defy his forced upon fate and the symbol of the Jinchuriki he never asked for. Hearing those words struck several chords in Niji as he recalled what he told Naruto during the finals of the Chunin exams. Someone as ignorant as you shouldn't be lecturing me. You can never understand what it's like to be burdened with a symbol you can never be rid of. I was such a shameless coward, Niji thought while unconscious holding his forehead where the birdcage seal was, being hidden under his head protector. Naruto courageously fought against impossible odds while I looked for scapegoats and people to blame and pass my anger and hate on. But if Sandaime knew that Naruto was going to be forced to endure all of those horrible years of his life? Ino inquired. Wouldn't it have been better in kinder if Naruto was sent to be raised by another family outside of Konoha who knew nothing about Naruto's secret as the Jinchuriki? No, Jiraiya stated. Even if it would have seemed merciful, there are other reasons why he had to stay in Konoha. Some years back, I learned that a new and secretive organization known as the Akatsuki started up. It's an organization that's made up of criminals and missing neens, all of them S-class. Their main goals are presently unknown, but from what I found out, they're seeking out information on Jinchurikis like Naruto with the objective to capture and retrieve them. Outside of Konoha, with no one on my or Tsunade's level to protect him, Naruto would become an easy target for the Akatsuki despite having the Kyuubi's power at his disposal. In a short time, everyone in the room learned a lot more about Naruto than they ever had in all the years they had been around him. Their respect and admiration for him rose to heights beyond what they had ever expected. Shino, for his part, in some measures of respect, felt kindred spirit for Naruto, considering that, like him, he held foreign creatures inside his being. And as a result, his clan wasn't exactly favored by some among the populace, though their treatment by the villagers couldn't begin to compare to Naruto's. After everything that was heard tonight from Shikamaru, Tsunade and Jiraiya, the genins along with everyone else in the room, felt extremely humbled. Well, it's been a very long night for everyone, Tsunade said. But what you all learned about Naruto's parentage is not to be shared with the public at this time. I will make the announcement about Naruto's parentage and history in a couple of days. I trust that one of you will brief Sakura about everything you learned tonight. I'll do it, Ino volunteered. Hopefully Forehead Girl will have an understanding heart. Tsunade nodded. You're all dismissed and allowed to return to your homes. Tsunade-sama, Hinata requested. If I may, I would like to stay and keep watch over Naruto-kun. Tsunade had a raised eyebrow at this, and before she could voice a reply. I'll stay behind with Hinata to watch over Naruto-kun also, if that's alright with you, Tsunade-sama. Ryota volunteered. I truly appreciate your eager spirits to help Naruto, Tsunade said, but I'm afraid that I must dismiss the offer. What all of you need now is a good night's rest after everything that took place, and you all will be able to see Naruto in the morning. Hinata reluctantly complied. She really wanted to stay at Naruto's side much more than ever before. Tenzo and the rest of the group gradually made their way out the room. For the most part, the younger ninjas knew that they would never look at Naruto or Konoha the same way ever again. What do you think will become of all this? Shizen asked Tsunade and Jiraiya. From the looks on the genin's faces, it'll be a while before they could look at most of us with the same level of respect again. After everything that happened and what they discovered, Tsunade replied. Could you really blame them? On the plus side, Jiraiya said, they and the other ninjas who are here have a better understanding of Naruto's life and his character. I'm sure they'll do everything in their power to help him more than before. We can only hope, Tsunade said, feeling exhausted. The mannerism in how Naruto fought against us earlier wasn't his common level of fighting, even while under Kyuubi's influence, Kakashi said. You noticed it too, huh? Jiraiya remarked. Yes, but that's not all, Kakashi added. I'm sure you and others have noticed this also. Lee has always been the ace taijutsu genin fighter, and many chunins and even some jounins would be hard-pressed in challenging him in a straight one-on-one taijutsu fight. And yet not only did Naruto outmatch him, but he also brought about his defeat flawlessly. He even managed to outsmart and steer me straight into the path of his attack. What I'd also like to know is how he was able to execute the other Naruto's wind-manipulated attack with such lethal efficiency. With all this, I'm led to believe that either we've been continuously underestimating him, or he's withholding information about himself that he doesn't want us to know. What drew you to that conclusion? Shizen asked. I, along with others, have started noticing gradual changes in Naruto's behavior and actions ever since the other Naruto came to this world. Kakashi elaborated. His change in wardrobe was an absolute surprise, even to me. He told us that he was even given some going-away gifts from the other Naruto, but I'm sure that the other Naruto must have had some kind of effect on him, if not taught him a thing or two besides giving him a new set of clothes. But that's just my opinion. Every ninja have their secrets, Kakashi. Jiraiya said. Not everything is meant to be shared, though some secrets held back too long do come back to bite us in the end in more ways than one. And what happened tonight is living proof of that, and it won't stop there. Jiraiya went over and scooted Naruto's sleeping form into his arms. And, Jiraiya said, as much as I would like to stay here and chat some more about whatever secrets Naruto is holding back from us, I think it's best if I be on my way and take my godson home now. But Jiraiya-sama. Shizen pointed. Naruto-kun's apartment was completely destroyed. You can't let him stay there. I'm aware of that, Shizen. Jiraiya replied. But that's not where I'm taking him. Before Tsunade or anyone could question Jiraiya further, Jiraiya shunted from the scene with Naruto, leaving everyone else behind. He was sure in a hurry to leave and cut off the discussion about Naruto-kun. Shizen remarked. We all share the blame in failing Minato and his family. It's time we accept responsibilities for our mistakes and not allow history to repeat itself. Those were Jiraiya-sama's exact words from days ago, Kakashi recalled. Jiraiya-sama feels strongly responsible for Naruto now. He himself said he takes fully responsibility for everything Naruto did while possessed by Kyuubi. But none of us could have predicted Naruto's reaction to hearing the truth about his family, and how we spent years hiding it from him. His reaction might have been the same if it came from any of us here who were believed to be the closest to him. Tsunade sighed. Truthfully, I honestly believe that. And some might try to use that against him, seeing him as an unstable threat to all of us. What will you do to help calm some of everyone's nerves? Shizen asked. I'll have to station Tenzo to be around Naruto and Jiraiya periodically. Tsunade said. I'll reassign him to Jounin under the codename Yamato. Kakashi and Shizen simply nodded after hearing her words. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was back in his private house, which was in far end of Konoha. He summoned some toads and had them salvage and retrieve the surviving remains of Naruto's possession from his now ruined apartment. Among the things brought back from the rubble were Naruto's new clothes, white training gloves, his naginata, 2 cases of instant ramen, his framed pictures of Kushina and Team 7, and the rest of his ninja equipment weren't destroyed during the rampage inside the apartment. The Toad Sage had them set Naruto's things in the guest room he was going to be staying at for the time being. When their tasks were done, they were allowed to return back to Myobokuzen Mountain. Returning to the room Naruto was in, Jiraiya looked at the sleeping blonde who looked to be resting peacefully after his nightmarish ordeal. There was something Jiraiya wanted to say, but he decided to best save it for when Naruto was awake. Leaving the room, Jiraiya closed the door behind him. All the while, the Genins returned home for the night. None of them, though, bothered to speaking to anyone in their household, as they all had a lot to think about. They wondered just how much did their folks know about Naruto, and how they viewed and treated him. Hearing from Tsunade how members of the council contributed to Naruto many years of misery led Hinata, Chuji, Shino, Kiba and Ino wonder if their parents played a role in this. That was something they were going to look into. The following morning, Naruto's eyes stirred under his eyelids before they eventually opened and adjusted to the lighting of the sun's rays in the room. Looking around, he found that he wasn't in his own bed or apartment. Sitting up, he saw that he was in a comfortable sleeping futon and that his things were with him in the room along with his boxes of ramen. Where am I? Naruto asked himself out loud. Moments later, the door to the room opened and Jiraiya stepped in. Slept well, Gaki? The Toad Sage asked. Naruto turned and looked at Jiraiya. Where are we? Naruto asked. My private house, Jiraiya said. You have a house? Naruto asked skeptically. Jiraiya snorted. Just because I travel a lot doesn't mean I don't have a private house of my own in Konoha. Why are we here? Your apartment was totally destroyed in a blaze during your rampage, Jiraiya reminded. I had my toads bring back all they could salvage from the wreckage you caused while attacking me in your QB state. In one fast download, Naruto remembered everything that happened up to the point when he lost consciousness in Hinata's arms and embrace. Seeing the look in the blonde's face as he lowered his head, Jiraiya assured. It wasn't your fault. Naruto looked at Jiraiya as the older man continued. Naruto, I won't make any excuses for myself. I failed you as your godfather in more ways than one, and I know I can never undo my past mistakes. Truthfully, I don't deserve to be called your godfather. But I promise you, I will do everything it takes to mold you into the man your mother and father always wanted you to be, to my last breath if I must. I'm going to be there for you as the godfather I should have been a long time ago. If you choose to hate me, I will understand and accept it with no ill will towards you. Still, I will do everything I can to earn your absolute forgiveness, even if I must spend years doing so. Jiraiya got on his hands and knees with his forehead on the ground and wholeheartedly apologized. For my sins against you, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, I'm sorry. Naruto sat there in total shock at Jiraiya's gesture and speech. There was no falsity in it whatsoever as the Sannin made his conviction and apology genuinely sincere. A great deal of mixed emotions rushed through Naruto's soul at that moment as Jiraiya, while keeping himself in the same prostrated position in front of Naruto, awaited his godson's next reaction toward him. Moments later, the Sannin heard movements coming from Naruto. He looked up to see Naruto rushing and grabbing him in a tight and tearful embrace. I was hurt and angry at you, Naruto cried. But I can't hate you. I've faced more than enough hatred in my life, and I don't want to start hating anyone who really wants to be there for me, even if that person is my Erodaifu, pervy godfather. Jiraiya inwardly snorted at the new nickname Naruto gave him. First Ero-senin, Jiraiya thought, then the other Naruto called me Eroji-san, now this Naruto calls me Erodaifu. Regardless of that, Jiraiya was happy that Naruto at least didn't hate him as he feared he would have. The older man hugged Naruto in return. The blonde knew that things for him were going to start becoming harder because of his three-tailed outburst. He felt that if he wanted forgiveness from the villagers for what he did last night, he had to be forgiving of those sincerely asking for it from him, also with no hypocrisy. Erodaifu, Naruto said. I forgive you. Meanwhile in IWA, the newly inaugurated Tsuchikage was inside his new office. He was a short-aged man, but he made up for that handicap with his long years of shinobi experience and expertise despite his chronic hip problems. His granddaughter Kurizuchi had tried to persuade him from accepting the new role as the Tsuchikage because of his age and hip condition. But he was a stubborn old man, and he believed that he had to fill in the power vacuum that the previous Tsuchikage left behind after his death. Tsuchiko was making her way to the Tsuchikage office to meet with the new Tsuchikage. She was called in for an assignment he had for her. Entering the office, Tsuchiko found the aged man sitting behind the desk that once belonged to her uncle with his granddaughter standing in front of the desk. Tsuchikage-sama, Tsuchiko greeted as she entered and bowed. You wanted to see me, sir? Yes, Tsuchiko, the Tsuchikage said as he gestured to the 16-year-old Kunoichi to close the door behind her. Please come in. She did as instructed and turned to her new leader again as she walked further into the room. I have a task for you, Tsuchikage said. This being a BA rank mission. What's the mission? Tsukiko asked. Looking at his granddaughter, the Tsuchikage nodded to her. Understanding the unspoken order, Kuratsuchi picked up and handed Tsuchiko the mission scroll. Taking the scroll and opening it, Tsuchiko read into the mission detail carefully. Looking at the aged man again with a questionable expression after reading the scroll entirely, Tsuchiko said, But Tsuchikage-sama, my late uncle in writing officially allowed dash. I'm aware of what your uncle authorized in writing before his untimely death, the Tsuchikage said. But I'm rather wary about this, and I believe that your mission will provide the answers I seek. I trust that you will see this mission through, Tsuchiko. Unless there's some kind of misunderstanding that we should know of. Tsuchiko hated that the new Tsuchikage was overriding her late uncle's official decree for his believed suspicious reasons. But seeing that she had practically no choice, she complied with a bit of reluctance. No, Tsuchikage-sama. I understand my new assignment completely. I will track down and have Ryota brought back to IWA. The genins and their senseis have been told the whole truth about Minato and Naruto. Jiraiya humbly apologized and gained Naruto's forgiveness. But how will the other genins react toward their folks with regards to Naruto, and will Sakura ever look at Naruto the same way again, even after what he did to her? Will they be as forgiving? And will Ryota, after settling in as Konoha's Stone Leaf, be deported and brought back to IWA by force? Find out next time. Chapter 7 Backlash. Chapter 7 Backlash. Early that morning, Tsuchiko was making her way out of the main entrance of Iwagakure. It didn't take long for her to pack all of her necessities since she was assigned the solo mission in retrieving and bringing Ryota back to IWA. The young teen medic ninja still wasn't all that thrilled about the mission, but she had her orders which came directly from the new Tsuchiko himself, and she was in no position to disobey as much as she wanted to. Somehow, Tsuchiko thought, this mission will bring for me more grief than it's worth. Tsuchiko had no knowledge of Ryota's possible whereabouts, and neither did anyone else in IWA for that matter. That in turn served to make the mission in searching and retrieving Ryota all the more frustrating to the young kunoichi. With all that in mind, the medic ninja saw her work cut out for her and that she would have to find whatever leads to Ryota's possible whereabouts. Back in Konoha, Naruto returned to the guest room he was staying at in Jiraiya's house after showering and cleaning himself up. Jiraiya had Naruto's training clothes cleaned and returned to him. After dressing himself back in his new training clothes, Naruto left the room and made his way to the kitchen hoping to find something to eat before leaving to continue his training session. He knew he had a long way to go before he physically reached Naruto's level, but he was determined to do so. It angered the blonde that a month's worth of groceries he bought for his training diet was lost to the flames after he lost control of himself, and went 2 tails before going 3 tails. Looking for breakfast? Jiraiya asked the younger male as he entered the kitchen. Naruto turned to the Sannin. I lost a month's worth of groceries last night after my place burned down, Naruto said dejectedly. Not only am I homeless and broke too. You won't be homeless or broke for long, Gaki, Jiraiya replied. You're Minato's son and heir. Everything he and Kushina had will be rightfully yours. After what happened last night, Naruto remarked, I doubt many will welcome me with open arms as the lost son of their beloved Yondaime Hokage. I know many will be quick to deny Tsunade, and I will deal with that personally, Jiraiya interjected. We have irrefutable proof of your birth parents and birthright. You need not worry about that. Naruto then thought about the other genins who were hurt and hospitalized during his outburst. He made a mental note to visit Kakashi and Sakura later. He only hoped that Sakura didn't hate him for what happened and that he had Kyuubi sealed inside him. They don't hate you, Naruto, Jiraiya said as if he was reading Naruto's mind. Naruto turned sharply to Jiraiya, who looked at him with an understanding expression. Simply put, Jiraiya added, we and many of the older generation ninjas and citizens lost a great deal of respect from them, and it'll be a long time before we can earn it all back from them. They were outraged after learning the truth, especially that Hyuga heiress. I never knew that Hinata had it in her to be that outspoken. And when it came to you, Hinata? Naruto questioned. Upon our return, she boldly and sternly stood up for you in front of all the opposing villagers who were demanding retribution against you. Ryota and all of your genin friends were there to support you though you were unconscious. You have their sincere admiration and deep respect after they learned of all the hardships you've endured all of your life as a Jinchuriki. Naruto placed his hand over his face as a few tears escaped his eyes as he felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. For years he dreaded and feared the possibilities of what might happen if the others of his age group learned the truth about him being the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi no Yoko. The very idea of all them rejecting and hating him for something that wasn't his fault was something the blonde Jinchuriki couldn't bear. Knowing that his friends didn't reject or hate him brought immense joy in his heart. Meanwhile at the Hyuga compound, Hayashi was in his study room sipping his tea and reading a scroll from the study room. It was past 10 a.m. and his was due for a meeting with the top members of the main house in the next 40 minutes. His train of thoughts was interrupted when a knock came at the door. Come in, Hayashi said. The sliding door opened, revealing Hinata standing at the entrance. He looked up from his sitting position as Hinata entered and closed the sliding door behind her. Yes, Hinata, Hayashi inquired. Why are you here? I must speak with you, father, Hinata said as turned to face her father. Though part of the softness was in her voice, Hayashi saw that it carried with it a measure of strength. And what matter of business do you seek to discuss with me? What's your opinion of Uzumaki Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, going straight to the point, even to Hayashi's surprise. The boy whom bested Niji during the preliminaries, Hayashi said. What do you wish to know about him from me? For what do you see, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. I want to hear the honest truth from you. Hayashi was very well aware of the incident that took place last night, as it had the entire village in a chaotic uproar. In spite of the fact that Jiraiya took the full blame for it, there were still those who were skeptic about it. Do you hate Naruto-kun for being the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi? Hinata asked, looking at her father directly in the eyes. Hayashi wasn't surprised at all that his eldest daughter brought this matter up to him. After last night, he knew that Hinata would seek an explanation about Naruto. While I hold no ill will towards Uzumaki-san in any way, Hayashi said, I gave little to no consideration to Uzumaki-san's needs. All that mattered to me was taking care of issues within my own clan, many of which were personal and familial problems. I felt that whatever happened to Uzumaki-san was of no consequence to me. Hinata stayed silent while she continued to listen. There was a time, Hayashi admitted, that I thought of him as someone who was of no concern to me since he wasn't of Hyuga bloodline or of an important clan. Given his infamous reputation for his mischief and pranks, I looked at him as a problematic youth with little to no potential whom Sandaime-sama was too lenient with, especially since he was the worst in his class in the academy. Hinata looked at her father without interrupting him. Seeing that Hinata was quietly listening, he continued, When I learned that he would be fighting against Niji during the finals of the Chunin exams, I thought that Uzumaki-san's defeat to Niji was imminent since Niji was considered a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Niji's defeat to Uzumaki-san was both surprising and shocking, despite using our prized Juken katas. After a private talk I had with my nephew after his battle with Uzumaki-san, Niji since then started changing his behavior and outlook toward the main house and everyone else. I have no doubt that Uzumaki-san had some influence on Niji's change in character. I'm also aware that Jiraiya-sama has taken a deep interest in the boy, something many ninjas young and old would have counted as a privilege. And after last night, Hinata asked after a long period of silence, do you see Naruto-kun as the Kyuubi incarnate or a human being who was forced to carry a cruel burden of being the Kyuubi's jailer, a curse he never wanted or asked for? Hayashi had never seen Hinata talk to him so directly before, barely stuttering much to even his own surprise. He wondered what else happened to trigger such a major change in his daughter's mannerism. Yondaime had wanted Naruto-kun to be regarded as the hero who saves Konoha every day and treated with great respect and admiration for the load he was forced to live with, Hinata said. But this clan chose to go with the majority in disgracing Yondaime and his sacrifice. Instead of setting an example, the clan chose to follow the crowd. Many in our clan, both main and cadet branch house members, lost their lives during Kyuubi's assault, Hayashi said. Many in the clan held bitter ill will towards Naruto. You're telling me that the elder generation members of this clan couldn't see the difference between the sealed and the container holding the sealed, Hinata remarked. For a clan with the prized all seeing Byakugan, I'm amazed how blind they are to have failed to see through that. And at the same time, it saddens and shames me. Hayashi was caught off guard by Hinata's strong and sharp words, some of them mocking, even towards him. Before he could give her a retort and stern rebuke, she continued, I know you and many others viewed me as a weak and useless heiress of this clan while saying that Hanabi holds more potential than I do. But after learning the many truths that this clan and the rest of Konoha have been hiding from me and the rest of my fellow genins while feeding us years' worth of lies, I question what truly makes someone weak, along with the prudence and integrity of this clan and the entire village. Hinata turned to dismiss herself. But before opening the door and leaving the room, she made one final statement. Naruto-kun promised to change the Hyuga clan for the better when he becomes Hokage. Before that time comes, father, I will become stronger as the heiress of this clan, and I will make sure that changes in this clan happens, with or without the consent of the elders. Hinata opened the door and exited the room, leaving her speechless father with his thoughts. The heiress didn't bother to acknowledge Hanabi standing by the door, though she saw her younger sister in her sight. The younger Hyuga was listening to the conversation the entire time since its beginning. Hanabi heard about the night Kyuubi attacked the village more than 13 years ago. And like everyone else Hinata's age and younger, she was told the same story of Kyuubi being killed by Yondaime. But after overhearing the conversation between her father and older sister, the young Hyuga now found herself confused and troubled about the things she was taught to believe were truths. To find out that she, along with those of her age group, were lied to by not only their teachers but their parents too, led Hanabi wonder if there were more things her father and teachers lied to her about. She thought about questioning her father about that, but with conflicting opinions going through her head, she didn't believe she could trust her father's explanation, that was if he was even willing to give her any considering Hinata's actions toward him earlier. Coming to a decision, Hanabi followed after Hinata to question her further about Naruto and him being the revealed Jinchuriki while ignoring the notion in the back of her mind to leave her older sister alone for the time being. Hayashi for himself was stunned by Hinata's open boldness and choice of words to him. Never in his life could Hayashi recall Hinata standing up to him with such courage, strength and determination without losing her nerves, especially about herself and Naruto. And speaking of Naruto, Hayashi remembered the council meeting he was going to be present for in a few days, if not sooner considering the recent events that transpired. He was sure that it was going to be a meeting that he was sure not to forget for a long while. At the Inuzuka clan compound, Kiba was out in the fields cooling off, with Akamaru lying next to him. Earlier, Kiba got into a heated argument with his mother Tsum and the Inuzuka clan council members. The topic of the argument regarded Naruto, and how the clan held eyes of indifference and apathy toward him. Tsum and the other older members explained how during Kyuubi's attack many dogs and Inuzuka members lost their lives, and among them was the Inuzuka alpha male and patriarch, Kiba's father. Kiba argued that though what happened to their brethren and dogs was most unfortunate, however it didn't excuse their mistreatment of Naruto, who was an innocent victim of the burden that was forced on him by the Yondaime without his consent. The argument escalated before Kiba, fed up with their one-sidedness, left the meeting room after remarking to them about how Shikamaru was right in saying how the village was full of cowards and hypocritical ingrates. All the while, Hana was out looking for her younger brother. She was in the meeting room when the argument took place, and frankly didn't know what input she could have made that could have helped defuse the argument. In the end, she stayed quiet and contributed to either side of the argument. She soon found Kiba under one of the trees with Akamaru resting beside him. Hana approached him slowly. "What do you want?" Kiba asked without facing his older sister after picking up her scent. Hana saw that Kiba was still angry, and she sensed that some of his anger was directed at her also. "I just wanted to see if you were alright," Hana said as she sto. Odi a small distance from her brother. "I'm just fine," Kiba remarked. Sighing, Hana said, "I know you're still upset at Mom and the rest of the older members of our clan. Upset doesn't cut it. I'm downright pissed and ashamed of them and myself. If I had known what Naruto's life was really like and the hell he lived through each and every day of his life, I'd have treated him a lot differently than how I used to." Hana was able to detect the deep feelings of guilt in Kiba's tone. "I know you're mad at me too, Kiba. For a time," Hana confessed, "I did blame Naruto for the death of our father and brethren. It wasn't until I grew older when I came to see that Naruto was not the Kyuubi. But you still made no attempts to get to know him, nor did you encourage me to get to know Naruto and see past the way the villagers treated and looked at him," Kiba replied. Hana flinched slightly at that verbal jab, but she replied, "Many in our clan, as you already knew, expressed contempt toward Naruto, and getting to know and understand Naruto wasn't something that was encouraged, as many wanted me to stay away from him. But unlike me, you knew the truth," Kiba said, "and the law that Sandaime put in place for Naruto. You obeyed with your words but disobeyed with your heart like all the others. And like those of my age group, I foolishly followed the crowd of kids who used to poke fun at Naruto, all because of how he was treated by the teachers at the academy and all of the other grown-ups." It was clear to Hana that Kiba was feeling hurt for his friend, and nothing she said would change how Kiba was presently feeling. "I'll leave you alone now," Hana said as she turned around. Before walking away, she added, "For what it's worth, Kiba, I'm truly sorry." Kiba gave her no reply, nor did he bother to turn to look at her. Seeing that, Hana made her way back to the house. It would be a while before Kiba could look at his Inuzuka brethren with the same level of respect, if ever again. At the Aburame clan compound. Early that morning, after Shino woke and cleaned himself up. Last night, after being brought home by Kurenai, Shino said few words to father and clan members, saying that he had much to think about in regards to Naruto. But now, he was ready to have the issue addressed. He went outside to the bug field where his father was doing his routine checkup on the bug colonies. After reaching his father, he brought the issue concerning Naruto to his father's attention. In a collective and tight tone, Shino explained that not only does he now know about Naruto's dark secret, but how his clan participated in disregarding Yondaime's final wish for Naruto. Shibi calmly requested Shino to elaborate on how their clan dishonored Yondaime's final wish. Shino expressed his dissatisfaction and disappointment in the clan's behavior of indifference toward his fellow genin over the years and how they stood by and did nothing to help Naruto through the ordeals of hardships that no one in the village could begin to understand. Shino went on to explain how the attitude of the elder generation of his clan and those of the villagers have corrupted the thinking of himself and others of his generation, to the level that their revulsion for Naruto was passed on, in its entirety, to basically everyone the lone genin came into contact with. He expressed how he now questions the logic, judgment, and wisdom of the elder members of his clan, as well as the rest of the older generation villagers and ninjas. Shibi saw that his son's tone with him was comparable to, in his clan's expression, venting his anger out. He admitted to Shino that he had little to no interaction with Naruto, and a majority of his point of view about the Jinchuriki was equally formed from listening to reports from the village council. He also mentioned that he knew of Naruto being a chronic prankster, and how some representatives of the council have appealed to Sandaime to have Naruto removed from the ninja academy or reprimanded in some form or other. Laying his words carefully, Shino replied by saying that Naruto's unconventional behavior was rather logical when considered in light of his near-total social isolation and long years of neglect. Shino also mentioned to his father how Naruto, since being assigned to work with Kakashi-sensei and Team 7, hadn't pulled a prank on any of the villagers. He also stated to his father that he believes that the villagers' actions towards Naruto and the deception played on the younger generation was going to come back on the heads of those of the older generation. Shino, after saying all he came to say to his father, dismissed himself from his father's sight, wanting to meet up with his teammates. Shibi, after his son's departure, thought long and hard about his son's words to him. What he didn't mention to Shino was the matter concerning the council meeting that was going to be held in a few days. With tension within the village about what took place last night, and Shino's words and feelings about the truth surrounding Naruto, Shibi realized that he would have to base his judgment and decision very carefully on the day of the meeting. Meanwhile in town, Chusa and Inoichi were at a local bar. Both clan leaders were having drinks at the table they were sitting at. Both men were feeling the backlash of their actions toward Naruto over the years. That morning, Ino, after an argument between herself and her parents concerning their knowing of Naruto being the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, stopped talking to her mother and father as she had to deal with her own guilt. Unknown to Inoichi was that Ino was also thinking about the hard counseling her and Hinata's counterparts in Ino and En. Hinata gave them days ago before returning back to their home dimension. Last night, Chuji skipped dinner and told his parents that he didn't want to see or talk to them. When his mother insistently kept asking why, Chuji remarked that them knowing the truth about Naruto's status as the Jinchuriki, and them doing nothing to help him because of indifference made him wonder if he'd have gotten the same treatment from them were he put in Naruto's shoes. "So this is where you two are?" a voice said from behind them. Both men turned to see Shikaku approaching them before taking a seat with them. Ino and Chuji didn't take the news about Naruto any better than Shikamaru, did they? Shikaku figured. Their momentary silence was their only reply to him. After a brief silence, "Ino refuses to talk to me and her mother after arguing with us," Inochi said, breaking the silence. "She locked herself in her room and wouldn't come out to talk things out with us. My wife pleaded to her to allow us to explain things, but Ino told us that nothing we said could justify the lies we and the teachers at the academy told her about Naruto and Yondaime. She later left the house this morning without giving us so much of a look. Chuji was just as angry," Chusa said. "I don't know if our children will ever trust us again." "I'm sure this is only the beginning," Shikaku remarked. "I'm certain that children and other teens right now are questioning their folks about what happened last night, and if their folks resort to lying to them again, they will face dire repercussions once the truth about Naruto is revealed." "From just hearing that," Inoichi said, "the next generation ninjas of this village will have a hard time trusting us again. It's ironic how our shinobi way of deception came back to bite us in the end. This won't make things any easier when we present ourselves to support Naruto's confirmed heritage," Chusa said. "There's bound to be much protest." "Troublesome," Shikaku remarked. At the Sarutobi compound, Asuma and Ebisu were walking out of the Sarutobi compound. Asuma was in need of a walk and some time to clear his head. Taking out a cigarette, Asuma placed it into his mouth and lit it. "What happened that made Konoha Marukun so mad?" Ebisu inquired. After taking a puff of his cigarette, Asuma answered. "I just got through explaining the truth to my nephew about Naruto's dark secret about him being a Jinchuriki, though I didn't reveal who Naruto's parents were. Upon hearing the whole truth, Konohamaru went into a rage. He yelled and said that I was among the hypocrites who stood on the sidelines and did nothing to help Naruto. Ebisu said nothing as he listened. I tried to explain to my nephew that I was going through some difficult times of my own in my personal life and that I also had issues with my father at the same time. Asuma continued. But Konohamaru was stubborn and he refused to listen or hear of it. Konohamaru asked how many more lies we and his senseis at the academy spoon-fed him like how they did with his two friends Moegi and Udan. To add to my dilemma, Konohamaru even criticized my late father for failing to protect Naruto like he believed he should have. That was rather harsh. Ebisu replied, knowing how much Konohamaru loved and admired his grandfather while he was still alive. I again tried to explain that my father being the Hokage while he was alive didn't mean he had absolute power, and he couldn't very well force the people to love and accept Naruto for being forced to live with a curse and lonely burden that he never asked for. Ebisu gave no comment as he thought about that statement. I explained that my father did everything he could to help Naruto, and that even then he was limited to what he was able to do for him. But as with Hinata, Konohamaru looked at me and told me that all he heard were excuses. And that's the part when you entered and saw the argument Konohamaru and I were in. Ebisu remembered that moment when he came seeking to speak with Konohamaru. When the boy saw him, he got angrier and said he didn't wish to see him. He wanted both his uncle and Ebisu to go away and leave him alone. I didn't hear anything from Guy about his team and I haven't spoken with mine yet either. Kurenai on the other hand told me that she didn't exactly have it easy with Hinata to say the least. Asuma said. Though Hinata didn't go yelling or shouting at her, Kurenai told me that the young girl wanted to be left alone and that Hinata didn't want to talk to her at that time. I know Kurenai was hurt from that considering that she always considered and viewed Hinata as her own daughter. I hope we manage to mend things with our students soon. Somehow I doubt that will be an easy road for us to walk down, Ebisu remarked. In another part of Konoha, Naruto was heading to Konoha Hospital with Jiraiya accompanying him. Naruto saw the all-too familiar looks the villagers were giving him, and this time those looks were coming from some of the children as well. Just as before when he was younger, he saw parents pulling their children away telling them to keep away from him, while telling them that Naruto was a monster in human form. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and saw the look on his face. Naruto kept a controlled demeanor despite how everyone was looking at him. During the walk, the blonde made no remarks about how the villagers were looking at him. All that was on his mind was seeing Sakura and Kakashi at the hospital. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Naruto and Jiraiya went to see Kakashi first. Entering the room he was recuperating in, the duo found the bandaged Kakashi wide awake and keeping himself occupied by reading one of his Ika Paradise books. Kakashi's looked up to see the pair coming to see him. Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi greeted. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto started. About what happened lost dash. It's alright, Kakashi assured. It wasn't your fault. I have no permanent injuries. That's good news to hear, Naruto said. But I still feel bad about it. It's understandable, Kakashi replied. However, what happened was beyond your control and none of us blame you for it. Kakashi thought about asking Naruto about how he was able to execute Naruto's Shippu Uzumaki no Jutsu with such lethal efficiency considering that Naruto never had wind manipulation training at all. But the Jounin decided against it, and saw that now wasn't the time to question Naruto about his mysterious sudden use and expertise of wind manipulation. How's Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. Kakashi broke out of his thoughts and returned his attention back to the blonde. Say what? Kakashi asked. I was asking how Sakura-chan is doing, Naruto repeated. Why don't you go ask her yourself? Kakashi suggested. She's in the room down the hall. Naruto wasn't sure how Sakura was going to react to seeing him again. He recalled the memories of himself battering Sakura brutally while breaking several of her bones. Not that Sakura never placed him in the hospital before after giving him a brute beating of her own. Go Gaki, Jiraiya said. I'll meet up with you later. Naruto nodded and exited the room as he made his way to the said room Sakura was in. Reaching her room, he peeked in to find Sakura recuperating in her recovery bed with a look on her face showing that she was deep in thought about something. Slowly he entered the room and approached his teammate. Hey. Sakura-chan. Naruto stuttered as he struggled to get the right words out. Sakura looked to see her blonde teammate slowly approaching her. As he did, Naruto then noticed someone else in the room also. Ino. Naruto greeting nervously while acknowledging her presence. I'm sorry I didn't know you were here too. Naruto, Ino said. You're just the person Sakura and I wanted to see. A short silence filled the room. Wanting to get what he wanted to say off his chest, Naruto decided to speak. Ino. Sakura-chan, Naruto said. About last night. When You don't owe us an apology, Naruto. Sakura interjected. It was Kyuubi who attacked us, not you. We know the truth and the lies we were told for all these years. Naruto heard from Jiraiya that the genins were now aware of him being the Jinchuriki, and how they view him now. Now he was confirming if what he was told was true. Ino came to the hospital 2 hours before Naruto showed up. While there, Ino had explained everything to Sakura in details, from Naruto's parentage, Kyuubi being sealed into Naruto by his own father, and how everything else that happened to Naruto followed. Sakura had shed some tears when she thought about what Naruto's father did to him moments after being born and the tragic truth that Minato had no choice but to sacrifice both himself and Naruto for the sake of the village. It also made her feel worse when she thought about how she used to ignore and mistreat him in favor of Sasuke and how her own mother would pull her away from Naruto as the village pariah. As Sakura looked at Naruto carefully, she couldn't believe how she, like everyone else, failed to see the sharp undeniable resemblance Naruto had with Yondaime, despite the many pictures she saw of Minato. When she thought of Naruto and how Kakashi called him Minato-sensei by mistake, she again couldn't believe how she failed to make the connection and how Shikamaru did before anyone else did. Was I that blind to have failed to see the complete resemblance? Sakura asked herself. What about your injuries? Naruto inquired. Will you be okay? Tsunade-sama assured me that I'll be up and running in 2 weeks' time with all of my injuries healed up. Sakura assured with a smile. I'm just happy things didn't get any worse when they could have before you managed to regain control and suppress Kyuubi's influence over you. In actuality, Sakura was jealous, hurt and saddened by the fact that Hinata was the only person the possessed Naruto couldn't find himself to hurt and attack even once, and that the Hyuga heiress was the core reason for triggering Naruto's consciousness to fight and restrain Kyuubi's control over him. The more Sakura thought about it, the more she came to believe how much of a bond Hinata had with Naruto than Sakura herself did. And you don't hate me for being a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. Sakura and Ino saw the look of worry on his face. We don't hate you for that, Naruto, Sakura assured with sincerity. What happened to you was a tragic event you had no say in. It was forced on you by your own father. Wait a minute, Naruto cut in. You know about Dash. Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama told us and the others everything after we were brought here to the hospital last night, Ino explained. While you were unconscious, they told us the entire story and the lies we were taught and led to believe for all these years. Added to that, Sakura spoke up. When we learned the truth about what really happened to Kyuubi, it made us seeing how most of us, if not all of us, followed the crowd and gave you little regards. We had no idea what life was truly like for you and how you struggled to gain acknowledgement from all of us. Naruto, for my past actions and treatment of you. I'm truly sorry. Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing with his own ears. He came to apologize to Sakura and the rest of Konoha's 11 for going berserk, and here it was that he was the one being apologized to. Ino approached Naruto and did something he wasn't expecting from her. She embraced him in a hug, very much to his and Sakura's surprise. Naruto wanted to say something, but he was too surprised by Ino's sudden display. I'm so sorry, Naruto. Ino apologized. Before then, I didn't know the truth and I only believed what I was told to believe by my parents and teachers. I told my parents off after learning the truth. I haven't spoken with either of them yet. Don't hate them, Ino, Naruto said. I don't hate them, Ino replied. But I lost a lot of respect for them. Ino pulled away and released Naruto from her embrace. I forgave you, Sakura-chan and the others a long time ago, Naruto said. I'm so happy that me being a Jinchuriki didn't make both you and Sakura-chan hate me. We get annoyed with you from time to time, Naruto, for the dumb things you do, Sakura said. But that doesn't merit us hating you, and neither does you being a Jinchuriki. In fact, it made us respect and admire you a lot more than before. What's there to admire? Naruto asked. I'm the dead last and least respected and loved genin of the entire village. But you kept going despite the years of hardships you endured through, Sakura said. I don't think I would have had the same strength as you to have endured so long and not snap from insanity at some point. You're very strong to have dealt with all the loneliness and mistreatment the village put you through. Especially how you were denied your heritage and birthright. Ino added. I don't think I could have handled being denied that with the years of mistreatment and neglect. Naruto felt a smile form on his face. He couldn't recall being praised that match from Sakura and Ino at the same time. If anything, they would hit and beat him up for careless mistake and find fault in him. Naruto, Ino said, I know I haven't been kind to you or treated you nicely back in our academy days. But I'd like very much for us to start over and become real friends. I'd love that very much, Ino, Naruto said with a huge smile on his face as he extended his hand out to her. Ino nodded as she took his hand and shook it with hers. Let's be friends, Naruto said with a sincere smile and not one of his fake ones. Looking back at Sakura, Naruto went over to her. Naruto was about to say something when... Hey Naruto! A voice from the door spoke. The trio turned to see Shikamaru and Chuji standing by the door. Shikamaru, Chuji, Naruto greeted. I'm happy that you guys are alright. Nothing a little rest and healing jutsu can't fix, Shikamaru said as he and Huji entered the room. How are you feeling, Naruto? Much better than before, Naruto replied. Ino, Sakura-chan and I were just getting to understanding each other better. I'm glad to hear that, Shikamaru said. No matter what happens, Naruto, we're your friends and you have our absolute support. You can count on that, Chuji agreed. We have your back all the way. And I'm more than sure that Hinata and her teammates are also in full agreement with that. I believe we can speak for ourselves in confirming that, Chuji, Shino said as Kiba and Hinata entered the room. Looks like everyone is gathering together here, Sakura pointed out. We wanted to speak with Naruto and I deduced that after what happened to you and Kakashi-sensei that you both would be the first two he'd want to see and check up on during this hour, Shino explained. But course your well-being matters to my team and I also. Sakura gave no reply though giving a cynical remark was tempting. Naruto, Kiba spoke up. How are you feeling, buddy? I'm feeling great. Naruto smiled happy. Sakura-chan and Kakashi-sensei are said to make a complete recovery in 2 weeks and will back on their feet in no time. I'm so happy that you're okay, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled. We were very worried about you. None of us here are happy with our folks or Jounin-senseis, Kiba stated. After years of being lied to and not knowing the truth behind your life makes us question whether or not we can trust the older generation ninjas again. Every shinobi village has their share of ugly lies and dark secrets, Shino said. And recent events demonstrated that such things exist. Even within our own families. Isn't that the ugly truth? Ino remarked. Ino was about to add something else when Lee, Tenten and Niji walked into the room. Sakura-san, Lee greeted as went over to her. My angel! I failed to protect you. I promised to train harder so that I can prove myself youthfulness to you. Tenten sighed in annoyance while Sakura looked like she was pleading with the group to rescue her. We didn't expect that all of you were going to be here as well, Niji explained. Lee insisted on coming to visit Sakura. I assume it's for the same reason. To some extent. Shikamaru shrugged. Niji, Tenten, Lee, Naruto interjected. I'm happy you guys are here. Team 9 turned their attention to Naruto. Naruto, Niji started. After learning the truth about your life and experiences, along with everything your father sacrificed, I found myself indescribably humbled and shamed for past my actions. You fought against impossible odds that none here could even begin to relate to. Your burning youth and flames are unlike any I've ever seen, Lee praised. You're a genius and prodigy of true hard work and unbreakable perseverance on levels I have yet to achieve. I must admit that I never knew much about you at all, Naruto, Tenten said. But after last night, I would like us to become friends and better understand each other. I believe that goes without say for all of us here, Naruto-kun, Hinata said in a softened tone as she faced Naruto. We all want to understand you better. Though the event that took place the previous evening was unfortunate, I'm happy that it in fact took place. Why would you say that, Hinata? Naruto asked quizzically. In fact, the others in the room were just as curious as to why Hinata would make such a declaration as they awaited her explanation. Look at the positive outcomes that resulted from it, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled. Our learning the truth has not only opened our eyes but it moved us to want to draw closer to you. We learned of the load you live with every day, and now you don't have to spend the rest of your life carrying the load alone without having us there to help you through it. We learned that you've been protecting us since the day of your birth, and even now, as I speak, you're still protecting us. You're a hero every day at every moment. Your sacrifice and heroism are what this village as a whole has sadly failed to appreciate for all these years. But in spite of that fact, Hinata was now blushing hotly. I personally want you to know that I appreciate that you stayed true to yourself and never allowed your bad experiences to mold you into something horrible, or in any way or form into Kyuubi's likeness. You are and have always been my greatest inspiration, since our early days in the academy. You're someone whose strength, courage, loyalty, humor and will I always admired and seek to imitate. You're a very special person. I deeply care about Naruto-kun, and I want you to know that no matter what happens or whatever the unknown future will bring, I'll be there to face it with you to the end. Kiba and Shino never saw Hinata speak this openly with her heart to Naruto before. Like the rest in the room, they believed that last night's events triggered a steadily growing change and maturity in Hinata's character, one that couldn't be ignored or overlooked. Hinata, I. Naruto said speechlessly after hearing her touching words to him. I never knew that you always thought this way of me. I don't know what to say. It took all of Hinata's strength and willpower to get those words off her chest. Her heart was still racing and beating hard. It's alright, Naruto-kun, Hinata assured with the blush still on her face. I just wanted you to know. You're going to face many difficult challenges down the line, Naruto, Shikamaru said. But we all want you to know and always remember that you have our absolute support and backing. That's right. Kiba grinned as Akamaru barked in agreement. We made mistakes in the past about you before, but we won't repeat them now or ever again. We'll be there for you. Indeed, Shino added. You have the support and acknowledgement of all of us here, Naruto. We will not abandon you, even if we ourselves face any possible trials for standing with you. Naruto was deeply moved and touched by everyone's words and loyalty. He couldn't stop the tears that were now coming down his face as he smiled and slightly lowered his head. Thank you, Naruto said happily while wiping his eyes. All of you. Your words mean a whole lot to me. You guys are all precious to me, and I'll continue protecting all of you to my dying breath. There won't be any talk of dying today, Naruto, a mature voice said from behind. Everyone in the room turned to see Jiraiya standing by the door with a jounin standing beside him. Erodaifu, Naruto said. Jiraiya couldn't help but frown at the new nickname. Is everything all right? Yes, Jiraiya said. But we have much to discuss, and my friend here is part of the reason. Who are you? Naruto asked, looking at the man standing beside Jiraiya. I'm Yamato, and as Jiraiya-sama said, we have much to discuss. Yamato said. Can it wait till later? Naruto asked. I'm afraid not, Jiraiya said. So we're best to be on our way now. Naruto sighed in disappointment. He wanted to stay longer than the time allowed. But he found that arguing wouldn't be the smart action to take. Sorry, I can't stay longer, guys, Naruto said. It's alright, Sakura said. Just stay away from trouble. Trouble has ways of always finding me, Naruto remarked as he went over to Jiraiya. Naruto-kun, Hinata asked. Where are you staying at? I recall that your apartment was destroyed in the wake of the carnage that happened. I'm living with Erodaifu for the time being, Naruto replied as he turned to look at her. His house is on the far end of Konoha. Hinata nodded, knowing she could always ask for directions later. I'll see you all later, Naruto said as he, Jiraiya and Yamato departed from the hospital. It's good to see that Naruto-kun is still in high spirits, Hinata said. It was also amazing to see how you were expressing yourself to Naruto without once fainting. Kiba teased. Shino and I didn't have to catch you this time. Kiba-kun, Hinata scolded as she blushed redder. Come on, guys, Shikamaru said. I think it would be best if we likewise leave to take care of whatever other business we have to give attention to. The crew, after saying their goodbyes to Sakura, left the room and exited the hospital. All the while, Ryota, dressed in her new jounin uniform and short-sleeve cloak, was currently walking through Konoha with one of her Ika Paradise books in hand. Every now and then a giggle would escape her mouth with a blush to follow. While walking and enjoying her book, someone caught sight of her. Hey Ryota. A masculine voice called out to her. The teen jounin looked up from her book to see Kiba and the others leaving the hospital. Hey guys, Ryota greeted before making her way over to them. Team 9 caught sight of the orange book Ryota was reading. Before they could question her about it. How are you all doing? Ryota asked. We're doing just fine, Kiba said. We came from seeing Naruto and Sakura. He was admitted into the hospital. Ryota asked. No, but he came by to see his teammate, and we all just so happened to ran into him there since we were all looking to see and talk to him. Shikamaru explained. All in all, he's doing as good as ever. I'm happy to hear that, Ryota said. Is he still in the hospital? No, he left with Jiraiya-sama and this Yamato guy a couple of minutes ago, Ino replied. Looks like I'll have to find and talk to him when I can. Ryota shrugged. So are you guys up to anything now? Not really, Kiba said. What about you? Just patrolling, Ryota said. So I'll be on my way now. Ryota-san. Tenten asked while pointing to Ryota's book. Why are you reading that smut? Oh, this, Ryota said. It's a good read. It's porno, Tenten replied. How could you shamelessly read that trash like how Kakashi-sensei does? Call it whatever you want, Ryo. Ta replied before turning to Hinata. So Hinata, your place or mine later this afternoon? Tenten couldn't believe how Ryota dismissed her and turned to Hinata. But what caught Tenten, Lee and especially Niji by surprise was how close Hinata seemed to be with Ryota. I'll stop by when you're off duty, Hinata said. So I'll see you then, girlfriend, Ryota said as she walked off with her open book in hand. Hey, Kiba shouted to Ryota. Mind if I tag along later this afternoon? Sorry, Kiba. Ryota grinned as she continued reading and walking away. It's girls' night out. But I'll be a good boy, Kiba replied as Ino snickered at his attempts to gain Ryota's attention and interest. You're going to be spending your afternoon with shameless pervert? Tenten asked Hinata skeptically. Please don't judge her for her outward appearance, Hinata said. She's a really good person at heart once you get to know her. I see that you've been spending time with Ryota-san, Hinata-sama, Niji said, stating the obvious. I have, Hinata said. She was the one who approached and offered her friendship to me. She desires our friendship to grow stronger, and I'd like for that to happen too. Niji simply nodded and accepted that. Hey Hinata, Kiba requested. When you see Ryota again, do you think you can put a really good word in for me? Please? The group's sweat dropped on hearing Kiba's request to Hinata. I'll do what I can, Hinata said, not believing her efforts would meet with any success. Many miles from Hinokuni, Tsuchiko was making tracks leaping from tree to tree. For the whole day she had been searching for leads on Ryota's possible whereabouts, and so far, all she ran into were dead ends. It was proving as frustrating as she predicted it was going to be for her. Ryota, where the hell are you? Tsuchiko has begun her search for Ryota, and so far she doesn't know where she is. The older generation ninjas and villagers of Konoha are feeling the repercussions of their past deeds, and still more is to come. Shikamaru and the rest have all promised to be there for Naruto as his friends, knowing the challenges he was going to have to face. Find out what happens next time. Chapter 8 Candor. Chapter 8 Candor. A/N. For those who don't know, the word candor means honesty, sincerity, truthfulness, and such things along those lines. What? Naruto replied after hearing Jiraiya and Yamato explain that Yamato was assigned to them. Currently the three of them were sitting at a dango shop. It's Tsunade-sama's orders, Yamato said. I'll be working alongside you and Jiraiya-sama from time to time. Naruto, Jiraiya said. You summoned 3 of Kyuubi's tails when you went berserk on us, and you were a handful to handle. And what makes this Yamato guy so important that Bachan had him taken off the ANBU and assigned as my unwanted babysitter? Naruto asked. Yamato is the only person in the village who can suppress Kyuubi's influence and return you back to normal, Jiraiya replied. How so? Naruto asked. He was one of the 60 children Orochimaru taken and experimented on when he tried to resurrect Shodame's bloodline limit, Jiraiya explained. Yamato was the only one who survived the experimentation. Shodame had the ability to control and suppress the powers of Bijus, Yamato said. I have his ability infused into me along with his wood manipulating power. Though my abilities aren't anywhere close to Shodame's, it still does the job. While I appreciate Bachan's concern, Naruto remarked, I did manage to restrain that stupid fox on my own, didn't I? Only after placing several ninjas and your teammate in the hospital, Jiraiya replied. You barely had any control of yourself as Three Tails, and there's no telling what might happen if you to go beyond that. Naruto took a moment to think things over before giving the two older men another reply. Don't argue with them any further, a voice in Naruto's head advised. Niken, Naruto thought himself. Having Yamato around will do us some good, and, Naruto said, consider him as a fallback should Kyuubi's influence get out of hand for us to handle alone. Besides, we don't want a repeat of what happened last night, am I right? Naruto silently agreed. On a side note, I'm more than certain that Kakashi and Jiraiya along with the others are suspicious about us. After witnessing your executing of our Shippu Uzumaki no Jutsu on them along with how you strategically thrashed them in your three-tailed Kyuubi state, I wouldn't put it past them that they believe or suspect that your other self had a hand in this. Plus, if Tsunade catches you performing healing and medical jutsus on your Niken's level, that will raise a whole world of questioning that I'm sure you'd like to avoid for now. Therefore, you're going to have to be more cautious in how and when you train, and what kinds of jutsus you decide to use. Great, Naruto replied, I'm an S-class yet I'm not allowed to show it. That gives us the edge and the best advantage over everyone, and, Naruto replied, you of all people should understand that, considering that we're infamous for our use of pranks and deceptions. And if Kakashi-sensei or Erodaifu comes inquiring about my ability to use wind manipulation, Naruto asked mentally. I'll help you deal with them when or if we cross that bridge, and, Naruto assured. And if they should subject me to a mental evaluation, Naruto asked. Then the one invading our mind will have me deal with, and it won't be on speaking terms, and, Naruto remarked as his concluding words. Naruto! Jiraiya called out to the blonde. Hey, Earth to Naruto? Naruto snapped out of it, and turned to Jiraiya. Oh, sorry. Naruto apologized. I spaced out there for a moment. Just like we saw. Yamato remarked. Whatever. Naruto shot back. Alright. I won't debate having Yamato tagging along with us from time to time. If it's true that he can help keep that stupid fox in line, then I'm up for it. That's what I like to hear. Jiraiya said. And you having Shodame's necklace around your neck will be a great help too. Yamato said. Don't ever remove it from off you. I won it from Bachan and I bet you lost too. Naruto grinned. Why would I want to part with it? Naruto Niken, a young masculine voice called out. Naruto and the others turned to see Konohamaru and his two friends Moegi and Udan approaching him. Hey guys, Naruto greeted. What brings you three here? We were looking all over for you. Konohamaru explained. We wanted to see if you were alright. No need to worry, Naruto assured. Everything is alright. We heard what happened after Konohamaru-chan explained everything. Moegi spoke up with a tone of concern. Udan and I couldn't believe the things we were told. But Konohamaru-chan said that everything he said about you holding the Kyuubi monster inside your body is true. I told them right after Asumuji-san told me everything, Konohamaru said. I was so mad at him and Ebisu that I didn't want to see or talk to either of them. When I sat down to listen to Konohamaru's explanation, Udan added while adjusting his glasses. He mentioned how almost everyone sees you as the Kyuubi monster in human form that the late Yandame reduced you to. When Moegi and I thought about it, we found the idea ridiculous that Yandame was powerful enough to change the great Kyuubi no Yoko into a human, yet he wasn't strong enough to actually kill it. With all this, we wondered how much more lies we were taught at the academy. Moegi added. We wonder if we can still trust what we're being taught by the grown-ups. It went without say to Yamato and Jiraiya that the older generation villagers lost the faith of the younger generation, and things were only getting started. Niken, Konohamaru said. We want you to know that we still see you as the great hero you always have been, and nothing will ever change that. We're going to make sure that every one of our classmates learn the truth about you and expose the lies we were taught to believe all these years. We'll help them to see you as the hero Yandame had always wanted everyone to see you for. Naruto was about to say something, but Konohamaru and his friends took off in a hurry out of the dango shop and went about with the objective they had set out for themselves. The sins of the older generation, Yamato remarked. Without a doubt, it won't go unpunished. On the brighter of things, Jiraiya added, Naruto has the support and backing to the younger and next generation that will later take over and replace this one. We can only hope that great things will come out of it. A few hours later, at the Hokage Tower, Tsunade was in her office dealing with the bane of all Kages. She was getting through all of the paperwork that accumulated after last night's incident. As she was getting through with the pile of work, the door to her office opened. As it did, the slug princess was desperately hoping that it wasn't Shizen with another stack of paperwork for her to review. "Tsunade," said an elderly feminine voice that Tsunade knew all too well. Koharu and Hamura both walked into the office with Shizen following meekly behind them as she closed the door behind them. "What brings you two here?" Tsunade asked, knowing she was going to have a headache after this unscheduled meeting. "Do you still plan on revealing Uzumaki-san's heritage to the villagers despite last night's outburst from the boy?" Koharu asked, going straight to the point. "My mind has already been made up," Tsunade replied. "Nothing has changed." "Tsunade," Hamura replied, "perhaps it would be best if you postpone revealing Uzumaki-san's heritage for a much later time. With high tension amongst the villagers, they might not take too kindly to the fact that Uzumaki-san is in fact Minato's only son and surviving heir." "To hell with that," Tsunade retorted. "The boy has been denied his birthright for far too long. If those foolish villagers can't see past their blind fear over something that was never Naruto's fault to begin with, then they didn't deserve Minato's sacrifice." "Tsunade," Koharu replied, "all of us here know that what happened won't make things easier for Uzumaki-san despite whatever tangible proof you and Jiraiya present to the council and villagers. As if life for Naruto was easier or better before last night's unfortunate event," Tsunade remarked. "I would have you both know that because of the villagers' many years of mistreatment of Naruto that we lost the trust and faith of many of our young and promising ninjas. There's a chance that they may never fully trust us again. We'll deal with that issue as time progresses," Hamura said. "Understand that there will be repercussions, and to drop such a bombshell on the villagers about Uzumaki-san's heritage while in the mental state they're in might more than likely trigger a violent protest from the populace. The populace will have the shame and indignation of their children to deal with before they could instigate any form of retaliation," Tsunade remarked. "And should they resort to violence against Naruto, be assured that their actions will not go unpunished. If it comes to it, Jiraiya will personally make examples out of anyone who dares threaten his godchild." Hamura and Koharu knew all too well that none of the villagers would dare challenge one of the Sanins. Even though Jiraiya was known for getting beat up and smacked by women for his perverted nature, however, it was only because he allowed it, and when it came to being serious and professional, no female could ever have their way with the Toad Sage, not even Tsunade herself. On top of that, Tsunade continued, "I assigned Tenzo to Naruto and Jiraiya. He'll be of help in keeping Kyuubi's influence in check." The two advisors were well aware of Tenzo and his unique abilities. "The meeting will be taking place as scheduled," Tsunade went on, "but I won't deceive myself into believing that everyone will have open minds about Naruto. I do expect some form of disagreements. But they will have to accept what Jiraiya and I will present, like it or not." Koharu and Hamura nodded. "Well, Tsunade," Koharu spoke, "we can only hope that things don't get too out of hand." With that being said, the two elderly advisors turned and left the office, leaving a nervous Shizen alone with Tsunade. After the door closed, Shizen was expecting a fuming Tsunade to verbally tear her apart. "Tsunade-sama." Shizen spoke meekly. "I'm sorry, but they were adamant about seeing you. I wasn't able to dash." "Forget it," Tsunade replied with a wave of her hand. "I suppose it was inevitable." Shizen sighed in relief that her master wasn't going to leash out at her. The villagers had been busy making the necessary repairs to their stores and shops that were damaged during the chaos. Shizen said. Thankfully, it was nothing too extensive. And they should be back doing their regular business activities in a day or two. "Is that all?" Tsunade replied. Shizen sighed. "I wish it was." Tsunade gave Shizen a look that told her to explain. "The senseis at the academy today were having hard times dealing with their students," Shizen explained. "After eyewitnessing Naruto being taken over by Kyuubi, the students demanded explanations for why they were lied to about Yondaime killing the monster. Konohamaru and his friends Moegi and Udon were the most enthusiastic in explaining the truth, though Konohamaru was careful not to reveal Naruto's parentage." "What resulted?" Tsunade asked, knowing she wasn't going to like what she was going to hear. "More headaches that the academy headmaster and senseis had to deal with," Shizen explained. "None of the students were willing to listen to them, as they asked if most of what they were being taught were more lies and if any of their senseis were trying to sabotage them like how they tried with Naruto. Irika did all he could to calm and mediate the situation, but even he was limited in his influence in controlling all of those students. Thankfully, things didn't break out in the utter chaos, though the students were reluctant to listen to the headmaster and their senseis. Tsunade rubbed the bridge of her nose as she took everything in. She wasn't at all surprised that what happened at the academy took place. Regardless, the situation concerning Naruto was going to have to be addressed and handled soon before things really got out of hand. Why did I become Hokage? Tsunade asked herself, wanting to open a fresh new bottle of sake and forget about her duties. Several hours later, Naruto was alone at a secluded training ground. Making sure that he wasn't being watched, he set up a perimeter of kage bushes hidden around the radius of the training ground. They were set to dispel and inform him immediately that someone was approaching him. With his security system in place, Naruto began his wind manipulation training. Focusing his wind affinity around his body, Naruto started levitating himself off the ground. Before long he was 21 feet in the air. When he tried to move himself through the air though, he found it much more difficult than he counted on. He was only able to fly over 40 across before lowered himself down to the ground and on his feet. This is definitely going to take some time, Naruto thought. Once I mastered using wind manipulation to ride on air molecules, it'll become one of my next useful assets to add to my arsenal. For the next couple of hours, Naruto used his time to strengthen his chakra control and his use of wind manipulation for levitation and flight. Later. It was now early in the evening and the sun was beginning to set. The evening sun gave a beautiful light effect in the gradually darkening skies, making the skies look as though it was on fire. In the meantime, Hinata was standing in front of Ryota's apartment door. She came over as soon as she was informed by Ryota that was off duty. She knocked on her door and waited for the older girl to respond. "Just a second," Ryota said from behind the door moments before it opened. Ryota stood before Hinata dressed in her new red and white kimono and socks. "Hey girlfriend," Ryota greeted as she allowed Hinata to enter her apartment. She closed and locked the door before following Hinata into the living room. The Hyuga heiress found that Ryota already had herbal tea and refreshments set on the small table they both were going to be sitting by on the carpeted floor. Hinata saw that among the refreshments were cinnamon rolls, something that happened to be one of her personal favorites. "I never knew you liked cinnamon rolls, Ryota," Hinata said. "I love them," Ryota replied. "Especially with tea. Something we clearly have in common." Hinata smiled as she knelt down and sat by the table with Ryota sitting on the opposite side. Both girls dug in and helped themselves to some herbal tea and cinnamon rolls. Several minutes later, Ryota started speaking. "It's great that Naruto-kun has the support of his friends," Ryota said. "I managed to catch up to him earlier." "You did?" "Yeah," Ryota replied. "He offered an apology to me for what happened last night. But I assured him that I harbored no ill will towards him in any way and that I still want our friendship to grow. In all honesty, he was very happy to hear that. Naruto-kun has been made to endure so much in his life," Hinata stated. "I would never want such a life to be forced on anyone. No one in their right mind would," Ryota said. "I'm sure his father didn't either, but circumstances didn't allow for Yandame's dying wish to be honored by his own people. I can understand Naruto's experience in being treated as the outcast and least favored ninja of your own village. I tell you, my life in IWA was no slice of cake." "How so?" Ryota got up and went over to where the picture of herself and Chizuru were. Taking the picture off from the top of the cabinet where it was sitting, she went and sat back where she was with Hinata. The Hyuga heiress took a good look at the picture and noticed a younger 9-year-old Ryota with a taller and older female who clearly resembled Ryota. Only her dark brown hair was longer and tied in a long ponytail. "Back then I had no family except my older sister Chizuru." "That's the older girl in the picture?" Hinata asked. "What became of her?" Ryota paused momentarily before she replied. "She was killed in front of me while protecting me from my then sensei turned traitor." Hinata gave a sympathetic expression. "I'm sorry for your loss. Don't worry about it too much," Ryota said. "I learned to live with it. My former sensei Deidara was considered a prodigy and one of the most promising jounin ninjas of IWA. He was a bomb specialist and his arsenal was with the use of explosive clay which he had the ability to animate and resize in whatever way he chose. I was 7 years old when he was assigned as my jounin sensei. I thought it was an honor having him as my personal sensei. He taught and trained me in the arts of nature manipulating of earth and in the use of other jutsus. But everything changed after I turned 9 years old. My older sister Chizuru found out that Deidara was performing criminal acts as a terrorist and gun for hire for enemy villages and clients. By order of the Sandaime Tsuchikage, Chizuru confronted and ordered him to surrender. When he refused, she engaged him in combat and did everything she could to stop him, but nothing worked against him. I begged both Chizuru and Deidara to stop, but my pleas went ignored as their battle continued. Deidara trapped and immobilized her with one of his clay clones and used a clay jutsu of some sort that demolished Chizuru's body from the inside. Ryota paused for a moment to control her emotions. She continued, I watched helplessly as she fell apart and disintegrated into nothing. After her death, Deidara then left me where I was as if I was yesterday's trash. I wasn't strong enough to either fight or make him pay for killing my sister and ruining my life. Since then, most if not all of the people of IWA looked at me as if I was Deidara's representation, and I received much mistreatment from them as the outcast. As I trained and rose in the ranks, things barely changed, and after the capture and death of Han, the Jinchuriki of the five-tailed dolphin horse, at the hands of the Akatsuki, my cowardly team used me as a scapegoat, and I ended up taking the fall for the failed rescue mission. That's awful. Hinata commented while listening to Ryota's story. They abandoned and betrayed you. That's low and dishonorable. Many things about the life of us ninjas aren't based on honor, Hinata, Ryota remarked. And like I said, my life in IWA was no slice of cake. I won't go and say that I'm completely innocent either. There were times I took matters into my own hands to cover my own ass and avoid unwanted problems. I see, Hinata replied after a slight pause. Later, during my final months as an IWA ninja, Ryota continued, I started hearing reports about the exploits of Konoha's Team 7, particularly reports of Naruto-kun. Back then, I received word about Naruto-kun and the things he experienced while in this village and him being the so-called dead last. But his academy records and the reports about his exploits as a ninja didn't add up. What did you hear? I heard about how he single-handedly took out a traitorous chunin of this village before he became an official genin. I heard about his mission to Nami no Kuni, which went from C to a rank. Then I heard how he bested both Niji and Sabaku no Gara, who was said to be one of the strongest ninjas of Suna, all in the same day. I was immensely intrigued about how someone who was thought of so poorly as the village pariah for almost all his life was in fact one of the most determined and promising shinobis this village failed to pay attention to. After receiving my official discharge from IWA, I was free to go wherever I please. Knowing that Naruto-kun resided in Konoha, I chose to come live here while starting a new life in this village as the new stone leaf of Konoha. Believe it or not, Naruto-kun became my next great inspiration after my late older sister, which is one of the reasons why I always want and enjoy being around him. Hinata started to feel a little worried about Ryota's intentions for Naruto, especially after hearing the last part of her sentence. Yes, Hinata said. Naruto-kun was always my greatest inspiration, and so many times I wanted to be like him. Until recently, I only admired him from afar because I was too afraid to confront him about it. But that changed early this morning after the other genins and I met up with him at the hospital. That reminds me. What is it? Ryota asked. You remember my friend Kiba, yes? Hinata asked. The boy who has that silly crush on me. Ryota replied bluntly. How could I forget? Well, Hinata said, not knowing where to take the conversation. You see, Hinata, Ryota interjected. No disrespect to your friend at all, but he isn't my type. I have no romantic interest in Kiba. And that ended the conversation on that subject. I won't lie to you, Ryota openly admitted as she looked directly at the younger female in front of her. Hinata, I want to be honest and frank with you. I know you can see my attraction to Naruto-kun, and the truth is that I really do care for him. I know that I'm 2 years older than him, but I can't help the way I feel for him. But you've only been in this village for a couple of days and you mostly know of Naruto-kun from the things you've heard about him along with the recent events that took place. Hinata reasoned. Ryota saw that she was going to have to be completely truthful with the younger female. Hinata, I haven't been completely truthful with you earlier. I'm going to explain some things to you, but you must promise to never tell anyone else, please. Slowly, Hinata nodded and agreed. With that, Ryota went on to explain the entire story about how she used to spy on Naruto for months while in Konoha as her secret long-duration mission given to her by the late Tsuchikage. She told the Hyuga heiress everything to the point where Tsunade allowed her to join the village as a new Konoha kunoichi. By the time she was done, Hinata was entirely speechless. She stayed completely silent as she thought about everything she was told by Ryota. What surprised Hinata all the more was learning from Ryota's own mouth that Naruto and his team giving her the full tour of Konoha was in fact a ploy set up by Tsunade to get Naruto into meeting and interacting with Ryota, allowing the former IWA ninja to get close and form a friendship and bond with him. I hope that this doesn't ruin the bond one desired to have with you, Ryota said. I really meant it when I said that I desire for us to become as close with each other as sisters. Hinata felt rather awkward and didn't know how to address the situation. For all Hinata knew, there was never another girl in Konoha who was attracted to Naruto. Therefore, she didn't have to worry about competition coming from other females. The only thing she had to worry about was Naruto possibly falling for any girl except her. Why? Hinata couldn't help but ask, especially after hearing Ryota's long tale. We share a common bond with Naruto-kun, Ryota said, and I feel that we can understand each other's feelings about him and the hardships he was forced to endure through. We both watched and admired him from afar and in the shadows, and neither of us had it in us to confront him about it. Hinata wasn't able to come up with anything to say at the moment. Though Naruto-kun is a lot more familiar with you than he is with me, Ryota continued, I will say that I seek to form a deep bond with him as much as you want to, also, more than just as friends. Naruto-kun is precious to me. Again, Hinata couldn't find the right words to say. But still, I don't want this to turn into an ugly rivalry that would ruin the friendship and bond one want to form with you. That's why I chose to be completely open and honest with you, that way, we both know where we stand with each other now rather than crossing that bridge later and facing the situation on a more problematic level. Hinata's mind was running miles trying to process everything she was told just now. She lowered her head as she tried to control her mixed emotions and how she would soon react to Ryota. She's in love with Naruto-kun also, Hinata acknowledged while going through conflicting emotions and thoughts, and she's been protecting him secretly from IWA for all this time. Does this mean that there's a chance that Naruto-kun would? Ryota, for her part, sat there quietly, having said everything she wanted to get off her chest. She felt totally relieved that she got what she wanted to say out of her system. She now had to wait for Hinata's next reaction, and to no surprise, she was worried that Hinata might get upset and want to break ties with her. The silence in the room felt like an eternity for Ryota as time seemed to have slowed down for her. After another 5 minutes, Excuse me, Ryota, Hinata said as politely as she could before standing up and removing herself from Ryota's sight. The older female watched as Hinata went over to the door and placed her sandals on. Hinata, wait, Ryota pleaded out. We sure we can find a way for us to dash? I'm sorry, Ryota. Hinata apologized while stuttering. But I have to go. This is all too much at once. I need time to think. Goodbye. Before Ryota could say anything to get Hinata to stay a little longer, Hinata opened to the door and hurriedly left the apartment, making sure to close the door behind her. Ryota sat there alone, after seeing Hinata make a hasty exit away from her. I'm sorry, Hinata, Ryota said quietly as a few lone tears ran down her face. Meanwhile, Naruto was returning back to Jiraiya's house. His long hours of practice left him drained and exhausted with only enough strength to carry himself back. Despite only getting little accomplished with levitation and flight, Naruto was still happy with his progress. Though he presently wasn't on par physically with his alter ego, he was fully determined to do everything he could to reach a level very similar to Naruto's. Reaching the house, Naruto entered and closed the door shut before locking it. Walking further into the house, he found his godfather listening to a digital recorder with earphones in his ears. The blonde saw that while listening to his recorder, Jiraiya was also jotting down whatever he was hearing down paper. Naruto heard snickers from Jiraiya here and there, therefore he knew what kind of stuff Jiraiya was writing. Leaving the sage to his hobby, Naruto went to his room and then the bathroom to prepare a relaxing warm bath for himself. All the while, Jiraiya was using Ryota's female perspective suggestions and recommendations and the sexual stories and conversations he secretly recorded with his digital recorder during the time Naruto and his 3 girls were in the village for his next book. A young and MIG-HTY male shinobi named Narutaro, with 3 beautiful kunoichis, Hinako, Inuyumi and Temurami at his side, journeyed together with many adventures to tell. One day though, Narutaro encountered an obstacle that led him to question his own worth and abilities, which led him to develop issues with insecurities with the ties he made with his kunoichi companions. The Kunoichis didn't want what was happening to their beloved Naruto to get out of hand and turn him into something that would ultimately capsize and blur everything he spent his life believing in and fighting for. So one evening, the young females came together and discussed how they could help put some of the fears of their dearly loved Naruto to rest in the best way they could. They came up with a suggestion that they were sure was going to work, with everyone being satisfied from it. On the next night, under a full moon in the grassy forest by a large lake, Inuyumi, Temerami and Hinako approached Naruto together and offered themselves freely to him. Though he was a little hesitant and reluctant at first, the girls assured him that this was something they wanted to do with him, and only him, not wanting him to feel alone or insecure about his ties with them. Naruto realized that his 3 kunoichi companions wanted to help heal his worries and doubts. That night, Hinako, Inuyumi and Temerami boned their hearts and souls with Naruto, who in turn intimately and passionately expressed his longing and burning desire for them, wanting to always have them at his side. The kunoichis gave him the best and most important parts of themselves, their gifts, something sacred to the 3 young females, as a vow to always stay with him, no matter the dangers or obstacles. It was their way of swearing to him a promise of a lifetime to always be with him to the end. Hinako, Inuyumi and Temerami did it out of their deep and sincere love and affections for Naruto. Jiraiya snickered gleefully, knowing that his latest work was going to make headlines for sure. It was a fact indeed that even in Naruto's universe and Naruto's life brought much graphic inspirations for Jiraiya's stories. Later that evening, Hinata, after taking a long walk around the village alone, decided to stop by a bathhouse. After getting herself ready and placing her clothes away in a rented locker, she went over to a private corner of the woman's sector to be by herself. Removing the towel from off her body, she went in and she sat submerged in the warm steaming water. Despite how relaxed her body was feeling, her mind though was still thinking about everything Ryota told her. It was the very thing that plagued her mind and robbed her of some peace of mind. It bothered her that Ryota sought to forge a tight sisterly bond with her, and yet at the same time the former IWA kunoichi had a deep romantic love interest in Naruto, and she openly admitted to her. Ryota told her that she didn't want to make a rival out of her, yet at the same time Ryota wants to pursue the very some person she knew Hinata has strong affections for. Hinata honestly didn't know what to do. She was both confused and distraught. So caught up in her own thoughts and worries that Hinata failed to take notice of another female, an older and mature one, who entered the private sector and stepped into the water. The older female soon noticed Hinata sitting at the other side of the water by herself. She thought about leaving her alone, but after seeing the girl's troubled expression, the older woman's motherly spirit for the young lady overrode whatever inhibitions she might have had from earlier that day when Hinata didn't wish to see her. Making up her mind, the older woman slowly made her way toward Hinata, who was still wrapped her in her own thoughts. "Hinata!" the older woman calmly called out, getting Hinata's attention. Hinata broke out of her thoughts to see Kurinai standing in front of her. "Kurinai-sensei." Hinata spoke up. "What are you doing here?" "Taking the time to relax and clear my mind," Kurinai replied. "I honestly didn't expect to find you here too." Hinata thought for a moment before speaking again. "I had a lot on my mind and I just needed some time to sort things out." Kurinai didn't know whether or not Hinata would want to talk to her about whatever it was that was bothering her, but the female jounin decided to ask anyway. "If you want, you're more than welcome to talk to me about it. But I can understand if you don't presently feel comfortable talking to me or anyone about it. That is if it's too personal to share with anyone." Hinata remembered dismissing Kurinai earlier when she came by to see and talk with her. And where it stood now, the Hyuga heiress had no one else to speak with about her current problem, and she didn't know any other grown female she was as close to as she was with Kurinai. "It's about Ryota," Hinata finally said. "What about her?" Kurinai asked. "Did she do something to upset you?" "I don't know how to put this, but," Hinata said, trying to find the right words to say. "It's alright," Kurinai assured in an understanding tone. "Take your time. I'm in no hurry. Tell me please exactly what happened from the beginning." Sighing, Hinata told Kurinai everything that happened between herself and Ryota. The Genjutsu mistress listened intently as her daughter figure spoke to her about what took place. When Hinata got to the part of Ryota's secret spy mission, Hinata, remembering her promise, refrained from revealing that story. What she did tell Kurinai was that Ryota, after receiving her official discharge from IWA, traveled all the way to Konoha not only to start life with a new start but to also have a chance to be with Naruto. When Kurenai heard the reasons Hinata gave for Ryota's interest and affections for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the Genjutsu mistress recalled what Ryota told her when she encountered her at the bridge days ago. Why Konoha of all places? Why a village that's not on friendly terms with IWA? Kurenai recalled asking Ryota those two questions, and the reply Ryota later gave her. I'm certain that I'll find something, or someone precious in Konoha worth protecting. So she has deep feelings for Naruto also, Kurenai realized, even before joining Konoha officially. And that's everything. Hinata concluded. I left Ryota's apartment after she told me all she had to say to me. I was so mixed up and confused that I couldn't bear being in the same room with her. Ryota said she wants to be my close friend, yet at the same time she wants to pursue Naruto-kun as much as I do. Hinata paused for a brief moment. The red-eyed jounin waited patiently as she wanted to hear Hinata what more the young kunoichi had to get off her chest. This is just too much to take in all at once. Hinata lamented. I really don't know what I should do. Kurenai stood there as she contemplated on Hinata's plight. The things she heard were far more than she was counting on. In truth, Kurenai was new to the whole romance thing since she and Asuma only started going out recently, and she didn't want to give Hinata any wrong advice. This is going to be a long night, Kurenai thought to herself. A few days later, at the Hokage Tower, Tsunade was making her way to the meeting chamber with Shizen following close by. In Shizen's hand was a folder carrying very important and official documents and medical records that Tsunade was very careful in gathering together personally. Both women arrived at the chamber and entered, finding all of the members of the Shinobi Council present, along with Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. Shikamaru was also present, but since he wasn't a clan leader, he was allowed to sit at a designated spot next to his father. Kakashi was also present and sitting next to Shikamaru. Tsunade took her position at the forefront with Shizen sitting next to her. A few minutes later, Jiraiya and Naruto arrived and entered the chamber. Jiraiya, Naruto. Tsunade nodded and greeted. We waited for you both. I wouldn't dream of missing this meeting. Jiraiya grinned. If anything, I'm sure it'll make history. Naruto looked around and saw how all of the clan leaders, along with Hamura, Koharu and Danzo, were looking over at him as though he was being wordlessly examined and evaluated. The young blonde couldn't help but feel a little intimidated, but Jiraiya gave him a reassured grip on his shoulders. Smiling at the Toad Sage for his support, the two entered the chamber after having closed the door behind them. Jiraiya and Naruto sat in the center of the room surrounded by all of the others in the chamber. The meeting will come to order, Tsunade said. The Shinobi Council is now in session. This meeting which I summoned you all here for is to discuss a most important matter regarding the last sole survivor of the Namikaze clan, the clan of our late Yondaime Hokage. The meeting has finally begun. Will Naruto be given what rightfully belongs to him by birthright, or will there be those who will try to overrule it? And what will become of Hinata and Ryota? Will their friendship survive this test, or will it completely come to ruin because of their love for Naruto? Find out next time. A/N. Okay everyone, what do you believe should happen in the next chapter? What do you think should happen between Hinata and Ryota? I'd love to know. All opinions are welcomed. Chapter 9, The Last Namikaze. Chapter 9, Established. Hinata was standing in front of the door. She came all the way here to settle an issue that had to be answered and mediated on with no further misunderstandings. Sighing, she said, It's now or never. She knocked on the door and waited for a reply. A few moments later, the door unlocked and opened, revealing the very jounin that Hinata came by to see. Hinata, the tenant said in surprise. Ryota. Hinata answered back politely. It's been a couple of days since Hinata and Ryota last spoke to each other. Ryota missed her association with Hinata, and it saddened her that the Hyuga heiress hadn't spoken and hanged out with her for the last couple of days. May I come in? Hinata asked. Ryota nodded and allowed Hinata in to her apartment before closing and locking the door behind them. Currently, Ryota was in her jounin uniform and gear. She was about to step out to do some earth manipulation practice when a knock came at her front door. Hinata removed her sandals and walked into the living room with Ryota following close by. So girlfriend? Ryota asked. What brings you here? Ryota. Hinata said as she knelt and sat down on the round floor mat by the table she and Ryota customarily sit by. And as usual, Ryota went and sat at her end of the table. Do you have time to spare? Hinata asked. What do you need? Ryota inquired. Hinata paused for a moment before getting her courage together to settle the issue. There's much we need to talk about. Our last meeting placed both of us on the wrong foot with each other, and I'd like very much for us to discuss and settle that matter. Ryota likewise wanted to deal with that matter. Days earlier she thought about heading to the Hyuga compound but decided against it, seeing how Hinata had been avoiding her for the last couple of days. It's about our affections for Naruto-kun, isn't it? Ryota said, stating the obvious. Hinata wordlessly agreed with a nod with her head. There's no turning back now, Hinata thought to herself. I have to talk this over with Ryota. Hinata was about to say something when, I missed having your company, Hinata, Ryota confessed. Things weren't the same after you started avoiding seeing me. But after what took place between us, I can't honestly blame you for your actions. I'm sorry, Ryota. Hinata apologized. But it was too much to take in all at once. I know, Ryota admitted. I kind of hardballed you with the truth. Still, I honestly felt it had to come out, and like I said, I didn't want our friendship to be ruined over the fact that we allowed the feelings we have for the same guy to turn us against each other. Hinata thought for a moment then spoke. No, Ryota, I wouldn't want that to happen between us either. I've seen how such a thing has almost destroyed the friendship between two other people. If